20 touches right now, and they've been exchanging it hard and going at it for every point. You can see, yes, that was a body touch there. So the ball should be held only by the palms, and no, not even a centimeter or a millimeter beyond that. So the player here in question actually had the ball rolled to her wrist, inner wrist, so which is why that point was, the serve changed to PG Pudur.
Now Tamil Nadu, PG Pudur is another winning spree now. They were even at 8-8 again.
7-1 was the score, Naveen. You can see how PG Pudur bounced back and taken the lead to 9-8 right now. If PG Pudur can hold their nerves, stay calm and keep each ball possession inside the four lines, they're safe, because they definitely have the advantage on their side.
Let us see if the same rally continues. Let us see if the count of the ball passing through and fro for 20 plus counts. And how often do you think they get tired? Like 20 or 25 maximum throws, I believe, and the momentum of points break.
You could see them lose the force in return, but usually a 20 exchange rally is not very, very difficult. It's more to do mentally rather than physically. The physical factor over here is playing under the sun, which is what is, the dehydration is what is going to cause the problems actually.
With the midst of teams of different ages and they've all been practicing together, I mean, they did not practice for this heat today. Maybe it's the sun's heat or maybe the stress of heat getting to them.
And also the stress of playing defending champions for Black Panthers is there. And how new is this team? How many freshmen they have? How many rookies? So that is something that will also be taken into account.
PG Pudur already leading with the set. Now the points for Black Panthers and PG Pudur stands with Black Panther leading by 1.
It looked like she stepped out of bounds, but no, that was not called. So all is well right now. Both teams are even Steven with 9 points apiece. Again, they're starting to target the second and the third row there. And this is what stress and pressure can do to you to keep the ball in play. Now you can see fatigue setting in. Those long rallies are now starting to take effect, just like the heat has.
Black Panther leading by 10 and PG Pudur by 9. If Black Panther wins this set, and there will be a final set to determine who are the final winners of the game of this. Really, the first set lost by the Black Panthers have put them in a place where the stress, and also they are here to prove themselves. They come thus far, so far.
Both have a lot to play for, so definitely the Black Panthers will want to make a fight out of this. Oh, beautifully taken, but unfortunately it was a body touch, because like we just said a few minutes earlier, it was a body touch. You can see the crowd enjoying this. This is a festive atmosphere here at the 15th Isha Gramotsavam. So many teams, so many players, so many champions. It's amazing.
I think all the audience right there in the crowd are glued to the score points with 10-10 for each teams now. Who will take the lead? Who will be scoring the 15 points now on winning this set?
Really long throws over there, but... And one more point here for PG Pudur. They have taken a slender lead. They only need 4 points to take this title. They are that close. But is Black Panthers going to make a resurgent comeback right now? That remains to be seen. A lot of determination in the server's face. Very, very well done by PG Pudur so far, even though they had a slow start in the second set.
That's a great throw. That's a great throw. PG Pudur leading the points now.
Unintentional, but it worked in their favor. So those net throws are always a little dicey because the net can change the trajectory of the ball and also adjust the distance. So unless you're like very, very good with your footwork, it's going to be very difficult to take those ones.
I think the coaches are more stressed in the players right now. We can see their pep talks getting louder and louder, but we can't hear them now. They're planning for different strategies maybe.
The Black Panthers team is being represented by Milana KP, who's a captain wearing jersey number 1, Chandrakala, Pooja, Asha, Devaki, Trisha, Ashita, Reena, Namita and Monica Jagan. While the PG Pudur team is being represented by Nandini, the captain wearing jersey number 7, Kritika, Krishnaveni, Manoranjitam, Bhanupriya, Sivadarini, Bhavatarini and Tarunika.
Let us see, they're all very determined after the timeout. And see if this streak of throws goes for 20 and more. And finally we get to see some people lose their games. What did happen? What did just happen?
That was beautifully placed in fact, but even they are confused what happened. So they have the same confusion that you have, Naveen. So we can only assume that the ball, when it went very low, probably graced the salwar of the player on the opponent side. So you're only supposed to hold it by your hand. It can't touch any other part of your body. So that's something danger. Well placed over there. Change of pace. Quick action. The plans are in place. The execution now will matter. They're targeting one player. Again, net one. Once again, return with the net. But seriously, this, can you call this strategy? Can you call it luck, Naveen? What would you say here?
I would say the player, Tamil Nadu's player in the front was waiting for her chance to prove. Which is waiting for her chance, but the net also played the favor there, maybe.
So there's always a risk of trying to take, throw a net shot because it could fall into the dead zone and you could concede the point and the serve. And they're playing for the match point, the title point, a lot at stake. Like I said, bragging rights and 2 lakhs. This is the serve that could determine that. And PG Pudur are very determined.
Will it happen right now? The serve from Kirtika, which is very determined. Let's see if the streak of throws between each the teams. Let's see who loses the throw and gets a point now.
A nice spin throw would be difficult for Black Panthers to pick up right now. And if Black Panthers employ the same, they could break the serve. And yes, that's what they have done. They are staying alive in this game so far. So Black Panthers have managed to take PG Pudur away from that match point and break it into their advantage.
I believe at this time Tamil Nadu has more stress. Though they have only 1 point, they can concede more points by making Black Panthers win. So every move matters right now.
Absolutely. Black Panthers, even though they're on the back foot, they will definitely have some sort of hope going back into this game and keeping it alive. But PG Pudur now has to break the serve and pick up the point. So there's determination from both ends. Even though it's a net throw, they managed to pick it up and keep the ball alive. A nice long rally over here. Now they're trying to place Black Panthers. They're trying to see where the chinks and where the gaps are. And PG Pudur trying to, oh yes, PG Pudur have once again done it. Defending champions pick up their back-to-back title. And what a finish. Fantastic finish for PG Pudur, and they will go back home with the bragging rights and 2 lakhs, while Black Panthers have had a great run so far, exhibited a lot of spirit and won't go back empty-handed because they are going back with 1 lakh and the chance to come back next year. So this is going to be an outstanding memory, something that is going to stay with them for a lifetime, Naveen.
Of course, the runners take home around 1 lakh rupee of cash prize and the winners take 2 lakh rupees. Though they are runners, we can see a sad face because they're very close, right? 11-15. They might have won other 4 points easily. But now PG Pudur.
There you can see the highlights of this final. PG Pudur had a fantastic outing in the first set, and while Black Panthers actually started off very strongly in the second set and took a great lead, PG Pudur clawed their way back into the game and narrowed the gap and actually picked it away. Cherry pickings for them.
PG Pudur had some, I believe, their experience in throwing. They had some very beautiful throws, just missed the line little. And Black Panthers on the other end, they made some simple mistakes that cost their points.
Naveen, at one stage, PG Pudur was actually giving them consecutive points by just like the one we are seeing right now with the ball going out. So very shortly, we are going to be talking to the captain of the winning team and see how they managed to pull this off. But great resurgence shown by both teams, great resilience as well.
Of course, we can see that in their eyes and their efforts and every throw. Nothing was like any less effort made. And thinking that these are not any professional players, but ordinary walks of everyday women who are their own jobs. They're housewives, they're students. There are students from the same team who haven't played professional sport in their school. But this team and this Gramotsavam provided them the opportunity to prove their mettle and play the sport at this bigger venue.
In fact, many of them have not played any sport in school. So after that, to have picked up a sport a little late in life and yet start achieving and having fun. Sports for all people, that's what this is about.
Now we speak to the captain of Tamil Nadu team.
ரொம்ப ரொம்ப சந்தோஷமா இருக்கு. நாங்க இந்த மேட்ச் வின் பண்ணுவோம்னு எக்ஸ்பெக்ட் பண்ணவே இல்லை. பிகாஸ் கர்நாடகா வந்து ரொம்ப டஃப்பா இருந்தாங்க. எங்களுக்கு செமிலேயே டிசைடிங் ஆடி எடுப்போன்ற ஒரு நம்பிக்கையே இல்லாமல் இருந்துச்சு. பட் ஆனால் எடுத்து எப்படியோ ஃபைனல்ஸ் வந்து நாங்கள் அவங்கள வின் பண்ணதில் எங்களுக்கு ரொம்ப ரொம்ப சந்தோஷம். எங்களுக்கு ரிலேஷன் விட எங்களுக்கு இந்த ஊர் மக்கள் தான் ரொம்ப ஹெல்ப் பண்ணாங்க. ஈஷாலேருந்து எங்களுக்கு ரொம்ப பேர் ஹெல்ப் பண்ணாங்க. எங்கள் ஊர் டீமும் வந்திருந்தாங்க, அவங்களும் எங்களுக்கு ரொம்ப ரொம்ப ஹெல்ப் பண்ணாங்க. ரொம்ப சந்தோஷமா இருக்கு எங்களுக்கு.
I think that was a spirit. Let's ask her what she does as a profession.
நான் physical education டீச்சரா இருக்கேன்.
That's beautiful.
That is Nandini, the captain of the winning team, who expressed her thanks to all the people that supported.
Thank you,
and
thank
they
you,
have
sir. Thank
didn't
you so
have much
much.
belief that they'd win, but they went on to win it anyway. So it was resurgence and their resilience that make sure that they won back-to-back titles right now, and they are extremely happy. And they also had the grace to congratulate the Kodagu team on doing very well. And we are going in for a very short break. We'll be back with more exciting action to you from the Isha Gramotsav, which is seeing its 15th edition this year.
And we'll come back for more sporting action in a while. We have Kabaddi, women's.
This journey, and in terms of experience, it started very early in my life because I've always been outdoors and I have a certain sense of land. So, my engagement with this has been very long-term, but action-orientedness came from 1998. On that year, some UN agencies came to Tamil Nadu and made a prediction that by 2025, 60% of Tamil Nadu will be facing desertification. So when I looked at this, I did not believe it, first of all. So I decided to drive around Tamil Nadu and see for myself. Then I saw what they were saying was incorrect, because in my experience I felt it'll happen well before 2025. Because 3 perennial rivers had dried up in Tamil Nadu. When I saw this, I thought we need to do something. So at that time, the average green cover across Tamil Nadu was 16.5%. The national aspiration was 33%. So I said, we need to get this to 33%. What does it take? I made a simple barefoot calculation. So I called a group of our volunteers and said, see, we need to plant 114 million trees. They thought I've gone crazy. Because Sadhguru, 114 million trees, who can plant this? I asked, what is your population? They said 62 million. See, if all of us plant 1 tree, take care of it for 2 years and plant one more tree, you got the number. Why is it that it can't be done? Simply because all of us are consuming, but all of us are not willing to do the compensatory work. That's the whole thing. So based on this, we started a movement called Project Green Hands, which planted millions of trees, still continuing to do that. And we saw a significant improvement in the soil quality, in the nutritional values of the food, and above all, for the farmer, it is an economic process because in 7 to 8 years' time, his income is going up anywhere between 300 to 800%.
கடந்த 15 வருடமா ஈசாவனுடைய வழிகாட்டுதல என்னுடைய தோட்டத்துக்குள்ள மரங்களை கொண்டு வந்திருக்கிறேன். இப்ப தோட்டம் எப்படி மாறி இருக்குது அப்படின்னாங்க, மரப்பயிரோட கூடிய பணப்பயிர் விவசாயமா மாறி இருக்குது. அப்ப நாம வந்து சாயில வந்து அந்த அங்கக கார்பன் சொல்லுவாங்க, அதில் டெஸ்ட் பண்ணி பார்த்ததுங்க முதல்ல 0.5 தான் இருந்தது. இப்போ அங்ககம் வந்து அதனுடைய கரிம விகிதம் வந்து 1.30 மாறி இருக்கு.
I come across Rally for Rivers and Kaveri calling campaign. I planted almost 2,000 saplings of 6 different varieties of high value timber trees in my farmland. In 15 to 20 years down the line, it will fetch me about 8 to 10 crore rupees income. So my future is fixed.
One important thing I'm pushing for right now is we must eliminate the term forest produce. There is no such thing. If you want timber, you must grow it. If you want honey, you must grow it. Whatever else you need, you must grow it on your agricultural lands. Right now, we are importing over 70,000 crores worth of timber from various parts of the world. These 70,000 crores could go to our farmers in the next 20 years if we start plantations right now. This does not mean we give up farming. We can grow almost every crop. This is what we have proven in the last 22 years. My work is to officiate the marriage of economy and ecology, because if these two things don't come together, ecology will be beaten. Based on this, we launched the next thing because I saw there were many policy anomalies to plant trees in the land. How this was affected is, I drove from Kanyakumari to Himalayan region in 29 days, covering 16 states. At that time, in these 16 states, there were 6 different political parties. We got absolute participation from all the political parties because there were 162 million people supporting the movement. We must understand, in a democracy, there is only one currency, that is the numbers, the people. I gave this policy document to the Prime Minister at about 6:20 in the evening. Next day before 11 o'clock, just before 11 o'clock, the PMO calls us and says a special cell has been formed and they want a soft copy. Within 3.5 months, the Niti Aayog made this a recommendation policy for all the 28 states.
मैंने तो आपके प्रयासों को खुद देखा है। नदियों की निर्मलता और अविरलता को आपने जिस प्रकार से बल दिया है, समर्पण भाव से काम किया है।
ನಮ್ಮ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆ ಇರುತ್ತದೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಮಾತನ್ನ ತಿಳಿಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ.
So that is the story of Rally for Rivers. We knew that we had to manifest something which is a large-scale sample. This is why we took up Kaveri calling. Kaveri because I grew up around Kaveri. What it was 50 years ago, today it is only 40% of what it was 50 years ago. In the Kaveri River Basin, which accounts for 83,000 square kilometers of land with over 5.2 million farmers, we aim to plant about 2.42 billion trees. This is very important because one thing is to revive the land and increase the economy. About 172,000 farmers have gone for tree-based agriculture with us. In 5 to 7 years, their economy multiplies anywhere between 300 to 800%. This is living on the land, clearly visible. Looking at the success of this, the federal government or the central government of India made a policy for 13 river basins, which account for 67% of India's land. And last year they allocated 19,000 crores, which is approximately $2.4 billion.
What you have started as river revitalization is a very important program. We have already prepared DPRs for 13 rivers, and I always hold that ideation comes from people like you, your power is ideation. Our power is multiplication. That is what we are doing.
UNCCD, looking at the success of Kaveri Calling, is right now projecting Kaveri Calling as an ideal project in tropical world.
Kaveri Calling could also be a large-scale project that helps improve the living conditions of the most vulnerable populations while rehabilitating the land that sustains all of us.
To me, you are the incarnation of the Sustainable Development Goals, because while there are 17 of them, they're all at the end about these two, people and planet, uplift the people and protect the planet, and that's your mission. So thank you so much, people and planet.
Thank you very much. We need to understand this. Kaveri Calling is not just a fanciful project of our own. This is of enormous significance for the world to manifest that it's possible to change the terrain of degraded land by taking planned and strategized action towards this. So everybody be a part of this and let's make this happen. This is our time on the planet. We as a generation of people have to show that we can do positive things.
எல்லாருக்கும் வணக்கம். ஈஷா மண் காப்போம் மூலமாக பெண்களோட முன்னேற்றத்துக்காக நிறைய பணிகளை நம்ம செஞ்சிட்ருக்குறோம். நம்ம மண்ணை பார்த்திங்கன்னா தாய்மண்ணுன்னு சொல்லுவோம். நம்ம தாய்மண் காக்கும் விவசாய முறையை தமிழகம் முழுவதும் எடுத்துகிட்டு போயிட்டுருக்குறோம். அதாவது இயற்கை விவசாயத்தை நம்ம தமிழகம் முழுவதும் எடுத்துகிட்டு போயிட்டுருக்குறோம். இன்றைக்கி பார்த்திங்கன்னா நிறைய பெண்கள் விவசாயத்துக்குள்ளே வர்றாங்க, அதாவது இயற்கை விவசாயத்துக்குள்ளே வர்றாங்க. அவங்களுக்கெல்லாம் ஒரு முறையான வழிகாட்டுதலை நம்ம ஈஷா மண் காப்போம் மூலமாக கொடுத்துட்ருக்குறோம்.
வணக்கம், என்னுடைய பேர் ஜோஸ்பின். நான் மதுரையில் கடச்சநேந்தலில் தேனீக்கள் வளர்ப்பு, அதாவது கோடிக்கணக்கான தேவதைகளை வாழ வைக்கிற ஒரு தொழிலை பண்ணிகிட்ருக்கேன்.
நான் மண்வாசனைன்ற ஒரு நிறுவனத்தை நடத்திட்டுருக்கேன். 2009லேருந்து இந்த ஆர்கானிக் ஷாப்ஸு ப்ளஸ் வேல்யூ ஆடட் ப்ராடக்ட்டை நாங்கள் நடத்திட்டுருக்கோம்.
நான் திருப்பூரில் கடந்த 15 வருஷமாக வீட்டு தோட்டம் மற்றும் மாடி தோட்டம் பண்ணிகிட்ருக்கிறேன்.
கடந்த 6 வருடங்களாக இயற்கை விவசாயம் பண்ணணுன்றதுக்காக இந்த நிலத்தை வாங்கி விவசாயம் பண்ணிகிட்ருக்கேன்.
இந்த இயற்கை விவசாயத்துக்கு வரக்கு முன்னாடி ப்ரொஃபஸராக ஒர்க் பண்ணிட்டு இருந்தோம். ஆனாலும் அந்த ஜாபை ரிசைன் பண்ணிவிட்டு இப்போ இயற்கை விவசாயத்தோடு சேர்த்து அதோட வேல்யூ அடிஷன் ப்ராடக்ட்ஸ் பண்ணிகிட்ருக்கோம்.
ஏக்கர் விவசாய நிலம். இதில் நான் இப்போ 2016 இந்த 8 வருஷமாக நான் இயற்கை விவசாயம் செய்துட்டு வர்றேன்.
நம்மளும் ஏதாவது ஒரு தொழில் செய்யலாம், இல்லை வேலைக்கு போகலாம் அப்படின்னு யோசிக்கிறப்ப தான் மதுரை அக்ரிகல்ச்சர் யூனிவர்சிட்டியில் உள்ள கேவிகேல ட்ரைனிங் கொடுத்தாங்க. ஒரு 3 நாள் ட்ரைனிங் இந்த தேனி வளர்ப்பை பற்றி கற்றுக்கிட்டு மாதம் ஒரு 2000 ரூபா வருமானம் வந்தாவே பிள்ளைங்களுக்கு ஸ்கூல் ஃபீஸ் கட்டுறதுக்காக நம்மளுக்கு ஆகும்னு சொல்லி தான் நான் இந்த தொழிலை 2006 ஒரு 10 பெட்டிகளில் இதை ஆரம்பிக்கிறப்ப எனக்கு சொந்தமாக வீடு கிடையாது, சொந்தமாக தோட்டம் கிடையாது, எதுவுமே இல்லை. அப்போ இது என்னுடைய அப்பாவுடைய தோட்டம் சிவகங்கை மாவட்டத்தில் இருந்தது. அங்கே கொண்டு போய் அந்த 10 பெட்டிகளையும் வச்சுட்டு சனி ஞாயிறு மட்டும் போயிட்டு அந்த தொழிலை நான் பண்ணிகிட்டு இருந்தேன்.
முக்கியமாக எங்கள் ஊர்கள்ல எல்லாம் மரபு ரக விதைகளை பயன்படுத்தி வீட்டு தோட்டம் கண்டிப்பாக இருக்கும். எல்லாருமே தற்சார்பாக தான் வாழ்ந்துட்டு இருந்தாங்க. இங்கே நான் வரும்பொழுது அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு விஷம் தெளிக்கப்படாத காய்கறிகள் எதுவுமே எனக்கு கிடைக்கலங்க. சரி, நமக்கான காய்கறிகளை ஏன் நாமளே உற்பத்தி பண்ணக்கூடாது? நம்மளுடைய கிராமத்தில் நம்ம அப்படி தானே சாப்பிட்டோம், ஆரோக்கியமாக இருந்தோமே, இன்னைக்கு ஏன் இங்கே அது மாதிரிலாம் கிடைக்கிறேன்னு ஒரு சிந்தனை. ஆனால் எப்படி செய்யணும் அப்படின்னு தோணுச்சு. அப்போ எனக்கு வந்துட்டு குப்பமேடு தாங்க எனக்கு வந்து குருநாதராக இருந்து காமிச்சு கொடுத்தது. குப்பமேட்டில் யார் பராமரிப்பு இல்லாமல் நல்லா வளரும் போது அதை சூழல் நம்ம உருவாக்கும் போது கண்டிப்பாக இங்கே வளரும் அப்படின்னு எனக்கு தோணுச்சு. அப்போது அதே மாதிரி ஒரு குப்பமேட்டு சூழல் அதில் என்ன கலந்துருக்குமோ, எப்படி இருக்குமோ, மக்கக்கூடியதான் கலந்துருக்கு. அதை என் வீட்டு தோட்டத்தில் வந்து செஞ்சேன்.
இந்த மக்களுக்கு வந்து நான் ஒரு நல்ல ஒரு உணவை கொடுக்கணுன்றது வந்து எங்களுடைய நோக்கமாக இருந்தது. அப்போ தான் நான் வந்து பார்த்திங்கன்னா இந்த ஐஸ்கிரீம்ஸு ப்ளஸ் வேல்யூ ஆடட் ப்ராடக்ட்ஸு, கோன்ஸு அந்த மாதிரிலாம் தயாரித்தேன் பாரம்பரிய அரிசி சிறுதானியத்தில்.
இந்த வேல்யூ அடிஷன்ஸ் அப்படிங்கிறது பார்த்திங்கன்னா கவ் வேல்யூ அடிஷன் இல்லை நம்மளோட இயற்கை விவசாயத்தில் வரக்கூடிய கழிவுப் பொருட்களை மேலாண்மை ரீசைக்ளிங் ப்ராசஸ் மாதிரி பண்ணிகிட்ருக்கோம்.
பப்பாளி, மஞ்சள், மிளகாய், வெங்காயம் இந்த மாதிரி வந்து நாங்கள் தொடர்ந்து பயிர் பண்ணுவோம்.
எங்களுக்கு வந்து 4.5 ஏக்கர் நிலம் இருக்குங்க. மாற்றி மாற்றி விவசாயம் பண்ணுவோம். அதில் வந்து பாசிப்பயிர் போடுறோம், உளுந்து போடுறோம், கொட்டமுத்து போடுறோம், நிலக்கடலை போடுறோம், பருத்தி போடுவோம், மிளகாய் போடுவோம், வெங்காயம் போடுவோம், காய்கறி செடிகள்லாம் வைப்போம். மாற்றி மாற்றி அதாவது அந்தந்த சமயத்தில் எப்படி வைக்கணுமோ அந்த மாதிரி செய்வோம்.
பெருந்துறையில் ஈசா ராஜசேகரன் அண்ணா தோட்டத்தில் கலந்துட்டுங்க. அங்கே கலந்துட்டு வந்ததுலேருந்து முழுசாக நாங்கள் பத்திலை கஷாயம் செய்கிறது, இயற்கை பூச்சி விரட்டி செய்கிறது, கனஜீவாமிர்தம், ஜீவாமிர்தம், பீஜாமிர்தம் இது எல்லாமே செய்து பயிற்சியில் கலந்துட்டு வந்ததுக்கப்புறம் அதே முறைப்படி தான் இன்ன வரைக்கும் நான் செய்துட்ருக்கிறேன்.
ரசாயன விவசாயம் தான் பண்ணிகிட்டு இருந்தோம். அப்போ மருந்து, உரம், யூரியா இதிலே பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஒரு ஏக்கருக்கு 15,000 20,000 ரூபா வரைக்கும் உழவுலேருந்து பார்த்தா எல்லாம் செலவாயிடும். திரும்ப அதை மகசூல் எடுத்து பார்த்தோம்னா நம்ம வேலை செஞ்சதுக்கே கூலி இல்லாத மாதிரி ஆகிடும். உழைக்கிறதுக்கு எதுவுமே இல்லாமல் எத்தனை நாளைக்கு நம்ம வேலை செய்கிறது அப்படிங்கிற பட்சத்தில் நாங்கள் ஈசா விவசாய இயக்கம் மூலமாக பயிற்சியை கற்றுக்கிட்டோம்.
மண்வளம் இல்லாத தோட்டம், பாரத்தோட்டம்பாங்க. அது பாரத்தோட்டத்துலேயே கச்சப்பாறைக்காடும்பாங்க. அந்த முழுவதுமே மேய்ச்சல் நிலமாக தான் இவ்வளோ இருந்துச்சு. இந்த 10 ஏக்கரும் இந்த ஒரு 8 வருஷத்துக்குள்ளே இது ஒரு நல்ல வளமிக்க பூமியாக நான் மாற்றியிருக்கிறேன்.
திருச்சியில் ஈசா மண்காப்போம் இயக்கத்தில் வந்து ஒரு 9 நாள் பயிற்சி இருந்தது. அந்த பயிற்சியில் கலந்துக்கிட்டேன். அந்த பயிற்சி தான் எனக்கு ஒரு அடித்தளம். அதுக்கப்புறம் தான் வந்து இயற்கை விவசாயம் பண்ணணும் அப்படின்ற மாதிரி முடிவெடுத்து பண்ணிகிட்ருக்கேன்.
வைகோ ஆஃபீஸில் வேலை பார்த்துட்டு குப்பையை இது பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கிறே, தூக்கிட்டு போறியே, கரும்பு சக்கை இதெல்லாம் வச்சு கட்டி எடுத்துகிட்டு வரத கூட ரொம்ப கேலி பண்ணாங்க. அப்படிலாம் கடந்து தான் நான் வந்தேன்.
எல்லாத்தோட ஃபீட்பேக் எப்படி இருந்துச்சு அப்படின்னா, எதுக்கு ஒரு ஜாபை விட்டுட்டு வந்து இதில் பண்ணிகிட்ருக்க, இதில் ஏதாவது ஒரு உபயோகம் இருக்கா, யாரெல்லாம் விவசாயத்தில் இருக்கிறோமோ நாங்கள்லாம் வெளியில் போயிட்டோம், நீ உள்ளே வந்து என்னத்தை பண்ணிட முடியும் அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி சொன்னாங்க.
இது தொடர்ந்து நாங்கள் நடத்திட்டு இருக்கும் போது நிறைய ஸ்ட்ரகிள்ஸ் நாங்கள் பார்த்துருக்கோம். 2017 வந்து எங்களுக்கு ஒரு பெரிய இழப்பு வந்தது. என்னுடைய கணவர் வந்து மறைவாயிட்டாங்க. அந்த மறைவுக்கு பிறகு நான் இந்த மண்வாசனையை வந்து தொடர்ந்து நடத்திட்டு இருக்கேன்.
அப்போல்லாம் நிறைய ஒரு 14 லட்ச ரூபா கடனில் தான் நான் என்னோடய குழந்தையோட செலவு, கணவரோட செலவு எல்லாத்தையுமே மீட்டு நான் வந்து கொஞ்சம் கொஞ்சமாக இரவு பகலாக ஹார்ட் ஒர்க் பண்ணி இதை வந்து பார்த்திங்கன்னா ஒரு பெரிய தொழிலாகவும் ஆக்கியிருக்கேன்.
இந்த நாட்டு மாட்டு சாணி கோமியத்தை வச்சு நம்ம எப்படி உரம் தயாரிக்கலாம், ஜீவாமிர்தம் எப்படி தயாரிக்கலாம், கனஜீவாமிர்தம் எப்படி தயாரிக்கலாம், புளிச்ச மோர் எல்லாமே நாட்டு மாட்டில் இருந்து எப்படி தயாரிக்கலாங்கிற அந்த இதையும் நாங்கள் கற்றுக்கிட்டோம்.
முதல்ல கீரைகள் ஆரம்பித்தேன். அதுக்கப்புறம் ஒவ்வொரு காய்கறிகளாக அதிகப்படுத்திகிட்டே போனோம். நிறைய மரபு ரக விதைகளை தேடி பயணம் பண்ணி உள்ளே கொண்டுட்டு வந்தேன். இப்போ இந்த காய்கறிகளோட மனம், சுவை அதெல்லாம் பார்த்துட்டு எங்கள் வீட்டில் வந்து புரிய ஆரம்பிச்சது. ஓ, இவ்வளோ இருக்குது, இவ்வளோ இழந்திருக்கிறோம், அதைத்தானே எடுத்துகிட்டு போகிறா அப்படின்னு. அதுக்கப்புறமா எனக்கு வந்து சப்போர்ட்டாக இருக்க ஆரம்பித்தாங்க.
இப்போ இருக்கிற சூழ்நிலையில் என்ன பண்ணுவேன் அப்படின்னு கேட்டவங்க நீ சாதிச்சிட்ட அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி சொல்கிறாங்க. அதாவது நம்ம செய்யக்கூடிய பொருள்கள் அத்தனையுமே வந்து ஒரு வருமானத்தை தருது அப்படிங்கிறத தாண்டி அதில் ஒரு ஆரோக்கியமும் நிறைந்ததாக இருக்குது.
நம்ம ஒரு தூக்கி போடுற விஷயம் சாணம், அதுலேருந்து இவ்வளோ மதிப்பு கூட்டு பொருள் பண்ணி விற்க முடியும் அப்படின்னா வை நாட், வி கேன் கிவ் இட் அ ட்ரை இல்லையா? ஸோ அதுக்காக தான் நான் இதை அட்டென்ட் பண்ண வந்தேன் அண்ட் இட்ஸ் வெரி யூஸ்ஃபுல்.
என்னுடைய கடன்களை கொஞ்சம் மீட் எடுத்து அதுக்கப்புறம் தான் இந்த தொழிலை வந்து கொண்டுட்டு வந்து இன்றைக்கி வந்து தமிழ்நாட்டிலே நம்பர் 1 பீ கீப்பராக இன்றைக்கி வந்து பார்த்திங்கன்னா இன்றைக்கி இருக்கிறேன்.
இது இப்போ சக்ஸஸ்ஃபுல்லாக போகுது. இப்போ வந்து மலேசியாவுக்கு ப்ளஸ் கத்தாருக்குலாம் வந்து பார்த்திங்கன்னா பேக்கிங் பண்ணி எங்களுடைய வேல்யூ ஆடட் ப்ராடக்ட்ஸை நான் வந்து அனுப்பிச்சிட்ருக்கோம்.
போக போக எங்களுக்கு மகசூல் எல்லாமே அந்த காய்கறியோட டேஸ்ட்டு எல்லாமே நல்லா இருந்துச்சு. அதனால நாங்கள் இந்த இயற்கை விவசாயத்துக்கு முழுசாகவே நாங்கள் மாறிட்டோம்.
மஞ்சள் வந்து எங்கள் தோட்டத்தில் விளைஞ்சதை நான் இப்போ வந்துட்டு வியாபாரிகள் கொடுக்கறது இல்லைங்க, நாங்களே வேக போட்டு காய வச்சு மஞ்சள் தூளாக கொடுக்குறனுங்க, மஞ்சள் ஊறுகாய் செய்யணுங்க. இப்போ புது முயற்சியாக மஞ்சளில் மால்ட் செய்யுதுங்க. இப்போ அது பார்சலுக்கு போயிட்டுருக்குதுங்க. இந்த தான் ஃபஸ்ட்டு டைம் நான் அனுப்புகிறேன், மஞ்சள் மால்ட் அனுப்புகிறேன். இப்போ எனக்கு ரொம்ப இது மன நிறைவாக இருக்குதுங்க.
முருங்கை இலை வந்து பார்த்திங்கன்னா என்ன பண்ணுறேன்னா அதை நிழலில் உணர்த்தி பவுடர் பண்ணி சூப் பொடி, இட்லி பொடி, சாதப்பொடி, முருங்கை இலை பொடி இப்படி தயாரித்து கொடுத்துட்ருக்கேன்.
பப்பாளி, வாழை, கரும்பு, கத்திரிக்காய், மிளகாய், கீரை வகைகள் எல்லாமே பண்ணியிருக்கிறோம். அதில் வர மகசூலை நாங்கள் விற்கிறதுக்கு வந்து அம்மாப்பேட்டை உழவர் சந்தையில் எங்களுக்கு இயற்கை விவசாய காய்கறிகள் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி போட்டு எங்களுக்கு தனி கடை ஒதுக்கி கொடுத்துருக்காங்க. இப்போ பப்பாளி மட்டுமே பார்த்தீங்கன்னா வருஷத்துக்கு 4 to 5 லட்ச ரூபாய்க்குள்ளே நாங்கள் எடுக்கிறோம்.
உழவர் சந்தையில் வந்து அட்டை போட்டு நாங்களே நேரடியாக சேல்ஸ் பண்ணுறதுனால எங்களுக்கு வருமானமும் அதிகமாக வருது, மனநிறைவாகவும் இருக்குது. எல்லாத்துக்கும் வந்து நோய் இல்லாத காய்கறிகள், நஞ்சு இல்லாத உணவு கொடுக்கறதுனால மனநிறைவாக இருக்குது.
ஈசா வந்து நிறைய நிகழ்ச்சிகளை வந்து ஆர்கனைஸ் பண்ணினாங்க. அங்கே போகும்போது நிறைய பெண்கள் வந்து கலந்துக்கிட்டாங்க. பெண்களுக்கு 1000 தடைகள் இருக்கும், 1000 தடைகளையும் எல்லாமே தகர்த்து எரிஞ்சிட்டு கண்டிப்பாக நீங்கள் வந்து உள்ளே வாங்க.
ஈஷாவோட இணைந்து பல்வேறு மாவட்டங்களில் நம்ம போய் இந்த மாதிரி தொழில் பயிற்சியும் கொடுக்குறோம். இதனால் என்ன அப்படின்னா மக்களுக்கு உண்டான விழிப்புணர்வும் கிடைக்குது. அந்த விழிப்புணர்வை ஏற்படுத்துறது இல்லாமல் இந்த மண் காப்போம் இயக்கத்தின் மூலமாக அவங்க எந்த ஒரு ரசாயனம் இல்லாத பொருளை நம்ம வந்து உபயோகிக்கணும் அப்படிங்கிற லெவலுக்கு வந்திருக்காங்க.
எங்களுடைய தோட்டம் வந்து எங்களுக்கு மனநிறைவை கொடுக்குது. ஏன்னா இதற்கான பலன் வந்து இப்போ தான் நாங்கள் அனுபவிக்கிறோம். பழங்களும் காய்கறிகளும் வந்து வீட்டுக்கு தேவையானக்கு மேலவே இருக்குது. எங்களுடைய குழந்தைகளுடைய ஒரு நல்ல ஆரோக்கியத்துக்காக நாங்கள் பண்ண ஆரம்பித்தது இது ரொம்ப ஒரு திருப்திகரமாக இருக்குது எனக்கு.
கிட்டத்தட்ட ஒரு பெண்ணாக இருக்கும் போது இதை வந்து தனியாக நீங்கள் சாதிக்க முடியுமா, இல்லை வந்து இதை வந்து எடுத்து நடத்த முடியுமான்னு கேட்டால் 100% முடியும். ஒரு ஸ்மால் இன்வெஸ்ட்மெண்ட் வச்சுட்டு நீங்கள் வந்து அதிகப்படியான ஒரு வருமானம் ஈட்டலாம். அதுதான் இப்போ ரீசெண்டாக நடத்திய ஈஷா ப்ரோக்ராம்லேயும் நாங்கள் சொல்லியிருந்தோம்.
இந்த ஒரு நல்ல விஷயத்தை ஈஷா வந்து தெரிஞ்சுக்கிட்டு, ஏன்னா ஏற்கனவே மண்ணை எப்படி மீட்டெடுக்கிறாங்களோ அதே மாதிரி தேனீக்களை மீட்டெடுக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய ஒரு வேலையில் அவங்களும் இணைஞ்சு பண்ணுறது வந்து பார்த்திங்கன்னா மிகப்பெரிய அளவில் சக்ஸஸ் ஆகும். அதே மாதிரி கிட்டத்தட்ட வந்து ஒரு 146 விருதுகள் வந்து பார்த்திங்கன்னா இந்த தேனி வளர்ப்புக்காக வாங்கியிருக்கேன். ஒரு 11 நேஷ்னல் அவார்டு, அதாவது 2016 இந்தியாவிலே விமன் பீ கீப்பர்ஸ் அவார்டு ஒருத்தருக்கு தான் கொடுத்தாங்க, 1 லட்ச ரூபாய் கேஷ் அவார்டு. அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு பெரிய விருது வாங்கக்கூடிய அளவுக்கு அந்த விருது தமிழ்நாட்டுக்கு கிடைச்சது. நான் ஆச்சரியப்பட்டேன், நம்மளுக்கு எப்படி கிடைக்கணும் அந்த அளவுக்கு வந்து பார்த்திங்கன்னா இதை ஒரு இன்வால்வாக ஒரு நேசித்து இந்த தொழிலை வந்து பார்த்திங்கன்னா அதில் வந்து நிறைய மதிப்பூட்டி நிறைய விஷயங்கள் உள்ளே போய் ஆழ்ந்து வந்து இதை வந்து கொண்டுட்டு வந்ததுனால தான் இன்றைக்கி பிகாம் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸோட புத்தகத்தில் 3rd லெசனாக என்னுடைய ஸ்டோரி இடம்பெறக்கூடிய அளவுக்கு இந்த தொழிலை வந்து பார்த்திங்கன்னா இன்றைக்கி விரிவுபடுத்தியிருக்கேன்.
நிறைய பெண்கள் இதில் வந்து அவங்களுக்கு உரிய ஒரு ப்ராடக்ட் 2 ப்ராடக்ட் அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி வீட்டில் இருந்தே ஒரு தொழில் செய்து ஒரு நல்ல நிலைமைக்கு வரக்கூடியதாக இருக்குது. ஸோ இது போல் எல்லாரும் முயற்சி எடுத்து பண்ணிங்க அப்படின்னா நிச்சயமாக பெண்களாலையும் சாதிக்க முடியும்.
எல்லாருமே இயற்கை விவசாயம் செய்கிறவங்களாம் வந்திருக்காங்க, தொழில் முனைவராக வந்திருக்காங்க. அப்புறம் ஈசா மண் காப்போம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு அவங்களாம் சொல்லி கொடுக்குற விதமே வந்து பார்த்திங்கன்னா தனி சிறப்பாக இருக்கும்.
முதல் முறையா கேரளா தான் எனக்கு முதல் விருது வந்து கொடுத்ததுங்க. அதுக்கப்புறமா இங்கே திருப்பூர்ல ஸ்வான் விருது கிடைச்சது. அதுக்கப்புறம் சைவா விருது கிடைச்சது. சவுத் இந்தியா உமன் அச்சீவர் அவார்ட், மாண்புமிகு மகளிர் விருது, சிறந்த பெண்மணிக்கான விருதுகள், 4 முறை நம்மாழ்வார் விருது கிடைச்சது. ஆற்காடு அரிசி திருவிழால நிறைய கௌரவப்படுத்தி ஒவ்வொரு முறையுமே விருது வழங்குவாங்க. இப்போ கடைசியா பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஈசா மண்காப்பம் இயக்கமும் இந்த விதை சார்ந்து இது மாதிரி பணிகள் செஞ்சுக்கிட்டு இருக்கிற சிறந்த பெண்மணிக்கான விருதும் கொடுத்தாங்க. ஏன்னா இன்னும் நல்லா பண்ணுன்னு தூண்டுதலாக தான் எனக்கு நான் வந்து அப்படிதான் நான் அதை வந்து ஒவ்வொன்றையும் பார்க்குறேன். இது எல்லாமே நிறைய பெண்கள் இதே மாதிரி நிறைய பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கிறாங்க. அவங்க எல்லாத்த சார்பாக ஏற்று அவங்களுக்காக தான் இதை நான் சமர்ப்பிக்க விரும்புகிறேன்.
நீங்கள் வீட்டில் இருந்தபடியே உங்களுக்கு வருமானம் ஈட்டுறதுக்கு நிறைய டிப்ஸும் நிறைய ஐடியாஸும் கொடுத்துருந்தாங்க. அதில் வேல்யூ ஆடட் ப்ராடக்ட் பண்ணுங்கள், அதை பேக்கேஜிங் பண்ணி நீங்கள் சேல்ஸ் பண்ணுங்கன்னு சொல்லி நமக்குன்னு ஒரு தனி ஷாப்போ இல்லை அதிகப்படியான இன்வெஸ்ட்மெண்ட் பண்ணி தான் நம்ம வந்து வருமானம் ஈட்டணும்னு அவசியம் இல்லை. நல்ல ஒரு உணவை நீங்கள் செஞ்சு நீங்கள் பேக் பண்ணி நீங்கள் அதை வந்து பார்த்திங்கன்னா விற்பனை பண்ணிங்கன்னா நல்ல ஒரு வருமானம் வந்து ஈட்டலாம். நீங்கள் அதுக்கு நீங்கள் முயற்சி பண்ணுங்கள். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
இந்த மாதிரி பெண்களுக்கு ஆர்வமாக இருக்கக்கூடிய பெண்களுக்கு ஈஷா மண்காப்போம் இயக்கம் தொடர்ந்து வந்து கூட நின்று இந்த மாதிரி பயிற்சிகளை வந்து நம்ம தொடர்ந்து வழங்குறதுக்கு தயாராக இருக்கிறோம். அனைத்து பெண்களுமே வந்து பொருளாதார நிலையிலையும் சமூக நிலையிலையும் வெற்றி அடையணும் அப்படிங்கிறதுல எங்களுக்கு ஒரு பேரார்வம் இருக்குது. அனைவருக்கும் வாழ்த்துக்கள். நன்றி. இப்போ நம்ம தமிழகத்தில் வந்து பார்த்திங்க அப்படின்னா இயற்கை விவசாயத்துக்கு நிறைய பயிற்சிகளை கொடுத்துட்ருக்குறோம். இதில் நிறைய விவசாயிகள் பங்கெடுத்துட்ருக்குறாங்க. இதில் நிறைய இளைஞர்களும் வர்றாங்க. நம்மளுடைய மாதிரி பண்ணை இங்கே கோயம்புத்தூரில் செம்மேடு கிராமத்தில் இருக்குது.
இந்த 35 ஏக்கர் விவசாய பண்ணையை வந்து நம்ம ஏன் மாடல் பண்ணை, அதாவது மாதிரி பண்ணை அப்படின்னு சொல்கிறோம் அப்படின்னா, இங்கே ஒவ்வொரு பயிர்களையும் ரொம்ப கவனத்தோடு நம்ம வந்து பயிர் பண்ணிகிட்ருக்குறோம். உதாரணமாக இங்கே பல வகையான காய்கறிகளை வந்து நம்ம தொடர்ந்து வந்து பயிர் பண்ணிகிட்டே இருக்கிறோம். இதில் பார்த்திங்கன்னா தக்காளி, வெண்டைக்காய், முள்ளங்கி, இந்த மாதிரி இன்னும் பல வகையான காய்கறிகள் வந்து பண்ணுறோம். எந்த ஒரு காய்கறிகளுமே நம்ம தனிப்பயிராக பண்ணுறதில்ல, ஊடுபயிராக பண்ணுறோம். இந்த ஊடுபயிர்கள் பண்ணுறதுனால நம்மளுக்கு இந்த ஊடுபயிர்கள்லேருந்து இந்த முதன்மை பயிருக்கு என்னெல்லாம் செலவு பண்ணுறோமோ அது வந்து கிடச்சிருது. அதனால் இந்த வெண்டையிலேருந்து வரக்கூடிய வருமானம் எல்லாம் நம்மளுக்கு நிகர லாபமாக கிடைக்குது. நிறைய விவசாயிகள் இன்றைக்கி பூச்சிக்காக நிறைய பூச்சிக்கொல்லி மருந்துகளை பயன்படுத்திகிட்டு இருக்கிறாங்க. ஆனால் இந்த பண்ணையில் நம்ம எந்த பூச்சிக்கொல்லி மருந்துகளையும் நம்ம பயன்படுத்துறதில்ல. இயற்கையில் வந்து பூச்சி விரட்டிகள் தான் நம்ம பயன்படுத்துகிறோம். ஏன் அப்படின்னா இந்த நன்மை செய்கிற பூச்சிகளை வந்து நம்ம கவர்றதுக்காக வரப்பு பயிர்கள் வந்து எல்லா பயிர்கள்லையுமே நம்ம பண்ணுறோம். இதில் பார்த்திங்கன்னா தட்டைப்பயிர் நடுறோம், மக்காசோளம் நடுறோம், கடுகு, இந்த மாதிரி பயிர்கள் எல்லாமே நம்ம வந்து நடவு பண்ணுறதுனால இதை நோக்கி நிறைய நன்மை செய்கிற பூச்சிகள் வருது. இந்த நன்மை செய்கிற பூச்சிகள் பயிருக்கு தீமை செய்கிற பூச்சியை வந்து கட்டுப்படுத்துது. இந்த மாதிரி ஒவ்வொரு பயிரையும் வந்து நம்ம இங்கே கவனம் எடுத்து பண்ணிகிட்ருக்குறோம். இங்கே பார்த்திங்கன்னா வெஜிடபிள்ஸ் வந்து பண்ணுறோம். அது இல்லாமல் வந்து கிழங்கு வகைகள், சேமங்கிழங்கு, இந்த மாதிரி மஞ்சள், இந்த மாதிரி கிழங்கு வகைகள் நம்ம பண்ணிகிட்ருக்குறோம். அது இல்லாமல் முக்கியமாக வந்து நம்ம பாரம்பரிய நெல் ரகங்கள் பண்ணுறோம். இதில் பார்த்திங்கன்னா கருப்பு கவுனி, மாப்பிளை சம்பா, தங்கச்சம்பா, தூய மல்லி, ஜீரக சம்பா, இந்த மாதிரியான பாரம்பரிய நெல் ரகங்களை வந்து நம்ம இங்கே தொடர்ந்து பண்ணிகிட்ருக்கோம். இது 5 வருடங்களாக நம்ம இங்கே வந்து இயற்கை முறையில் பண்ணிக்கிட்டே இருக்கிறதுனால மண் வளம் பார்த்திங்கன்னா ரொம்ப வந்து நல்லா வந்து இம்ப்ரூவ்மெண்ட் ஆகிருக்கு. நீங்கள் கையில் வந்து மண் அள்ளினீங்கனாலே பார்த்திங்கன்னா உள்ளே வந்து மண்புழுக்கள் வந்து நிறைய இருக்கிறத நீங்கள் கவனிக்க முடியும். அந்த மண்ணோட வாசம் வந்து அவ்வளோ அருமையாக இருக்குது. இதுக்கு காரணம் பார்த்திங்கன்னா நம்ம பண்ணையில் வந்து நிறைய நாட்டு மாடுகள் வச்சுருக்குறோங்க. இந்த நாட்டு மாட்டுகளோட சாணம் கோமியத்திலேருந்து நம்ம ஜீவாமிர்தம் தயார் பண்ணுறோம். இந்த ஜீவாமிர்தத்தை தான் நம்ம நிலத்துக்கு வந்து அடியோரமாக கொடுத்துட்ருக்குறோம். கீரை சாகுபடி பண்ணுறோங்க. மேட்டுப்பாத்தியில் வந்து பல வகையான கீரைகள் வந்து இது தண்டுக்கீரை, புளிச்சக்கீரை, அரைக்கீரை, சிறுகீரை, புதினா, கொத்தமல்லி, இந்த மாதிரி பல வகையான கீரைகளை வந்து இந்த பண்ணையில் வந்து நம்ம உற்பத்தி பண்ணிகிட்ருக்குறோம். இந்த பண்ணையில் வந்து உயிர்வேலி அமைச்சிருக்கிறோங்க. இந்த உயிர்வேலி எதுக்கு அப்படின்னா காற்று தடுப்பானாவும் இருக்குது. இந்த உயிர்வேலியிலையும் நிறைய நன்மை செய்கிற பூச்சிகளையும் நம்ம பார்க்க முடியும். இந்த பண்ணையில் பார்த்திங்கன்னா நிறைய சோதனை முயற்சிகள் நம்ம பண்ணிகிட்ருக்குறோம். அதில் வந்து முக்கியமானது பார்த்திங்கன்னா உழவில்லா வேளாண்மை.
இப்போ நம்ம இங்கே இருக்கக்கூடிய இந்த இடம் வந்து 2 வருடமாக வந்து நம்ம உழவே போடலை. இது வந்து தொடர் வேளாண்மைன்னு சொல்லுவோம். தொடர் வேளாண்மை இதில் நடந்துகிட்டே இருக்கணும். ஒரு விதைப்பு இருக்கணும், ஒரு அறுவடை இருக்கணும், தொடர்ந்து வந்து நீங்கள் ஏதாவது ஒரு வேலை கொடுத்துட்டே இருக்கணும். இதில் 4 விதமான காய்கறிகள் இருக்கும், 4 விதமான கீரைகள் இருக்கும், 2 விதமான பழங்கள் இருக்கும், 2 விதமான கிழங்குகள் இருக்கும், ஒரு 2-3 வகையான பூக்கள் இருக்கும். அப்போ தொடர்ச்சியாக வந்து உங்களுக்கு ஒரு வருமானம் இதில் கொடுத்துக்கிட்டே இருக்கும். தொடர்ச்சியாக வந்து நீங்கள் ஒரு விதை போடுற மாதிரி இதை கட்டமைச்சிருக்கோம். இது வந்து 2 வருடமாக வந்து நம்ம உழவு போடாமல் இந்த விவசாயம் வந்து நம்ம இங்கே பண்ணிக்கிறோம்.
இது வந்து சத்குரு நேரடியாக நம்ம பண்ணைக்கு வந்தாங்க. நம்ம பண்ணையில் வந்து கேரட் அறுவடை, நெல் இதில் எல்லாமே அவங்க பங்கெடுத்துக்கிட்டாங்க. அது எங்களுக்கு ஒரு உற்சாகமாக ரொம்ப சந்தோஷமாக இருந்தது.
இது பாருங்கள், கேரட் எப்படி ஒரு சமவெளியான பூமியில் எப்படி வளர்ந்து வந்துருக்குது. இது நீங்கள் ஊட்டியில் பார்க்க முடியும் சாமானியமாக, ஆனால் பெரிய பயன்படுத்தல இது நடக்கும்.
அது மட்டும் இல்லாமல் முட்டைக்கோசு, பீட்ரூட்டு, இந்த மாதிரி மலை காய்கறிகள் எல்லாமே நம்ம செம்மேடு பண்ணையில் வந்து ஒரு நல்ல அறுவடை வந்து பண்ணோம். இது மட்டும் இல்லாமல் இந்த செம்மேடு பண்ணை வந்து நிறைய பேருக்கு வந்து ஒரு விவசாய பயிற்சி பள்ளியாக இருக்குது. இங்கே வந்து நிறைய விவசாயிகள் வந்து ஆயிரக்கணக்கான விவசாயிகள் இந்த 5 வருஷத்தில் வந்து நிறையா பயிர்கள் சார்ந்து நிறைய ட்ரைனிங் வந்து நம்ம இங்கே கொடுத்துருக்குறோம். நிறைய பயிற்சிகள் வந்து கலந்துருக்குறாங்க. திரும்ப போய் அவங்க இயற்கை விவசாயம் வந்து பண்ணிகிட்ருக்குறாங்க. அதாவது இயற்கை விவசாயத்துக்கு மாறணும்னு நினைக்கிற விவசாயிகள் இந்த செம்மேடு ஈஷா பண்ணையை பார்வையிட்டு இங்கே நடக்கிற விஷயங்களை அந்த புதுமையான நிறையா பண்ணிகிட்ருக்குறோம். இந்த பயிர்கள் எல்லாத்தையும் நீங்கள் பார்வையிட்டு நீங்கள் இயற்கை விவசாயத்தை கற்றுட்டு போக முடியும். எல்லாருக்குமே இந்த வாய்ப்பு இருக்குது. விவசாயிகள் இதை எல்லாருமே பயன்படுத்திக்கணும். நன்றி.
ஒரு வீடியோவில் சத்குரு ஷேர் பண்ணியிருப்பாங்க. நீங்கள் ஒரு ஸ்கூலை ரொம்ப அருமையாக அழகாக ரன் பண்ணணும் அப்படின்னா அந்த ஸ்கூலோட பொறுப்புகளை குழந்தைங்கிட்ட கொடுங்க. ஈஷா வித்யா கரூரில் எங்களுக்கு இது ரொம்ப ஸ்பெஷலான ஆனுவல் டே, இந்த ஃபஸ்ட் ஆனுவல் டே. ஈஷா வித்யாவில் எனக்கு ரொம்ப பிடிச்ச விஷயம் என்னென்னா SMS ப்ராஜெக்ட். இந்த செல்ஃப் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் ஸ்பேஸ் அப்படின்னா என்ன அப்படின்னா பொறுப்புகளை ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் கிட்ட ஒப்படைக்கிறது.
பிரின்சிபல் சார் ஒரு நாள் கூப்பிட்டு சன்னிதானத்தில் எல்லாத்தையும் உட்கார வச்சு நம்ம ஸ்கூலில் ஒரு ஆனுவல் டே நடக்க போகுது அப்படி சொன்னாங்க.
திடீர்னு என்ன சொன்னால், திஸ் டைம் ஆனுவல் டே we are not going to do. everything is handed to the students அப்படின்னு சொல்லி சொன்னார்.
ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் நீங்கள் தான் பண்ண போகிறீங்க, நாங்கள் கைடன்ஸ் தான் கொடுக்க போகிறோம் அப்படின்னு சொன்னேன். எக்ஸைட்டடாகவும் இருந்தது, அதே டைமில் ஒரு மாதிரி பதட்டம் ஆயிடுச்சு. எப்படி நம்ம பண்ண போகிறோம் அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி.
டீச்சர்ஸ் எல்லாமே ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் இந்த அளவுக்கு பண்ணிடுவாங்களா அப்படின்றது நிறையா டவுட் இருந்தது.
பட் எங்களுக்கு ஒன்று ரொம்ப நர்வஸாக இருந்துச்சு.
ஆனுவல் டே பண்ணுறது சின்ன பிள்ளைங்க எப்படி பண்ணுறதுன்னு எங்களுக்கு தெரியல. நெக்ஸ்ட் சார் வந்து சொன்னாங்க, இந்த ஈவெண்ட்ஸ் எல்லாம் இருக்குது, இதில் நீங்கள் இன்சார்ஜ் எடுத்துக்கோங்க அப்படி சொன்னாங்க.
ஒவ்வொரு ஸ்டூடெண்ட்டுமே தனித்தனியாக அவனுக்கு என்ன இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் அப்படின்னு பார்த்து ஒரு 35 ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸை நாங்கள் வெளியில் ஃபில்டர் பண்ணி நாங்கள் எடுத்தோம். 2 weeks ஆஃப் ட்ரைனிங், சேஃப்டி, செக்யூரிட்டியிலிருந்து டைமிங் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் அண்ட் மணி மேனேஜ்மெண்ட், இது எல்லாமே அவங்களுக்கு நிறையா பேக் அண்ட் சப்போர்ட் நாங்கள் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ்க்கு கொடுத்துருந்தோம். இதில் முக்கியமான விஷயம் என்னென்னா 9th and 8th ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் இந்த ஆனுவல் டேயில் பட்ஜெட்டிங்கில் இருந்தாங்க.
நம்ம எப்படி ஸ்பெண்ட் பண்ணணும், எப்படி அமௌண்ட் கலெக்ட் பண்ணணும், என்னென்ன விஷயத்துக்கு தேவைப்படும், எது தேவையில்லை அப்படிங்கிறது எனக்கு முன்னாடியே தெரியும். ஃபினான்ஷியல் லிட்ரஸி மூலியமாக எங்களுக்கு கற்றுக் கொடுத்தாங்க எப்படி ஸ்பெண்ட் பண்ணணும் எல்லாமே.
ஒரு செட் ஆஃப் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் ஸ்டேஜ் டெக்கரேஷனில் அவங்களோட பிளானிங், அவங்களோட டிசைன் அவங்க இம்ப்ளிமெண்ட் பண்ணாங்க.
ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஆனுவல் டேக்காக ஸ்டேஜ் போடணும் அப்படி சொல்லிட்டு ஸ்டேஜ் வெண்டார்ட்ட கால் பண்ணி பேசினேன். என்னம்மா சின்ன பொண்ணு மாதிரி நீங்கள் பேசுகிறீங்க, உங்களை நம்பி நாங்கள் எப்படி ஸ்டேஜ் போடுற வரதுன்னு ஒரு மாதிரி பேசினாங்க. நெக்ஸ்ட் நாளே நான் கூட்டிகிட்டு வந்து ஷர்ட்டெல்லாம் இன்ட்ரடியூஸ் பண்ணிட்டு காமிச்சிட்டு இருந்தோம். அதனால ஓகே ஸ்டேஜ் போட ஓகேன்னு சொல்லிட்டு நாங்கள் அமௌண்ட்லாம் ஃபிக்ஸ் பண்ணிட்டோம்.
குழந்தைங்க சப்ஜெக்டை தாண்டி, புக்ஸை தாண்டி, ரைட்டிங் அண்ட் ரீடிங்கை தாண்டி ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய ஒரு லைஃப் ஸ்கில் அவங்க கற்றுக்கிட்டாங்க. அதை நாங்கள் கண்கூட பார்த்தோம்.
ஒரு ஆனுவல் டே ஃபங்க்ஷனாக அதோட உயிர் நாடி அப்படின்னு சொல்லலாம், அதோட ஆடியோஸ் தாங்க. அந்த உயிரோட்டத்தையே நம்ம யார்கிட்ட கொடுத்துருக்கோம் அப்படின்னா ஒரு 13 வயசு பையன், அவன் பேர் அஸ்வின். அஸ்வின் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அவன் தாதகவுண்டம்பட்டியிலேருந்து வர்ற ஒரு முதல் தலைமுறை பள்ளி செல்லக்கூடிய ஒரு மாணவன்.
நம்ம ஊருக்குள்ள திருவிழா போட்டிருந்தப்போ ஸ்பீக்கர்லாம் கொண்டு வந்து வச்சாங்க. அப்போ வந்து என்னன்னு தெரியல, அங்கே போய் இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட்டாக பார்த்துட்டு இருந்தேன். அதனால தான் சரி நம்மளும் இங்கே பண்ணலான்னு தோணுச்சு.
ஃபங்க்ஷன் ஆரம்பிச்சிருந்து ஃபங்க்ஷன் எண்டு வரைக்கும் ஆடியோவில் எந்த இதுவுமே இல்லை. அந்த உயிரோட்டத்தை அப்படியே தாங்கி பிடிச்சி அந்த நிகழ்ச்சியை அடுத்த லெவலுக்கு கொண்டு போனது பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அஸ்வின்.
இனிமேல் எந்த ஒரு ஈவெண்ட்டாக இருந்தாலும் பண்ணிக்கலாம் அப்படின்ற அவங்க முகத்தை பார்த்தாலே அந்த ஒரு சந்தோஷம், அந்த ஒரு தைரியத்தை பார்க்கும்போது எனக்கு ரொம்பவுமே ஆச்சரியமாக இருக்குது, எனக்கு ரொம்ப சந்தோஷமாகவும் இருக்குது.
ஸோ ஆனுவல் டே முடிஞ்சிருச்சு, நேஷனல் ஆந்தம் தான் முடிஞ்சிருச்சு. ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஆனுவல் டேவை இவ்வளோ சக்ஸஸ்ஃபுல்லாக முடிச்சிருக்கோம் அப்படின்னு நினைக்கும் போது ஐ ஹேட் டியர்ஸ், ஆனந்த கண்ணீர்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. ஐ ஹேட் தட்.
இந்த பசங்களை நம்ம என்ன வேணா கொடுக்கலாம், நம்ம பசங்க எங்கே போனாலும் ஜெயிச்சுக்குவாங்க அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி ஒரு நம்பிக்கை இருந்துச்சு.
சாதாரண மந்த்லி பட்ஜெட்டே எனக்கு போட தெரியாது. ஆனுவல் டேக்கு இவ்வளோ பெரிய பட்ஜெட் போட்டதில் எனக்கு ரொம்ப சந்தோஷமா இருந்தது.
ஸோ நம்ம ஸ்டூடெண்ட் நம்ம நினச்சிட்டு இருக்கோம் 14 வயசு குழந்தைங்க 13 வயசு குழந்தைங்க எப்படி பண்ணுவாங்கன்னு. they made it.
We feel so proud and unbelievable moment. எங்களோட ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஆனுவல் டே ஒரு ஹிஸ்ட்ரி மூமெண்ட்டாகவும் இருந்துச்சு. முடிச்சோடனே அப்பா இறந்துட்டாங்க. காலேஜ் சேருவேனா என்னன்னே தெரியல.
இப்போ வந்து ஃபினான்ஸ் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்டில் ஒர்க் பண்ணுறோம். அக்கௌண்டண்ட்டாக நாங்கள் 4 பேருமே ஒர்க் பண்ணுறோம். சில பேர்த்துக்கெல்லாம் வந்துட்டு கண்ணில் தண்ணி வர விஷயம் அதெல்லாம்.
நம்ம ஈஷா யோக மையம் மூலமாக ரூரல் அண்ட் ட்ரைபல் வெல்ஃபேர் ஆக்டிவிட்டி நிறையா செஞ்சிட்ருக்கோம். அதில் முக்கியமாக கல்விக்காக நம்ம நிறைய உதவி செய்கிறோம். தோராயமாக 10 வருடங்களுக்கு மேலே சத்குரு ஸ்ரீபிரம்மா பெயரில் நம்ம கல்வி உதவித்தொகை வழங்கிட்டு இருக்கோம். இது 12ஆம் வகுப்பு முடித்து அதுக்கு மேலே மேற்படிப்பு படிக்கிற அந்த மாணவ மாணவிகளுக்காக இங்கே சுற்று வட்டார கிராமத்தில் இருக்கவங்களுக்கு நம்ம இந்த உதவியை பண்ணிகிட்டு இருக்கோம். ரெகுலராக ஸ்கூலுக்கு போயிட்டு வர்றதுக்கு சிரமப்படுற குழந்தைங்க, அவங்கள பெண் குழந்தைங்கள ஹாஸ்டலில் சேர்த்து விட்டு அது மூலமாகவும் 31 குழந்தைங்க இது வரைக்கும் படிச்சுக்கிட்டும் இருக்கிறாங்க.
எனக்கு வந்து பேரண்ட்ஸ் 2 பேருமே இல்லை. கேஜிஜி கன்னியாகுமரி ஸ்கூலில் சேர்த்து விட்டாங்க. ஹாஸ்டல் தான், ஹாஸ்டலுக்கு தேவையான திங்ஸ் எல்லாமே வாங்கி கொடுத்தாங்க. வாங்கி இப்போ வரைக்குமே நல்லா ஹெல்ப் பண்ணுறாங்க.
நம்ம ஈஷா யோக மையத்தை சுற்றி இருக்கிற கிராமங்களில் மலைவாழ் மக்கள் கிராமங்களில் இருந்து ஈஷா வித்யாவில் படிச்சுட்டு இருக்கிறாங்க. எல்கேஜிலேருந்து 12th வரைக்கும் இருக்கிறவங்க இவங்க எல்லாமே ஃப்ரீ எஜுகேஷன் மூலமாக நம்ம ஈஷா வித்யாவில் படிக்கிறாங்க. கலைமகள் காலேஜ்லேயும் நம்ம நிறைய குழந்தைகள் படிக்கிறாங்க. அவங்களுக்கு இங்கேருந்து போக்குவரத்து இந்த ஏரியாவிலேருந்து இல்லை. அது நம்ம டெய்லி போயிட்டு வர்றதுக்கு நம்ம வாகன வசதி ஏற்பாடு பண்ணி கொடுக்குறோம் அந்த குழந்தைங்க காலேஜ் போயிட்டு வர்றதுக்கு.
லேர்னிங் லாங்குவேஜ் இஸ் ஃபன். ஒரு மொழி கற்றுக்கிறதுங்கிறது வந்து ஒரு சுவாரஸ்யமான விஷயம். எப்படின்னா ஒரு பட்டம் பறக்க வைக்க நம்ம கற்றுக்கிற மாதிரி, ஒரு சைக்கிள் ஓட்டுற மாதிரி. திஸ் இஸ் சம்திங் தட் யூ கேன் என்ஜாய் ப்ரொவைடட் யூ என்ஜாய் த ப்ராசஸ்.
இந்த முதல் தலைமுறை பட்டதாரிகளில் நிறைய பேர் காலேஜ் முடிச்சதுக்கப்புறம் ஆஃபீஸ் வேலைக்கு போயிருக்கிறாங்க. நம்ம ட்ரைபிளில் இருந்து ஒரு கம்ப்யூட்டர் முன்னாடி உட்காந்து வேலை செய்கிற ஆஃபீஸ் வேலைக்கு போயிருக்கிறாங்க. அப்படிங்கிறது நமக்கு இந்த கல்வி உதவியை வழங்குறதுனால இது நடந்திருக்குதுங்கும் போது நமக்கு ரொம்ப சந்தோஷமாக இருக்குது.
இப்போ வந்து ஃபினான்ஸ் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட்டில் ஒர்க் பண்ணுறோம். அக்கௌண்டண்ட்டாக நாங்கள் 4 பேருமே ஒர்க் பண்ணுறோம்.
ஈஷாவில் வந்துட்டு நான் இப்போ எனக்கு கீழே 20 பேர் ஒர்க் பண்ணுறாங்க. நான் இப்போ வந்து ஈஷாவில் ப்ரொடக்ஷன் சூப்பர்வைசராக ஒர்க் பண்ணிட்டுருக்கேன். ஈஷா லைஃப் ப்ரைவேட் லிமிட்டடில். எனக்கு இது ரொம்ப சந்தோஷமாக இருக்குது.
இதில் வந்து நான் குறிப்பாக ஒன்று சொல்லணும். எல்கேஜியில் ஒரு குழந்தை இருக்கிறான். ஸோ அவங்க பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அவங்க அம்மாவுக்கு படிக்க வைக்கணும்னு ரொம்ப ஆசை. பட் நம்ம ஸ்கூலில் பார்த்தீங்க அப்படின்னா பஸ் விட முடியல. அந்த இடத்துல குட்டி குழந்தை எல்கேஜி பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இந்த ஒரு 2 குழந்தைங்களுக்காக கட்டியார் கோயில் பதின்னு நினைக்கிறேன், அங்கேருந்து நம்ம வேன் அனுப்புகிறாங்க. ஸோ அங்கேருந்து அந்த குழந்தை காலையில் 7 மணிக்கெல்லாம் ரெடியாகி அழகாக ஸ்கூலுக்கு வந்துடுவாங்க. ஒரு நாள் ஃபுல்லாக அழகாக படிப்பாங்க. எண்ட் ஆஃப் தி டே பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அவ்வளோ எனர்ஜெட்டிக்காக இருப்பாங்க. ஸோ இந்த மாதிரி ஒவ்வொரு விஷயமும் பார்த்து பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்க.
அவர் பேர்லயே சத்குரு ஸ்ரீ பிரம்மா, அவர் பேர்லயே நீங்க அந்த ட்ரஸ்ட் மூலியமா காசு நீங்க வந்து உங்களுக்கு படிக்க வைக்கிறாங்கன்னா நீங்க அந்த பேரை எப்படி நீங்க காப்பாற்றணும்? நம்ம கிராமத்தில் இருக்க சுற்றி இருக்கிற நம்ம ஈசா ஃபவுண்டேஷன் சுற்றி இருக்க பிள்ளைங்க நல்லா படித்து வரதான் பெரிய விஷயம் பார்க்குறாருன்னா, அப்போ நம்ம அந்த விஷயத்தை நம்ம எப்படி உள்வாங்கி படிக்கணும், அந்த விஷயத்தை நம்ம பேரண்ட்ஸும் நம்ம எப்படி சப்போர்ட்டாக இருக்கணும், அந்த பிள்ளைங்களே படிக்கிறதுக்கு அதுக்கு நாங்கள் சப்போர்ட்டாக இருக்கிறோம்.
இந்த ஈஷா ஃபவுண்டேஷன் இஸ் டூயிங் a great service to this nation through children's education. மேலே கொண்டு வந்து அவங்களுக்கு ஒரு வேலை வாய்ப்பு அளிக்கிறதாகட்டும், டிஎன்பிஎஸ்சி ட்ரைனிங் கொடுக்கறது, நீட் கோச்சிங் அவைலபிலிட்டி ஏற்பாடு பண்ணி கொடுக்கறது, இது அத்தனையுமே அவங்க இலவசமாக பண்ணி கொடுத்துட்டு வராங்க.
எனக்கு வந்து ஈஷா ஸ்காலர்ஷிப் கிடைச்சிருக்கு. அதே மாதிரி என்னோட எய்ம் வந்து கவர்மெண்ட் ஆஃபீஸர் ஆகணும் அப்படிங்கிறது தான். இப்போ டிஎன்பிஎஸ்சி கிளாஸ் கூட நடந்துட்டு இருக்கு. நான் வந்து கரெக்டாக அட்டென்ட் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கேன். நிச்சயமாக ஒரு நாள் கவர்மெண்ட் ஆஃபீஸர் ஆவேன்.
நாங்கள்லாம் வந்து ரொம்ப தேங்க்ஃபுல்லாக ஃபீல் பண்ணுறோம். எங்களுக்கு இந்த ஸ்காலர்ஷிப் கிடைச்சது வந்துட்டு சொல்ல முடியாது. சில பேர்த்துக்கெல்லாம் வந்துட்டு கண்ணில் தண்ணி வர விஷயம். அதெல்லாம்
இந்த அளவு நான் வந்து நிற்பேன்னு நினச்சி கூட பார்க்கல.
இதுக்கு சத்குருக்கு தான் ரொம்ப நன்றி சொல்லலாம். ரொம்ப தேங்க்ஸ்.
நான் வந்து ஈசாவுக்கு ரொம்ப நன்றி தெரிவிச்சுக்கிறேன்.
One big movement that's happening right now is the Farmers Producer Organization movement. Today we are managing 25 farmer producer organizations. In the next year or maximum 18 months, we want to make this into 25,000 farmers. This can be scaled up into a massive possibility.
A farmer producer organization or FPO is a company formed by farmers. With Isha's support, 25 FPOs are being established in Tamil Nadu and Karnataka to bring economic well-being to 25,000 farmers. Farmers are being trained under Isha's guidance to become entrepreneurs, which will enable them to lead and manage large FPOs. These FPOs will help raise farmers' income and productivity.
Money from the sale is deposited in our bank account. It is that easy.
Today, when we market our produce, we receive a good response. Many doors are opening for us. This is because of the trust and goodwill people have for Isha.
Now we feel excited about agriculture.
எங்களுக்கு இதான் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் டைம்.
நாங்கள் அழகாக விளையாடணும், சந்தோஷமாக இருக்குது.
இந்த மேட்ச் வந்து ஈசா யோகா டீம் வந்து சூப்பராக நடத்தியிருக்காங்க.
எங்களுக்கு கேர்ள்ஸுக்கு வந்துட்டு நல்லா சேஃப்டியாக பண்ணி கொடுத்துருக்காங்க. இந்த மேட்ச்சில் வந்துட்டு ஃபுட்டு வந்து ரொம்பவே சூப்பராக இருக்குது.
அது ஒரு எனர்ஜியாக பார்க்குறாங்க, அவ்வளோதான். ஏன்னா கிராமத்தில் இருக்கிற பசங்களை எல்லாத்தையும் என்கரேஜ் பண்ணுறாங்க. அவங்க புத்துணர்ச்சியாக இருக்குண்ணா.
எங்களுக்கு இந்த ஈஷா கிராமம் வச்சனால எங்கள் ஊர் வந்து பெருமையாகுது.
ஏற்கனவே நாங்கள் ஈஷா யோகாவில் வந்து மன அமைதியையும் தெய்வத்தையும் நம்மளுக்கு கற்றுக் கொடுத்துருந்தாங்க. இந்த ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ் நடத்துறது மூலம் எங்களோட உடல் வலிமையும் கொஞ்சம் நல்லா வளர்த்துக்கிறதுக்கு ஹெல்ப்ஃபுல்லாக இருக்குது.
மொத்தத்தில் எங்கள் டீமும் நாங்களும் ரொம்ப மிகவும் சந்தோஷமாக இருக்கோம். ஈசாவுக்கு வந்து நன்றி தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறோம். I love you, Isha.
Isha Yoga Center in South India is a very, very special place. It's a very powerful space for self-transformation. Everything about the place has been carefully engineered for individual transformation of the human being.
Linga Bhairavi is an exuberant expression of the divine feminine, consecrated by Sadhguru.
Dhyana Linga, the dream of many enlightened beings. Here, this energy form is manifested as a tool to make you meditative without any instruction. This is a tool for one's enhancement of life.
Without a single instruction about meditation, people come, total strangers, they come and sit there. They think they're going to sit for 5 minutes, they'll sit there for 2 hours, totally still.
A variety of yoga programs are available at the Yoga Center. Isha Yoga Center is also home to 2 residential schools, Isha Home School and Isha Samskriti. Isha Home School aims to provide quality education in a home-like environment, ensuring that fun and adventure go hand in hand with learning. It makes education a process of discovery and joy. Isha Samskriti is an education system dedicated to a child's overall development, enabling them to realize their full potential, physically, mentally, and spiritually. Rooted in the ancient Indian yogic systems and sciences, Isha Samskriti brings balance and stability to the child's body and mind through a unique blend of yogic practices, Indian classical arts, and traditional Indian martial arts.
A 100-day journey spanning 30,000 kilometers
from London to India as part of a Safe Soil campaign
to change the world and make it a better place.
The whole purpose of this movement is to first to bring this home, that when you walk up on the soil, you know it is the source of your life. Keeping it alive is the most important thing. Will you make it happen?
Dear Sadhguru, one of the world's voices and leaders on soil conservation and land.
Extremely important. It must be a single point agenda, incentive-based agenda. I don't want this COP15 to end as one more convention with more paper and more paper. This must end with concrete action, and action in such a way that it's implementable. As part of Conscious Planet, we started this Safe Soil movement, which has been on for over 30 years now. Initially it started as Project Green Hands. Next thing is we started Rally for Rivers.
We're tracking a mammoth movement, an incredible rally starting from Kanyakumari, reaching up to the Himalayas, with the sole purpose of rejuvenating India's rivers.
Every state is responding. This is concurrence and this is wonderful. This project, what we have taken up called Kaveri Calling, is an offshoot of Rally for Rivers. This 83,000 square kilometers of Kaveri Basin, we want to bring it back, at least 1/3 of it, back into some kind of green power. India is putting money behind it, but 13 river basins on the lines of Kaveri Calling, they've allocated $2.4 billion. Right now, Kaveri Calling project is being seen by the UN agencies as a role model for tropical nations on the planet. One big movement that's happening right now is the Farmers Producer Organization movement. Today we are managing 25 farmer producer organizations. In the next year, or maximum 18 months, we want to make this into 25,000 farmers. This can be scaled up into a massive possibility. The significant thing about sport is that it levels communities. At Isha, we have effectively used sport as an entry activity for revitalizing rural societies through our now very famous project called Action for Rural Rejuvenation. The kind of involvement that we brought about, irrespective of gender and age, in the rural communities is something that you have to see. The joy of it, the pleasure of watching people over 60 years of age, women who have never played in their life, especially the women, the rural women. Most of them have never played a game in their life after they are 6 or 7 years of age.
Now at the age of 65, 70, they come in and participating in tournaments and winning the games. People have grown out of their addictions of smoking and drinking, and now they're working to become fit because they all want to get into the team. All these things happening in one stroke is the miracle of sport. We want to make sure that every Indian is playing some game. Above all, to make sure that every human being is a game for life.
Aparna with us. Hi Aparna, and today we are here for the fantastic match lined up next, which is the Kabaddi Women's semi-finals between two teams, Thiruvarur and Dindigul.
What a fantastic start for today, and we are watching the semi-final between Thiruvarur and Dindigul. Both teams have worked so hard to get here, and it's been a great format as well. In fact, more than 3,000 players have been participating in the women's edition, 3,732 to be exact, and 192 venues were actually used to pick these players up from, and these players are all have undergone district-wise teams, and then they have been selected into under their district banner under the divisional category, and then after having won that, they have made their way to the final. So the winner and runner of the district becomes, the best of them gets picked for the divisional, then the winner and runner gets to play in the final. So this has been great so far. Naveen, what do you think is going to happen today? Are you rooting for Thiruvarur or Dindigul?
Yes, after witnessing the men's matches today, seeing the Thiruvarur men's performance from the Kabaddi team, I can also say Thiruvarur women also the same spirit. Let's see how this goes. And Dindigul is not any more or less with them. Let's see how this goes. And I can see the sun could play a major fact today.
Absolutely, it is going to be really, really hot, even though we are at the foothills of such a sylvan setting as well. In fact, last evening we had amazing weather and it was beautiful to play under, but evening is not morning, so we have to deal with the scorching sunshine. And Dindikal is wearing the orange jerseys, while they will be represented by R. Soundarya, who is the captain, wearing jersey number 10, and S. Prithvi, K. Soundarya, K. Deepa, Lakshmi Priya, Bhumika, Anita, Rajalakshmi, Visalakshi, and Shalini, Niveda and Archana, while Thiruvarur wearing the green jerseys will be represented by Akshaya, the captain, Saranya, Manisha, Srinidhi, Kartika, Kanishka, Shantini, Deepa Shankari, Dachanya, Parvati, Mohita and Shruti.
Let's see who wins the toss right now. I'm going for the toss, both the captains, Akshaya and Soundarya. Thiruvarur has won the toss. Yes, they're all righted up. And when you're talking about the scorching sun, I believe Dindikal players are not anymore new to the scorching sun. It's known for the very heated up weather in the Dindikal district. But it's happening right now in Coimbatore. It's known for the chill in the weather, but today it's much different.
And you can see them warming up, definitely, Naveen. They are used to the heat, but then are they used to playing at this time of the day? That's a question that we must ask, right? So to a certain extent, the mat will mitigate the heat coming from the ground, but the mat itself has its own temperature fluctuations, especially in this weather. So it is going to be fairly hot. So let's hope they're able to put their best foot forward and make a game out of this, because winning this means an entry into the final, and going into the final means a chance to win an awesome prize money packet over there, which is 2 lakhs for the winner, 1 lakh for the runner, 50,000 for the third place team. So this is awesome. Great opportunity. First raid by Dindikal. The captain starting off, Soundarya, and now Thiruvarur comes for the raid. Opportunity for the bonus is there. This is their captain Akshaya starting the first raid here. She's trying to see where she can find the gap. Defense is a tad alert, but then she makes a hasty. Oh my God, she has taken multiple raid points in the first raid itself. 2 points. A little bit of a high-line defense is what caused this error right now. That attempt at getting that ankle hold, and then the block came a tad too late.
Yes. So my hopes of the Thiruvarur team has not yet put me down now. They're saying the same spirit as the men's team showed yesterday. But will they go to the finals is the question now.
Bonus! And for those that are watching Women's Kabaddi for the first time, the measurement reads as 12 meters by 8 meters in this mat. And now there's no opportunity for a bonus because there are only 5 players on the mat. So it's going to have to be by touch point. So the first line that you see inside the playing area is the balk line. You have to cross it to validate the raid. And then the second line is the bonus line.
Now Dindikal goes for another ride now. The Thiruvarur players are very much keen to keep their winning streak on. He's looking around and seeing for a opportunity.
Deepa did attempt for a clean bonus over there, so she was fairly confident that she got that bonus, and she was right. In this case, there is no bonus opportunity here. It's Akshaya again who's come in for the third raid for Thiruvarur. Looks like she is going to be the back-to-back raider for them, the main raider. And we can see just 4 players on the mat, but they are going to go easy and steady on that. Cautious raid, cautious defense. Bonus kind of opportunity they have now.
Dindikal has been scoring bonus points this match and believe they still have the opportunity. Looks like she's not going to give up this raid and go back and not going to lose another player for their team. If that happens, then nets will be a super tackle situation. No, that didn't happen. Yeah, she scored a bonus anyway.
At least scoreboard is sticking with those regular bonuses, which is a good thing. So even though they play a high line defense, she's picking those bonus up in regular intervals. So that's good. So now with only 4 people, it's going to, yes, nice attempt there by double ankle hold, and she got adequate support. This is what you say when you get riveted to the same spot. That's what happened. You can see how she dove for that double ankle hold and she falls. She got great support from her teammates, especially number 14, Bhumika.
Tiruvarur was great to hold an ankle by today. Whenever they call Tiruvarur, like Dindigul is famous for their locks and grapples, and same is reflecting here in this match now.
Good one, Naveen. Yes, Dindigul is very famous for their locks. Great lock there on the ankle, right?
Now Tiruvarur player, jersey number 10 is there. Shantini.
Outstanding defense there by Dindigul. Superb block and then a dash. We can see how that happened. What a nice block over there with the dash. Great supportive effort there by Dindigul. And we see the back of the Tiruvarur player, number 10, Shantini, who has to go to the bench. But here we can see that an injury has been suffered by Bhumika. So we hope that everything is okay because she did a stellar job on defense there.
They're gone for a timeout, and a kabaddi match is definitely not without injuries. That we have medical professionals here to take care of them, and cans of pain sprays are going to be wasted today. But yet we're going to have safe players at the end of the day. She's back now.
Deepa going in for a raid right now. There is no bonus here, so definitely touch point is what it is, and what an escape. She did get multiple points, did she? We'll have to see. She was quick and alert. That's a super raid over there. 3 points over there. Fantastic effort. We can see how she attempted over there. She goes. They try to hold her by the ankle, but she leaps and then escapes to the midline. 3 people down, man.
Tiruvarur should have not wasted the 3rd point at least, but the 2 person gone down, they should have been more cautious. Let's see how they get back to their streak. But I don't think it will happen anytime now.
Oh yes, that was Prithvi with a solid block over there. You can see that is Kanishka who got blocked and then dashed. Dindigul is on a roll right now, and they're making sure to roll Tiruvarur players out of the sidelines and pick those points up with these. And that, by the way, was their first all-out. Naveen, this is what a start again here. The defense is so hot, it's blistering.
As you mentioned, Dindigul is in a winning spree. The 10-point lead and getting more points to them. I'm sure Tiruvarur is not actually playing to the marks as expected to them to play.
They had a decent start, or so we thought, but then Bhumika's defense has been outstanding because she has been solid on her defensive efforts, especially with those blocks coming in at regular intervals and also managing to dash. Also, the ankle holds have been coming beautifully. It's not just single ankle holds, but double ankle holds, making sure that the player loses balance and falls, and the team surrounds them immediately with great defensive support as well. So Dindigul has definitely had the upper hand, already inflicted the first all-out for Tiruvarur.
And the venue here has been facing with many musics around, and the crowd is cheering up for the team. Not just for the winning team, they're just cheering up for all the teams here. They're cheering up the sportswomanship, I could call that. Now all these, mind you, all these players are not professional players. They are everyday walks of women who are students, who are housewives, who are working professionals, but they've all found time to practice a sport and come on top of it and be here in this venue to perform here on this semi-finals match.
Bonus! Dindigul! Deepa was quick to pick up that bonus and not go back empty-handed, but both teams have the advantage of picking bonus points. But here, will she be tackled? No, she comes back again because she's not sure about the bonus. And what a beautiful tackle there. They surrounded her. The chain tackles have worked in great unison. Again, it's a block. And this time, Shantani once again is going to have to go to the bench. We can see how Dindukal is working with great precision. This time it was Prithvi that initiated it.
Yes, I can see the star player of Dindukal is Rajalakshmi. She's a person who blocks the player. She has won 2 blocks today. With her by the side, Dindukal doesn't have to worry.
Massive lead for Dindukal, so they are very happy to actually use the time and wait for Tiruvarur to come and make the mistakes. So they looks like Dindukal is happy going only for those do-or-die raids. In this situation, forcing Tiruvarur to come and make those attempts and get caught in the process. That's how Dindukal have had easy picking so far. Their defense has been exemplary so far.
You can also see the faces how the play of Tiruvarur is not as confident as how they started. The scoreboards also say the same. Now comes the captain Soundarya for the ride.
Since there is no bonus opportunity, she is going to have to try to take those touch points, but it looks like she will wait and play for do or die, or she's just validating her raid by crossing the balk line, legalizing it and making sure it's an empty raid. Now they will play defense. That's what they're planning to do. And this is number 15, Srinidhi, who goes in for a quick raid and comes back.
It's a third raid.
And now Deepa goes from Dindukal goes in for a raid, and this is going to be a do or die raid. Dindukal doesn't have much pressure on itself because it's leading 13 points on the scoreboard, but this is still a do or die raid. She did that, she did that.
That was a simple, sweet escape over there. Beautiful move that we saw. She went for a touch point over there, crossed into the lobby, and when the defensive player came, she pivoted herself and crossed the midline with her feet and picked up those points. Cherry pickings for Dindukal. 2 out of that raid. Well done, Dindukal.
I think the last point that they lost because the team players were not ready to sort of fiercely run into the tackle. She climbs to her touch 1.
That was Saranya claiming for a touch point and Dindukal saying, no, you did not touch. But then that point was given in favor of Tiruvarur. So that's, well, it doesn't seem like the point has been given. Just 2 people on the mat and looks like, oh, she's made it a catch me if you can situation over there. Picked up that 1 point and pushing Tiruvarur once again for an all-out situation. The last player on the mat for Tiruvarur going in. You can see how that catch me if you can situation happened.
Tiruvarur is definitely pushed to the brim of being in a all-out situation again. Tiruvarur 3 and Dindukal 20.
And that was a quick second all-out inflicted by Dindukal against Tiruvarur. So they have picked up their extra points in that as well. So that's 20 and 4 favor of Dindukal. This has been a blistering start for Dindukal. And Tiruvarur is struggling because they can't make sense of how to break through that defense that Dindukal is playing. No matter what they do, doesn't seem to be enough at all because the defense has been solid. And they're not even playing highline defense.
Aparna, also if you could notice how the coaches reacted in the timeout, you'll know that Dindukal coach is very confident. He just asked them to go with the flow. But Tiruvarur coach is so critical and skeptical about the performance today.
Outstanding footwork there by Dindukal player Deepa. Quick touch point, toe touch point, in fact, not even toe touch, she kicked actually. So that was a quick point there for Dindukal. And now this time it is number 4 who's a captain, Akshaya of Tiruvarur going in. There is a bonus opportunity. She tries for a touch. The left radar, so she goes and attacks the right corner. And yes, did she get the touch? She did get the touch. Waited for that moment, reached out and had that hand touch. Well done, Tiruvarur.
Though any number of single points could make them little happy, but the scoreboards say a different story now. Tiruvarur 5 and Dindukal 24. We need a multiple rights for right now to help Tiruvarur in its favor.
You can see Deepa's quick footwork over there trying to pick up that bonus, and now she's biding her time and making sure she runs down the clock. No urgency at all for Dindukal. They picked up the bonus, they're happy with that, and that's what is going on. And this time, once again, it is Captain Akshaya trying to revive and salvage the situation. Attempts a quick left kick there, but it won't connect. Nice, fairly high line, tight defense that they're playing, and fantastic ankle hold there. This time inflicted by Deepa at the right corner. My apologies, that would be Bhumika. A single ankle hold and a nice block there by number 10. That is a Captain Soundarya.
Let us see if the Thiruvarur could add some double-digit points in their scoreboard today, but Dindukal is not making that happen. And Dindukal is also very confident not to lose any points riding, so they'll just have to wait the time and go back and welcome the next Thiruvarur rider to come in.
Bonus point, Dindukal. That was the other Soundarya that went back with an empty raid, and now we have Shantini who is coming in and blocked again. Superb defense there.
It was none other than the same player from Dindukal. Rajalakshmi, I believe it's a 4th or 5th block. Look at the way she grapples and pushes them off the...
It also helped that the ankle was caught in the back and pulled, so there was no way she could have gained any traction on the mat to make an escape at all. So Thiruvarur in a frustrating moment so far. You can see the musicians having a blast. Everyone is having a great time here, folks. And I hope you are also enjoying yourselves watching this Gramotsavam in its full glory. You are watching the semi-final of the Kabaddi for women between Thiruvarur and Dindukal. In the background, we have the Adi Yogi. And we can see the game back on Dindukal with the lead. This time it is number 1 Shalini who goes for her first raid over here. No opportunities for a bonus. She tries to make, she tries a touch point there, but no. She's going to settle for an empty raid, and no worries there because they have a great 22-point lead, so no pressure at all. Dindukal just toying with Thiruvarur at this point in time. Thiruvarur has to figure out something because the Dindukal defense has been top-notch.
And we have number 9 from Thiruvarur going in for a ride. Can Karthika turn things around by at least gaining 2 or 3 points, which is a miracle to happen. She claims to have touched 1. Yes, 1 point.
A quick desperation point there by Karthika. She did try to reach out, and Dindukal fell for that ruse. And this time Dindukal is trying to attempt and see if they can get a bonus over there.
Let us see if Dindukal can take their scoreboards to the 30+ points now. There are no worries. We can see no pressure in their faces because they're already...
Bonus!
Let's go to bonus though.
That was a blistering pace set by Dindukal. Already with a 21-point lead, they go into the second half looking like true champions over here because their defense has been rock solid. Thiruvarur has had no really big answers to any of those defensive moves that Dindukal pulled off.
And this was how the match started, with both the team players blistering in. And it's how Thiruvarur started with their raid in. We were hoping for them big time. They also started to scoring some multiple points, but then it all turned towards the other team's flavor. We should really congratulate Dindukal, how they turned everything around. This was the point when the points started heaping towards Dindukal's scoreboard.
Those multiple raid points that came in favor of Dindukal, and Thiruvarur getting caught there, no chance of a dubki. The ankle holds, the great supportive effort there by Dindukal made sure that Thiruvarur were nowhere in the picture, except most of their players spent their time outside on the bench. And those 2 all-outs that they brought in really worked in their favor.
முழுக்க பல்வேறு இடங்களில் யோகாவை மையப்படுத்தி பிரபலப்படுத்தக்கூடிய மிகச்சிறல் ஒருவராக இருக்கிறார் சத்குரு அவர்கள்.
எப்படி நமக்கு வெளிய சூழ்நிலை நல்லபடியாக உருவாக்கிக்கிறதுக்கு ஒரு தொழில்நுட்பம் இருக்குதோ, அதே விதமாக உள் சூழ்நிலை உருவாக்கிக்கிறதுக்காக இருக்கிற தொழில்நுட்பத்துக்கு நாம் ஆன்மீகம் சொல்கிறோம்.
ஒரு சிலருக்கு வித்தியாசமாக சிந்திப்பதோடு நின்று விடுவதில்லை, துணிச்சலோடு செயல்படவும் செய்கிறார்கள். ஒரு பெரிய தாக்கத்தை ஏற்படுத்தி ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய கால மாற்றத்திற்கும் காரணமாக இருக்கிறார்கள்.
ஈஷா ஃபவுண்டேஷன்ல பல விஷயங்கள் பண்ணிருக்கீங்க. என்வாயன்மெண்ட் சம்பந்தப்பட்ட விஷயங்களாக இருக்கட்டும், எஜுகேஷனாக இருக்கட்டும், இத்தனை விஷயங்கள் என்கம்பாஸ் பண்றதற்கு என்ன காரணம்?
ஃபவுண்டேஷனுக்கு ஒரே நோக்கம் தான், மனித நன்மை.
இந்த பூமி தன்னுடைய கரத்தை இழந்துட்டு நிக்குது. மறுபடியும் பச்சையான கரங்களை உருவாக்குவதற்காக நிறைய கரங்களை ஈடுபடுத்துவது பசுமை கரங்கள் திட்டம்.
எல்லாரும் நான் தான் கேட்குறாங்க, நீங்க ஆன்மீகத்தில் இருக்கீங்க, நீங்க எதுக்கு மரம் வைக்கிறீங்க? யார் யார் மூச்சு காட்டு எடுக்கிறாங்களோ அவருக்கு எல்லாம் சேர்ந்தது தான் இந்த பொருள்.
எல்லாரும் சோர்ந்து கிடக்கிற நேரத்துல ஈசா இயக்கம் அதை தலைமை எடுத்து அதை மேலே எடுத்துக்கொண்டு செல்கிறதுங்கிறதுனால நம்ம எல்லாருமே பெருமைப்பட்டு கொள்ள வேண்டிய ஒரு காரியம்.
கிராம புத்துணர்வு இயக்கமும் வச்சு ஏகப்பட்ட வில்லேஜஸ் அதில் இன்வால்வ் ஆகி ஆயிரக்கணக்கான கிராமத்து மக்களுக்கு வேலை வாய்ப்பு புத்துணர்ச்சி முகாம் நடத்துறீங்க.
70% மக்களும் கிராமங்கள்ல இருக்காங்க நம்ம நாட்டில். இந்த கிராமங்கள்ல ஆரோக்கியம், படிப்பு இது நடக்கணும், புத்துணர்வான மனம் நடக்கணும்.
ஈஷா வித்யான்றது இந்த கிராமத்துல இருக்கிற குழந்தை சாமான்யமா வித்யாபியாசத்தை வாய்ப்பில்லாத குழந்தை. அவரு அந்த ஒரு பொருளாதாரத்து சமூகத்து சூழ்நிலையில சிக்கி போயிருக்கிறார். நாளைக்கு இந்த சூழ்நிலையிலிருந்து வெளியே வர்றதுக்கு ஒரு படியா அந்த வித்யாபியாசம் உருவாக்குறது.
மிகப்பெரிய கால மாற்றங்கள் எல்லாம் எப்பொழுதுமே ஒரு மனிதனுக்காகத்தான் காத்திருக்கிறது. இன்று இயற்கையில் ஏற்பட்டிருக்கின்ற சீரழிவுகளை எல்லாம் சொல்லி நம்மிடத்தில் ஒரு பொறுப்புணர்ச்சியை ஏற்படுத்துவதற்கு ஒரு சத்குரு தேவைப்பட்டிருக்கிறார்.
ரேலி ஃபார் ரிவர்ஸ்ன்றது ஒரு நாட்டில் ஒரு மகத்தான இயக்கமா ஏற்பட்டிருக்கு. இதுவரைக்கும் எந்த ஒரு இயக்கத்திலையும் 16 கோடி மக்கள் ஈடுபட்டது ஒரு மாதத்திலிருந்து எங்கேயும் கிடையாது.
மதிப்புக்குரிய சத்குரு அவர்கள் எடுக்கும் இந்த மாபெரும் முயற்சி வெற்றி அடைய எல்லாம் வந்து இறைவனை வேண்டுகிறேன்.
ரேலி ஃபார் ரிவர் தொடங்கி இப்போ காவேரி காலிங் வரைக்கும் மக்களோட பிரச்சனைகள் உங்களோட ஈடுபாடோட பெர்சன்டேஜ் அதிகமாயிட்டே போகுது.
நம்ம விவசாயி ரொம்ப கஷ்டப்பட்டு இருக்காங்க. இப்போ இந்த காவேரி பேசன்ல நாம 33% மர விவசாயம் கொண்டு வரணும்ன்ற ஒரு நோக்கம்.
சத்குருஜி அவர்கள் எடுக்கின்ற முயற்சிக்கு எங்களுடைய அரசு துணை நிற்கும்.
மார்க்கெட்ல விலை கிடைச்சிருச்சுன்னா விவசாயிக்கு எந்த பிரச்சனையும் இல்லை. இதுதான் பிரச்சனை.
என்னாலையும் வாழ முடியுங்கிற ஒரு நம்பிக்கை வந்து எனக்கு இந்த எபையோ மூலமா தான் வந்திருக்குதுங்க.
விவசாயிக்கு ஒரு மகத்தான ஒரு புரிச்சு இருக்குது.
தேசப்பிதா காந்தி சொன்ன மாதிரி முன்னேற்றங்கிறது கிராமத்துல இருந்து தான் தொடங்கணும்னு சொன்னாரு. அதை சுதந்திரம் அடைஞ்சு இத்தனை வருஷம் கழிச்சு நீங்க கையில் எடுத்துருக்கீங்க.
கிராமோத்சவம் இது என்னன்னா நம்ம கிராமங்கள்ல விளையாட்டு கொண்டு வாங்க.
விளையாட்டுன்னா ரொம்ப ஈடுபாடு தானே, ரொம்ப உற்சாகம் தானே, தெம்பு தானே, உயிரோட்டம் தானே. இதுதானே நாட்டுக்கு நமக்கு தேவை. இந்த கிராமோத்சவம்ன்றது இந்த அளவுக்கு வளர்ந்து வந்திருக்குது. 40,000க்கு மேல நம்ம விளையாட்டு வீரர் ஈடுபட்டு இருக்காங்க.
இளைஞன் என்னன்னா ஒரு சக்தி இருக்குது, தெளிவில்லை, சமநிலை இல்லை. இந்த சக்தி இருக்கிறப்போ கொஞ்சம் தெளிவு சமநிலை வந்துச்சுன்னா இது பிரமாதமான வாய்ப்பு. என்ன கேள்வி வேணாலும் கேட்க முடியும். எனக்கு இந்த ஒரு தன்மை பத்தி உண்மை என்ன நான் புரிஞ்சுக்கணும். இளைஞருக்காக
யூடியூப்ல எல்லாம் பாத்தீங்கன்னா வீடியோஸ் வந்து அவ்வளோ எனர்ஜி டிரான்ஸ்ஃபர் பண்றாங்க. அவர் இருக்கும்போதே அப்படி ஒரு பாசிட்டிவா இருக்கு.
மனிதனு நன்மையா இருக்கணும்னா நன்மைன்றது உள்ளத்திலேருந்து தான் வருதுன்னு புரிஞ்சுக்கணும். உள்நோக்கி போறதா ஒரே ஒரு வழி நமக்கு புரி வச்சுக்கிறதுக்காக தான் இந்த யோகா.
இதுதான் வாழ்க்கை, இதுல வந்து நீங்க உங்க முடிவு எடுங்க அப்படிங்கிற அந்த முடிவு நமக்கே விட்டாங்க. இல்ல இதுதான் செய்யணும் அதுதான் செய்யணும்னு நமக்கு சொல்லிக் கொடுக்குற அந்த மாதிரி குரு இல்ல சத்குரு.
என் அடிப்படை திறமை என்ன இவ்வளவுதான். உட்காந்துங்க போதனை கொடுக்கறது என் திறமை இல்லை. என் அடிப்படையான திறமை என்னன்னா இப்படி பண்ண இங்க இருக்கிற காற்றை வெடி மாதிரி பண்ற ஒரு திறமை இருக்குது. அனுமதி கொடுத்தா இந்த பூமியே பிரதிஷ்டை பண்ணிடணும்னு எனக்கு ஆர்வம்.
Adi Yogi will inspire many generations to take up yoga. One truly remarkable thing that Sadhguru has done is he has made yogis out of ordinary common people.
1992ல ஆரம்பிச்ச ஒரு அமைப்பு இன்னைக்கு ஒரு 24-25 வருஷங்கள் வளர்ந்து ஒரு 180 மையங்களை உலகம் முழுக்க வைத்து பல லட்சக்கணக்கான தன்னார்வ தொண்டர்களை உள்ளடக்கிய ஒரு ஈஷா அமைப்பு வந்து சாதாரண விஷயம் இல்லை.
ஈஷா யோகா மைய நிறுவனர் சத்குருவுக்கு பத்ம விபூஷன் விருதை குடியரசுத் தலைவர் பிரணாப் முகர்ஜி வழங்கினார்.
நம்முடைய சத்குரு அவர்களுடைய முயற்சியும் அருவியாக வழிய விடுகின்ற அருள் மொழிகளும் பட்டினங்களிலே மாத்திரமல்லாமல் பட்டினர்ச்சிகளே உள்ள மக்களையும் கவர்ந்திருக்கிறது. இனி தமிழ்நாட்டு மக்களுக்கெல்லாம் கொள்ளை லாபம், கொள்ளை அதிர்ஷ்டம்.
எங்க பிறந்த என்ன தெலுங்கு தாய்மொழியா இருந்தாலும் தமிழ உசிராயிடுச்சே.
எந்த ஒரு இடத்துக்குள்ள நீங்க வந்தீங்கன்னாலும் சூரிய வெளிச்சத்தை விட அதிகமான வெளிச்சம் கொண்டு வரீங்க. அவ்வளவு பாசிட்டிவ் எனர்ஜி. வந்த உடனே எல்லாருக்கும் எத்தனை கஷ்டங்கள் உள்ள இருந்தாலும் அது காணாம போயிடுது.
எல்லாமே கலந்த ஒரு ரேஷனல் ஸ்பீச் சத்குருவோடது மட்டும்தான். ஆன்மீக உலகின் சூப்பர் ஸ்டார் சத்குரு.
உங்களுடைய கருத்து வந்து எல்லா மனிதர்களுக்கும் பொதுவான ஒரு கருத்தா, சாதி மதம் இல்லாம கருத்தை திணிக்கிற போக்கு இல்லாம மனிதர்கள் ஆரோக்கியமா இருக்கணுங்கிற மாதிரியான ஒரு போக்கு வந்து உங்களுடைய கருத்துல எனக்கு தென்பட்டது.
இந்த சாமி மக்கள் சாமி.
It's time for the second half, and in the first half, Dindigul have shown us what a solid defensive unit they are, and they've been picking up points left, right and center and inflicting 2 all-outs against Thiruvarur. And this time, Thiruvarur has picked up multiple raid points. A good escape there, escape from that ankle hold and then that attempted hold from the back.
We were hoping that Thiruvarur would have a miracle today to make the points turn around, but it happened just now. Let's see how Dindigul copes up with that. But there's no worry for them. They still have plenty of scores high in the scoreboard.
But they can't afford to let any opponent get to within striking distance, because that's where all the damage can happen. So Dindigul is going to be wary of gifting those points away. In fact, that came with a very high line defense. The defensive player went for a ankle hold near the back line, which means escape attempts can get easier for the opponent. An empty raid there.
Another empty ride, quick ride. So Shalini from Dindigul comes in for another ride. She touches the back line to make sure the ride is valid. I'm sure she's going back now. No, she's not. If she loses this one, next one will be a do or die ride, right?
Yeah, at the third raid after the couple of empty raids will result in a do or die situation where the the raider actually has to take a touch point or a bonus point. He or she cannot come back empty-handed, else they would be sent to the bench.
Yes, just waiting for the time to go. See, that same happened now. Now this is going to be a do or die ride for Dindigul.
Do or die Dindigul.
This kind of pressure situation can be avoided because you're putting yourself in unnecessary trouble there, because And will she get it? No, it was a great defensive moment there. That was initiated by Saranya with an ankle hold, got adequate support. If this were not a do-or-die situation, things might have been different. But putting herself in that situation, Shalini is the only one to blame.
Now finally, after the first toss over, Thiruvarur now has double-digit points in their scoreboard.
You can see a super tackle situation here because there are only 3 players on the mat. 3 and below can effect in super tackle points that can be gotten, which is what they have done. A solid single thigh hold and good support made sure that Dindigul picked up that extra point besides catching the raider. So they have picked up 2 points on just this one defensive move.
Dindigul is more than thrice the points of Thiruvarur, but Thiruvarur is not showing any less momentum now. She claims to have now touched 1 or 2. She's not crossing any lines soon.
And she's got 1 point, Naveen, there, because I think the defender was... No, it's 2 points, because on that ankle hold, she did manage to get the other defender to also touch. An opportunity for the bonus, but that was Rajalakshmi again. Pretty much bulldozed the opposition over there by putting a solid block, which is what she's now made herself famous for. That kind of a block is not easy to get past. You know, she's like the Great Wall of China there.
As you mentioned, even in the last half, Rajalakshmi made sure she defended. She is the main star of the defending team.
What is very interesting is to see Rajalakshmi there get in position, and she's being very smart about it, because where she decides to attack, she makes sure she has ample space for her to pull off her defensive moves and also deplete any space for the opposition. So here there's a super tackle situation for Thiruvarur, but then Dindigul is going to take it easy and see if they can make an empty raid over here, which is what has happened.
Now Thiruvarur goes in for a raid. It is Deepa Shankari from Thiruvarur. Will she score some points now? No.
Once again, a Dindigul lock. That's what we can say. She attempted a dubki over here, but no. Who was it? That is number 14, Bhumika, who made sure got that back hold and also got the support from her teammates to pin her down on the mat. Just 2 people on the mat for Thiruvarur. Will Deepa actually pick off 1 point and push them into a further all-out situation? Remains to be seen. But no, I think she's going to take it easy here.
She got no pressure anyhow.
Oh yes, she picked up that 1 point and goes back. This is going to be an all-out situation. Will they tackle her, or will she able to revive one of her teammates? Remains to be seen. That is number 15 of Thiruvarur, which is Srinidhi. Srinidhi is attempting the bonus as well and tries to see if she can touch anyone somehow and revive.
Now she did it. Now I think she earns 2 points now. 1 with a bonus and 1 which is touching a defender.
You can see a little bit of a hasty defensive effort there. That's because Srinidhi was smart enough to stick her left hand out and keep the defensive player at bay and not let her get... Oh yes! Here we see another opportunity, missed opportunity there, which Deepa managed to take. Deepa versus Akshaya. Akshaya attempted that double thigh hold, but Deepa was smart enough to use her and leapfrog over her and to get away. Srinidhi again.
Well, Srinidhi gained the same momentum and score another bonus this time. Her moves are not so confident. I can see that. No. They pushed it off.
Confident or not, the Dindigul players are like warriors on the mat. You can see the defensive moves, a beautiful block, and she also had her partner come in for support and inflict a dash over there. So that's another all-out, the third all-out for Dindigul in this game so far. Dindigul have a solid lead, and it really doesn't look like Thiruvarur is into the game at all. you can see segments of the crowd enjoying this game. Looks like an injury over there. Hope she's all right. We are seeing quite a few of these, and it's inevitable in any sport. Are they going to pick up this all out? Remains to be seen. A sunny weekend here at Coimbatore. We are here near the Adi Yogi statue at Isha Center. And the crowd getting into it spiritedly. It's time to win. Look at those banners and posters.
While we're talking about one semi-finals, we are seeing here there's another semi-finals women's kabaddi that happened, Erode versus Thoothukudi, in which Erode won the semi-finals match with 44 points and Thoothukudi just lost it with 15 points only. I believe the winners of this match will face Erode in the finals today.
That is Srinidhi going to step out of the mat with a knee injury. Doesn't look like a good sign for them, so they're going to have to bring someone else in play for them. Substitution. Yes, that was the all-out that we spoke about. So it's a full mat again for Thiruvarur. Dindigul and Thiruvarur grouping back on the mat and ready for play to resume. A timeout has been called. A lot of strategizing. 40 in favor of Dindigul and Thiruvarur have just 12. And just to give you a small brief about the Gramotsavam itself, this has been played all over the 5 states, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Karnataka, Andhra and Telangana, and Pondicherry, the Union Territory, has been bunched up with Tamil Nadu. So there were 192 locations, and it started at Mehboob Nagar in Telangana, and the sports minister there actually inaugurated it. And these games happen only during the weekends because most of these people are working people, students, so many more. And fantastic ankle hold this time. Thiruvarur make sure they get it solid and get it right. That was number 4 Akshaya, the captain, who initiated it.
But nothing seems to worry Team Dindigul today because they are having 40 points in their scoreboard. Thiruvarur trailing behind with just 13.
Number 14, 1 point. Thiruvarur.
Akshaya picks up a quick point for Thiruvarur, chipping away and adding those points a fair bit quicker than they did in the first half. Coming in is Deepa for Dindigul. Bonus is on. Full mat. Lovely kick there, but did she? Yes, she got that touch. Beautiful kick there.
1 point.
Picked up that touch point.
I'm somehow seeing the same pattern with this semi-final match, with the other semi-final match that happened between Erode and Thoothukudi. That is 44 and 15. It is almost same with this same match happening. 14 and 41.
One of those rare defensive errors made sure that Akshaya got multiple rate points here. This time it's 2.
But player number 1, Shalini from Dindigul, I think she's just taking empty rights for the last couple of rights too. This is not going to be a pointer, right?
You can see Shalini canting kabaddi, kabaddi for all of that duration that she's been on the mat. That is very, very important.
Last 4 minutes.
Trying to get those touch points, going deep inside. Now this is a time where they can allow the raider to come deep in and surround her with the chains. And that's what they have done. Very, very well done. That initiated by Deepa. Dindigul initiated that tackle by Deepa. A nice block there. You can see she's creeping up from behind. And she got adequate support from Shalini and her other teammate.
Now 42, Dindigul leads the point and Thiruvarur trails by 16. And Dindigul doesn't have any stress in their faces for sure. It is number 6 from Dindigul. Prithvi going in for a raid. And she's not carrying for to have any points now. They have adequate number of points to win this game. I think this is a situation where they can risk taking a point and go for a bonus. What do you think? Like, will that bother them?
It wouldn't, but Dindigul is just playing it smart. It's hot, and now when they win this game, actually they need to conserve their energy because they're going to have to come back post-lunch and play a good final against a solid hero team. So they're trying to make sure that they play it safe and they play it cool, conserve their energy, and only use it as needed. So why go in for those, extra bonus points? Let's play for defense is what the plan might be. Let's do it in the do-or-die raids. So strategizing, in a way, yes.
I think even the Thiruvarur's coach will have something to say, like just add 10 more points to the scoreboard and then give up maybe.
Give up can never be an option. So 10 more points to the scoreboard, you can never put a number on it, especially if you're on the losing side, right? Even if you're on the winning side, you cannot put those restrictions, and that's what Dindigul is showing. They will not put any undefensive plays over here, except that they go all out on it and they swing her around and make sure even though they have the lead, every single point is added to their kitty and making it easier and easier to walk away with the win.
And now Shalini this time goes for a ride, but this time she looks very determined to score a point. She's not going to go empty-handed.
And this was a beautiful tackle there initiated by Thiruvarur unit. Shalini had to be drawn deep inside because there was no opportunity for a bonus. And when she puts herself in a position where she has to go for do-or-die raids, this is exactly what happens to her time and time again. So Shalini is not someone who should be think of going for those empty raids. She'd rather send a raider that can go pick up those points instead and keep the pressure off from the team.
Player number 4, the captain Akshaya from Thiruvarur. Did she score multiple points? 3 points. She scored 3 points now.
Please go back.
One of those rare super raids here. Thiruvarur player tried to make a kick, but then an ankle hold was attempted and a dash was and a block was attempted, but she was able to get away and pick up those much needed super raid points. An ankle hold that was so beautifully put in place there. Made sure that the Dindigul player had no opportunity to kick off from the mat and leap towards the midline. Good defensive efforts by Thiruvarur.
The last 10 scores on the scoreboard.
1+1, 3 point Thiruvarur.
Thiruvarur is leading more points now. The last 10 points in the scoreboard reads something like the hare and the tortoise story, where Dindigul stays on the same point. Suddenly, then, like Thiruvarur scored 10 points in their score.
Absolutely resurgent Thiruvarur over here. An urgency that you can see in their offensive plays and defensive plays. And Dindigul actually caught on the back foot because they didn't expect a little bit of sloppy defense. Made sure that they gave those extra points by super raids and things like that. And they also made some tactical errors by going in for those empty raids and pushing and sending the wrong players in for the do-or-die raids.
Let us see. For the first time, Dindigul had a all-out situation in this match. That was a great ankle hold.
Like a hawk. And that is Akshaya, the captain who inflicted that ankle hold. She seems to love that defensive skill, and she has shown how good she is at it quite repeatedly so far. And that is number 6, Prithvi, who's not happy with how that play went.
Shalini is back again for a ride. She doesn't look like she's going in for a point. Yes, she does look like.
She just validated the raid by crossing the balk line. They're paying high line defense and putting a lot of pressure on her. Beautiful block. Did she make it? Oh, yes, she did. She crossed the midline despite being dashed. So that might be multiple raid points. This is a problem with high line defense because you're too close to midline. She already crossed it while she was dashed. And then to make sure she was you know, there was no benefit of doubt over there. She crossed her feet as well and picked those points. This time, Thiruvarur makes sure that they go there and pick up that 1 point that is much needed to keep themselves in play and in action.
Now Dindigul goes in again.
Number 15 out. 1 point
For a quick
Dindigul.
point.
Match over.
Dindigul now is playing in a way where they have to score single points and make everything, and the match is finally over. Dindigul 45, Thiruvarur 28.
Thiruvarur's resurgence came in too little, too late. Actually, if they had shown the same kind of application that they did in these last few minutes, the scores might have been very, very different. If you notice, Dindigul barely scored anything in the second half. It was Thiruvarur's second half, and they dominated in the second half. But once again, the lead that Dindigul had put in the first half made sure that they are the ones that are going to walk into the finals to meet a very, very spirited Erode that's waiting for them. Thoothukudi is on their way out, and you can see the highlights here of the first half.
This is exactly how this happened. The first half of the match where Dindigul was totally leading the scoreboard and Thiruvarur was a little bit behind. They were not in a very good spirits back then. We should point out how they scored each point. Thiruvarur was like laid back, and they were kind of see anxious faces from the early scores too. This was when Dindigul started scoring in more and more points.
The first half, Dindigul absolutely dominated in the defensive efforts. But in the second half, it was Thiruvarur who came and showed the spirit. And it was amazing. Their defense picked up, their offense picked up. They were able to get multiple rate points. And here you can see, even though it was a super tactical situation in the Dindigul's favor, it was Thiruvarur who actually dominated in the second half. But Dindigul walked away with that massive win there.
Now we have the captain of the winning team, Soundarya from Dindigul.
Excellent moves there. Great defensive moves again by Thiruvarur. You can see Prithvi getting annoyed with herself. Nice escape over there. Those multiple rate points came from that. Then here you can see there are 4 players on the mat, but it's Akshaya who got locked in over there, and that was a quick point for Dindigul. And 5 people on the mat, and Shalini was pinned down over there and sent out of the mat again. But this was a beautiful escape, so that was 3 points, a super rate points over there for Thiruvarur, and that was the end of the game where Dindigul actually pulled away with a solid victory over Thiruvarur.
Now we have the captain of the winning team, or Soundarya. Let's ask her the question.
Vanakkam.
Congratulations, Soundarya. The question is, do you practice the sport every day?
இல்ல சார், நாங்க தினமும் காலையில சாயங்காலம் வந்து பிராக்டீஸ் பண்ணிட்டு தான் இருக்கோம்.
She says she practices every day, every mornings and evenings.
நான் MA ஃபர்ஸ்ட் இயர் படிச்சிட்டு இருக்கேன்.
She says she's a student. She's a first year MA student.
எங்க சீனியர்ஸ் எல்லாரும் வேலைக்கு போயிருக்காங்க. ரயில்வேஸ்ல வேலை பார்க்கறாங்க. போலீஸ், SI எல்லாரும்.
Look at that, all our teammates or like professionals who works for railways, police and
இருக்கும் சார். இதுக்காக ஒதுக்கணும்னு நினைச்சா ஒதுக்கலாம்ல.
She says that when people are dedicated towards a game, they can definitely spend time to practice the game. Asking about how the playing conditions in her villages.
ஈஷா வந்து இந்த மாதிரி ஏற்படுத்தி கொடுத்ததுக்கு ஈஷாக்கு ஒரு நன்றி சொல்றேன்.
She thanks that, and she says that she plays on all kinds of surfaces back then in the village.
இந்த மாதிரி நினைச்சு பார்த்ததில்ல. நிறைய மேட்ச் ஆடி இருக்கோம் நாங்க. இவ்ளோ கேமராக்கு முன்னாடி இந்த மாதிரி ஆடினது இல்ல.
She says she never imagined that she would play a match in this setting, in this grand maneuver here.
எல்லாரும் ஃபைனல்ஸ் வந்தது பத்தி ரொம்ப சந்தோஷமா இருக்காங்க.
She's very excited to be here in the final match. All the very best, Soundarya. All the very best for the finals.
மறந்துவிடக்கூடாது. நம்முடைய பெருமதிப்புக்குரிய அருள் திரு சத்குரு அவர்களுடைய முயற்சியும் அவருடைய வார்த்தைகளும் அவர் மக்களால் எடுத்து வைக்கின்ற வாதங்களும் அவர் பணிப்புகளாக அறிவியாக வெளியே விடுகின்ற அருள் மொழிகளும் இந்த அளவுக்கு பட்டயங்களை மாத்திரமல்லாமல் பட்டியலிலே உள்ள மக்களையும் கவர்ந்திருக்கிறது என்பதை என்னால் உணர முடிகிறது. நான் அவர்களையும் உங்களையும் பற்றிய நேரத்தில் துறவிகளாக இருப்பவர்களெல்லாம் இருந்தால் இந்த நாடு இந்த உலகம் எந்த அளவுக்கு முன்னேறும், எந்த அளவுக்கு உயர்ந்திருக்கும் என்று எண்ணி பெருவும் சொல்லுகின்றேன். மரணத்தை வளர்த்தாமல் மரத்தை வளர்ப்பவர்களை நான் பெருவும் விரும்புகிறவர். மரத்தை வளர்த்தால் மக்களை வாழ வைக்க பயன்படும் என்ற நன்முறையை அவர்களுக்கு வழங்கிவிட முடியும். அதைத்தான் நம்முடைய முன்னோர்கள் செய்கிறார்கள்.
Isha Yoga Center in South India is a very, very special place. It's a very powerful space for self-transformation.
Everything about the place has been carefully engineered for individual transformation of the human being.
Linga Bhairavi is an exuberant expression of the divine feminine, consecrated by Sadhguru.
Dhyana Linga, the dream of many enlightened beings. Here, this energy form is manifested as a tool to make you meditative without any instruction. This is a tool for one's enhancement of life.
Without a single instruction about meditation, people come, total strangers, they come and sit there. They think they're going to sit for 5 minutes, they'll sit there for 2 hours, totally still.
A variety of yoga programs are available at the Yoga Center. Isha Yoga Center is also home to 2 residential schools, Isha Home School and Isha Samskriti. Isha Home School aims to provide quality education in a home-like environment, ensuring that fun and adventure go hand in hand with learning. It makes education a process of discovery and joy. Isha Samskriti is an education system dedicated to a child's overall development, enabling them to realize their full potential, physically, mentally, and spiritually. Rooted in the ancient Indian yogic systems and sciences, Isha Samskriti brings balance and stability to the child's body and mind through a unique blend of yogic practices, Indian classical arts, and traditional Indian martial arts.
A 100-day journey spanning 30,000 kilometers
from London to India as part of a Safe Soil campaign
to change the world and make it a better place.
The whole purpose of this moment is to first to bring this home, that when you walk up on the soil, you know it is the source of your life. Keeping it alive is the most important thing. Will you make it happen?
Dear Sadhguru, one of the world's voices and leaders on soil conservation and land.
Extremely important. It must be a single-point agenda, incentive-based agenda. I don't want this COP15 to end as one more convention with more paper and more paper. This must end with concrete action, and action in such a way that it's implementable. As part of Conscious Planet, we started this Safe Soil movement, which has been on for over 30 years now. Initially, it started as Project Green Hands. Next thing is we started Rally for Rivers.
We're tracking a mammoth movement, an incredible rally starting from Kanyakumari, reaching up to the Himalayas, with the sole purpose of rejuvenating India's rivers.
Every state is responding. This is concurrence and this is wonderful. This project, what we have taken up called Kaveri Calling, is an offshoot of Rally for Rivers.
These 83,000 square kilometers of Kaveri Basin, we want to bring it back, at least 1/3 of it back into some kind of green power.
India is putting money behind it, but 13 river basins on the lines of Kaveri Calling, they've allocated $2.4 billion.
Right now, Kaveri Calling project is being seen by the UN agencies as a role model for tropical nations on the planet. One big movement that's happening right now is the Farmers Producer Organization movement. Today we are managing 25 farmer producer organizations. In the next year or maximum 18 months, we want to make this into 25,000 farmers. This can be scaled up into a massive possibility.
The significant thing about sport is that it levels communities. At Isha, we have effectively used sport as an entry activity for revitalizing rural societies through our now very famous project called Action for Rural Rejuvenation. The kind of involvement that we brought about, irrespective of gender and age, in the rural communities is something that you have to see. The joy of it, the pleasure of watching people over 60 years of age, women who have never played in their life, especially the women, the rural women, most of them have never played a game in their life after they are 6 or 7 years of age. Now at the age of 65, 70, they come in and participating in tournaments and winning the games. People have grown out of their addictions of smoking and drinking, and now they're working to become fit because they all want to get into the team. All these things happening in one stroke is the miracle of sport. We want to make sure that every Indian is playing some game, above all, to make sure that every human being is a game for life.
நான் நல்லூர்பதிங்கிற ட்ரைபல் வில்லேஜ்லேருந்து பேசுகிறேன். இங்கே இருக்கவங்க பார்த்தீங்கன்னா எந்த கேம்ஸ்லேயும் யாருமே விளாண்டதில்லை இது வரைக்கும். எங்கள் ஊர்லேருந்து வெளியில் போய் யாரும் விளாண்டதே இல்லை. இருப்பாங்க, ஸ்கூல் போவாங்க, இல்லைன்னா அப்படியே நின்றுவாங்க. அப்புறம் அவ்வளோதான், மேரேஜ் பண்ணி கொடுத்துருவாங்க. இதோட முடிஞ்சது. ஈஷாலேருந்து வந்தாங்க, இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு கேம் இருக்குது, நீங்கள் விளாடுங்க, நாங்கள் சொல்லித்தரோம். பால் வாங்க கூட எங்களுக்கு காசு இருக்காது. அந்த மாதிரி இருக்க டைமில் ஈஷாலேருந்து நாங்களே பால் கொடுக்குறோம், சொல்லி கொடுக்குறோம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி எங்களை விளையாட வச்சு ட்ரைனிங் கொடுத்து.
இப்போ வந்து காலேஜ் ஃபைனல் இயர் படிக்கிறேன். நான் பார்ட் டைமாக ஒர்க் போயிட்டுருக்குறேன். 5 மணி நேரம் தான் ஒர்க் போகிறேன். நான் ஒரு மணி நேரம் வந்து நான் பர்மிஷன் கேட்டு வந்து நான் விளையாடுவேன்.
இப்போ ஈஷாவில் நடந்த கிராமோற்சவத்தில் கிளஸ்டர் லெவலில் நாங்கள் கலந்துக்கிட்டோம். அவங்க 30 டீம் கலந்துக்கிட்டாங்க.
எங்களுக்கெல்லாம் ஒரே பதட்டமாக இருந்துச்சு. எங்களை விட நல்ல டீமெல்லாம் இருப்பாங்க. நாங்கள் இப்போ தான் விளையாடுற ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணிக்கிறோம்.
அதில் நாங்களும் விளையாண்டு 4th பிளேஸ் வந்திருக்கோம். நாங்கள் கூலி வேலைக்கு போயிட்டு வந்து வீட்டு வேலையும் பார்த்துட்டு இதில் போய் விளையாண்ட ஒரு சந்தோஷமாக இருக்குது. ஃபஸ்ட்டு வந்து என்னென்னா, சும்மா இப்போ பார்த்தாலும் பாலை தூக்கிட்டு போகிறாங்க அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி பேசுனாங்க. ஏதாவது ஒரு ப்ரைஸ் வாங்கிடணும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு நாங்கள் போய் வின் பண்ணிட்டு வந்ததுக்கப்புறம் என்ன சொன்னாங்கன்னா, நீங்கள் உங்களாலே வின் பண்ண முடியுமா, நீங்கள் வின் பண்ணிட்டீங்களா, பரவாயில்லன்ட்டு அதுக்கப்புறம் 2 பொண்ணுங்க வந்து இப்போ அவங்களும் விளையாட வந்திருக்காங்க.
இந்த சைடு நிறையா காலேஜ் சிட்டியெல்லாம் இருக்குது. எங்கள் ஊர் எதுவுமே தெரியாது. எங்கள் ஊர் பேர் வந்து எல்லாத்துக்கும் தெரியணுங்களுக்கு வேண்டி தான் நாங்கள் விளையாடுறதுக்கு ஆரம்பித்தோம்.
ஈஷா கிராமோற்சவம்னு ஒன்று இல்லைன்னா நாங்கள் வந்து எங்கள் லைஃப் இப்படியே போயிருக்கோம். இது வந்ததுக்கப்புறம் தான் வந்து எங்களுக்குள்ளே இருக்க டேலண்ட் வந்து எங்களுக்கு தெரிஞ்சது. நாங்கள் யாருன்னுங்கிறது எங்களுக்கு காமிச்சது வந்து இந்த கிராமೋತ್ಸವದಲ್ಲಿ.
ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಬಿಟ್ಟರೆ ನಮಗೇನು ಗೊತ್ತಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಆಲ್ ನನ್ನ ಕಾಲು ನೋವು, ಕೈ ನೋವು. ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಕೆಲಸ ಬಿಟ್ಟರೆ, ಅಯ್ಯೋ ಅಮ್ಮ ನಿನ್ನ ಕೈಲಿ ಏನೂ ಆಗಲ್ಲಮ್ಮ, ನೀನೊಂದು ಕಡೆ ಇರಮ್ಮ, ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಓಡಾಡಬೇಡಮ್ಮ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋ ಅಂತ ಇದಿತ್ತು ನನಗೂ ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ. ಆದರೆ ಈ ಆಟ ಆಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ ನನ್ನ ಕಾಲು ನೋವಿಲ್ಲ, ಕೈ ನೋವಿಲ್ಲ. ಕೆಲಸ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿ ಆರಾಮಾಗಿ ಬಂದು ಆಟ ಆಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ. ಆರಾಮಾಗಿ ನಿದ್ದೆನೂ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು. ಆಟ ಆಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಶುರು ಮಾಡಿದಾಗಿನಿಂದ ರಾತ್ರಿ ಟೈಮ್ ನಿದ್ದೆ, ರಾತ್ರಿ ಮಲಗಿದೆ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆವರೆಗೂ ನಿದ್ದೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ. ನನಗೆ ಕಷ್ಟನೇ ಅನಿಸ್ತಾ ಇರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಎಂಜಾಯ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಇದಂತೂ ಖುಷಿ. ಈ ಎಂಜಾಯ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಂತ ಈ ಇವರಿಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್. ಅದು ಈ ಏಜಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಥರ ಪ್ಲ್ಯಾನ್ ಹಾಕಿದಾರಲ್ಲ, ಇದು ತುಂಬ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಪ್ಲ್ಯಾನು. ಇನ್ನೂ ವಯಸ್ಸಾಗಿರೋ ನಮ್ಮಂಥವ್ರನ್ನ, ಈ ಏಜ್ ಇರೋರನ್ನ ಕರೆಸಿ ಈ ಟೀಮ್ ಇಂಥವ್ರನ್ನ ಇನ್ನೂ ತುಂಬ ಟೀಮ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಆರಿಸ್ಬೇಕು. ಅದನ್ನ ನೋಡಿ ನಾವು ಸಂತೋಷ ಬೀಳಬೇಕು. ಮತ್ತು ಮುಂದೇನೂ ನಾವು ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಆಡೋ ಅಂಥ ಚಾನ್ಸ್ ನಮಗೂ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ಏಜವ್ರಿಗೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು.
Dear Sadhguru, one of the world's voices and leaders on soil conservation.
Save soil. Let us make it happen.
Save soil. Let's make it happen.
I don't want this COP15 to end as one more convention with more paper and more paper. This must end with concrete action, and action in such a way that it is implementable.
The movement that you are taken up as a soil scientist, I could not expect any more God's blessing than that.
I request all of you to come together and join the Conscious Planet movement.
Soil is not our property. It's a legacy that's come to us from previous generations, and we must pass it on as living soil for future generations. Let's make it happen.
எல்லாருக்கும் வணக்கம். இந்த ஈஷா கிராமோத்சவம் எதுக்காக இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு விழான்றது எதுக்காகன்னா, நம்ம தேசத்துல, இந்த பாரத தேசத்துல, இந்த கலாச்சாரத்துல வாழ்க்கையே ஒரு விழாவை வச்சிருந்தோம். 365 நாள் ஏதோ ஒரு விழா நடந்தே இருக்கும். விழான்னா நீங்கள் வேலை செய்யக்கூடாது, விடுமுறை வேணும், அதிகமாக சாப்பிட்டுக்கணும், இப்படி இல்லை விழா. எப்போ நீங்கள் வாழ்க்கையில் எல்லாமே கொண்டாட்டமாக செய்கிறீங்களோ அதே ஒரு விழா. எல்லாத்துக்கும் ஒரு ஆட்டம் என்னத்துக்குன்னா, வாழ்க்கை ஒரு கொண்டாட்டமாக நடத்துக்கணும். இப்போ என்ன ஆயிடுச்சு, நம்ம கிராமங்களில் வெறும் பொருளாதாரம் மட்டும்தான் கவனத்தில் வச்சிருக்கிறதுனால நமக்கு பாட்டம் எல்லாம் போச்சு. ஜாதி, மதம், பலவிதமான பிரிவினைகள் வந்துட்டு எது நாம் ஒரு ஆனந்தமாக செய்கிற ஒரு தன்மை போயிடுச்சு. இதனால இந்த ஈஷா கிராமோத்சவம்ன்றது 2004 நடந்து வந்திருக்குது. இந்த வருடம் செப்டம்பர் 23ஆம் தேதி இந்த ஈஷா கிராமோத்சவம் நடக்குது. இதில் சாமானியமாக இல்லை, 60,000க்கு மேலே விளையாட்டு வீரர் ஈடுபடுறாங்க. விளையாட்டு வீரர்னு எல்லா அத்லீட்ஸாக இப்படி இருக்காங்களா, அதுக்காக நின்று இருக்காங்களா, அப்படி இல்லை. வீட்டில் சமையல் பண்ணுற பாட்டி கூட விளையாடுறாங்க, சின்ன குழந்தை கூட விளையாடுறாங்க. இந்த மாதிரி எல்லாம் சேர்ந்து ஒரு போட்டி நடக்குது. முக்கியமானது என்னன்னா, நம்ம வாழ்க்கையில் ஒரு சுறுசுறுப்பு, ஒரு தெம்பு நாம் கொண்டு வரணும்னா ஒரு விளையாட்டுத்தனம் இருக்கணும். வேற ஒன்றும் இல்லைன்னா, வீட்டில் இருக்கிறவங்க கூடயே, உங்கள் குடும்பத்து கூடயே சும்மா ஒரு பாலான வீசலாமே, ஐயோ என்கிட்ட பால் இல்லைன்னா உருளைக்கிழங்கானாலும் வீசிக்கலாமே வீட்டுக்குள்ளே. முக்கியமானது என்னன்னா, ஒரு விளையாட்டுத்தனம் உங்களுக்குள்ளே கொண்டு வரணும். இல்லைன்னா தேவையில்லாத மன அழுத்தங்கள் நமக்கு வருது. இந்த ஒரு கிராமோத்சவத்தில் நீங்கள் எல்லாமே ஈடுபட்டு இதோடைய தெம்பு, இதோடைய உற்சாகம் நீங்கள் உங்கள் வீட்டுக்குள்ளே உங்கள் வாழ்க்கையில் கொண்டு வரணுன்ற ஆசையோடு இது நாம் செஞ்சுருக்கிறோம். எல்லாத்துக்கும் முக்கியமானது இந்த விளையாட்டுன்றது கொண்டாட்டம்ன்றது நம்ம வாழ்க்கையில் போயிடுச்சுன்னா பொருளாதாரம் வச்சு என்ன பண்ணி போகிறோம். இதனால ஈஷா கிராமோத்சவம் நீங்கள் எல்லாமே ஈடுபடணும். வணக்கம்.
Good morning everyone, we are back in another exhilarating action today for the next match between two Kabaddi teams, Virudhunagar men's team and Tirunelveli men's team. And here are referees of the game lining up here. And all the referees here are the persons who conclude the points, who decide how the game goes. And these referees are the ones who are the major reason for the professional success of this tournament and for all the editions of Gramotsavam.
And this is a great team of referees over here, led by Mr. Kumaresan, who's also a Pro Kabaddi League referee. And we have amidst our midst in Mr. Prasad Rao, who's an international referee, Dronacharya awardee. And he is going to be awarded, or rather felicitated and respected for this volume of work that he has done so far. So without the work of these referees, no tournament will be actually successful, because there is no DRS, there is no replays. So everything has to be done by these referees instantly. So their job is not easy at all. We can see Mr. Prasad Rao, Dronacharya awardee, being honored and felicitated by the referees here. And Mr. Safiullah, who is also being felicitated here.
We can very well see them in the Pro Kabaddi Leagues, where they make sure all the Kabaddi Leagues are very famous all over India right now. And up next, we have lined up another great match, a men's Kabaddi between semis between Virudhunagar and Tirunelveli.
And here we can see the next semi-final between men to be played between the yellow jerseys, which is Tirunelveli, and we have Virudhunagar wearing the orange jerseys. They are going to be stepping onto the mat today to play the first semi-final for the men's Kabaddi division, and there is a lot of prize money at stake, by far the largest in this Gramotsav. 5 lakhs for the winners, and they have 3 lakhs for the runner. Third place will get 1,50,000 for the fourth place. And both of these teams will be fighting very aggressively, because one of them could actually move into the final within a short time.
In fact, yesterday we witnessed the great match with the Tirunelveli team. They were fighting against Thiruvarur, which we spoke about in the last match too. Right now, this semi is between these two. And you also note that they are both neighboring districts.
Hello, check.
Let's see how the both neighboring districts of the southern part of Tamil Nadu fight each other to win the semi-finals now.
The weather is really hot, dehydratingly so. We can see Mr. Kumaresan, the Pro Kabaddi League referee, very respected in his sphere of work. Volume of work also is extensive, so his experience is invaluable here for this Kabaddi tournament. And both teams lining up for the official introductions. And you must also remember that we don't have any state, university or national level players. Only district players and non-district players are playing here. Many first-timers who've never played on this level so far. That was the whole idea of having this Gramotsav itself, and make sure more and more youth and kids who haven't played sport will take to sport and maintain a healthy lifestyle. Here we can see the toss.
Tired.
Tirunelveli
Toss win
wins
by-
the toss.
Tirunelveli choice court.
And they have chose to court now.
Toss won by Tirunelveli choice court.
And Tirunelveli have won the toss and picked court, which means their opponents Virudhunagar will begin the raid. The whole idea of getting them to raid is to push that inevitable first do or die raid and always have an advantage over there. That's exactly why they have made this choice. You can see despite the heat at this time of the day, it's almost 11:30 now, the crowd is still very, very engaged in watching this spectacle, but we can see a little bit of respite with those little rain clouds that seem to be creeping in from the left side of the screen. So let's hope it gives them a great weather to play in. And the first raid is on.
The first raider is Bhupati from Virudhunagar. Let's see how the first raid of this game adds scores to the point now. He's very cautious. Did he touch one? No. Now we have player Suresh from Tirunelveli going in for a ride.
Very, very high-line defense over there actually resulted in that quick point for a quick escape for Tirunelveli player Suresh. Found those gaps and easily escaped.
Yes, Tirunelveli has started adding points to his scoreboard now.
He has claimed a touch point and gone into the lobby, and only when you get a touch point can you step into the lobby, otherwise you will be deemed out. So we presume that this is a second point, and we are right about that because Tirunelveli have picked up their second point by way of touch. 2 quick points for Tirunelveli. My apologies, it was for Virudhunagar. This time Tirunelveli going in for a raid.
Last time was a lucky raid for Suresh because they had a very mellow defense, but this time Virudhunagar he again scored a point.
1 point. Suresh is taking the onus of picking up those quick touch points early on in the raid. You can see that it was attempted double ankle hold, which was not effective enough, and he was able to kick off. He didn't get the support he needed, but this time Tirunelveli gave the support to their defensive end and picked up that 1 point more. Beautiful block there, and that block was initiated by Ranjit.
Though it seems like the score says Tirunelveli is 3 and Virudhunagar is 1, but I see that both these teams are equally highly, they're putting in efforts. The scores can turn around anytime.
Very aggressive start, don't you think, Naveen? This is going to be quite the match, and this is how it should be at this stage of the tournament because you're already in the semi-final, there's much at stake, so you do expect a lot of adrenaline-paced action. Perfect weekend this is turning out to be.
And Subramanian from Virudhunagar has come in for a raid now. Will he add some scores to his team now? No, he did not. The team's captain, Bharat, is gone for a raid.
No opportunity for a bonus with just 5 players on the mat. He will have to pick up those touch points, and that's what he's doing. He is scoping the opposition, and he claims a touch point by way of a kick. But is he right? We'll have to wait and see. Has he stepped into the lobby? No, he hasn't, but he has picked up that 1 point. So the raider is safe and goes back with that point. So Tirunelveli are up with 4 points, and my apologies, Virudhunagar is trailing by 3. Did he pick up that running hand touch over there?
I think all these last 3 points, we couldn't see it when it happened.
That's it. 1 point, Virudhunagar.
Yeah, they scored it.
Very quick action. So Suresh again doing the bulk of the raiding in the early part of this half. Again, no opportunity for a bonus. Will he get tackled? No, he's not going to get tackled. It was a solo tackle attempt there by
That's it. 1 point, Tirunelveli.
By a double thigh hold. But that did not take place properly. He didn't even have a good grip.
There's a fraction of seconds where if Virudhunagar had a plan, their teammates could have stepped in and defended this actually.
It was too high line, Naveen, so there was no possibility. They would have conceded far more points had they stepped in. So it was good decision to just let go of 1 point rather than jump in and concede more. That was Bhupati who picked up that bonus point for Virudhunagar and goes back. With bonus points, no revival happens, so touch points are important. There are 4 people on the mat. If they need revivals, then touch points are the way to go. Suresh again. Tries a back kick, and even though a block was attempted, this time it is unsuccessful. That was Anand, and Suresh goes back with that point. Beautifully done. Bulldozes his way through.
Tirunelveli is surely reading the score with twice as much as Virudhunagar is. 6 Tirunelveli and Virudhunagar 3.
Bhupati, touch point, steps into the lobby, so he picks up 1 point. So those points are coming through Virudhunagar's way. The scoreboard is ticking. And the musicians are celebrating every point and every bit of action that's happening on this mat. Suresh again.
And all the touch points we witnessed were so swift.
This would
yes,
be
he did
Kishore.
that too.
I mean, that was a good move actually. He went left corner, right corner, and again picked up those points. So it's actually very good. Unexpected, but good.
Tirunelveli 7, Virudhunagar 4. Unlike the last match we witnessed between women's match, where before even the first timeout, we can clearly see which side had more points on them and which side was more confident. But now anything can turn around any time, right?
Definitely, it can swing any which way. Do or die is what this fan is saying. Is that going to happen? Definitely, they're going to play do or die only because so much is at stake. The energy is electrifying, and even though it's almost noon, the people are fully into it, the audience is into it, the players are into it, and it's going to get better and better as the day progresses because we will have the final of the men's kabaddi, the women's kabaddi, and the men's final of volleyball also. That's going to happen in the afternoon. But was that a quick point? Did he get a bonus? Very jubilant jump there. That was Bhupati. Did he get a touch point? He steps into the lobby. He claims a touch point. Did he get a bonus as well in the process?
Bonus plus 1 point.
Yes, 2 points for Virudhunagar. So there's a quick turnaround and a resurgence.
That's what we are talking about. Any quick points to their side can turn around the point. That just happened for Virudhunagar right now. Virudhunagar 6 and Tirunelveli 7.
A quick kick over there.
And Suresh has more pressure now in his raids. He surely has to score points.
Targets the left corner and the left in, and he makes sure he touches. Yes, he picks up that 1 point. Tirunelveli still ticking and tries to keep things ahead of Virudhunagar constantly. Just a 2-point difference separates them. But Virudhunagar cannot be underestimated.
Now comes Bhupati from Virudhunagar. He sure has a room for bonus points, but will he go for it?
What a diving ankle hold over there. Beautiful efforts there. That was Vishwa in the right corner. Beautifully executed. Got great support from his teammates by way of Bhupati as well.
Now with 2 defenders there, Suresh goes back for another raid. Will he score some points and make his team's winning lead into a double-digit point?
Will this be an empty raid? Will he go back and say, let me wait to play defense on these 2 players? And looks like that's what happened. He did attempt, but he seems to be limping. Suresh is limping, so he's going to just settle into the chain tackle. But coming in for Thiruvarur, a bonus is being attempted. That would be number
one, Rajkumar. He attempted a bonus and he sure has much more things to do today. I think he's going back empty-handed today and wait for another super tackle situation to come
bonus!
in. He scored a bonus anyway.
At least the scoreboard is sticking, so that's fine. And this time it's Kishore that's gone in for that raid. Will they be able to inflict a super tackle here? And that's what they seem to have done. Brilliantly done. What a block and a great supportive effort there by that single ankle hold. They draw him out of the playing zone itself. So there's no way that he could have struggled or escaped or picked up a point over there.
It was not easy. Kishore was just fresh, and unlike Suresh, who came for multiple raids earlier, Kishore was fresh. He had all the energy on, but then still the two people managed to held him in.
It was that hold, that block that happened in front, which actually made sure that there was enough time for the ankle hold over there. So the scores are level right now. Even Steven at 9 apiece. And although the bonus is in effect right now, will he take advantage of the bonus? This is Subramaniam for Virudhunagar, who's come in for the raid. But no, he's going in, going back after an empty raid, and coming back again is Suresh. The load of the raiding, Tirunelveli raiding, is on him. Once more, a super tackle situation is in play. There are 3 players on the mat. So will he break out of it and pick up that 1 point or 2 points? We'll have to wait and see. 30 seconds for each raid. The player has stepped out of bounds into the lobby. So yes, that 1 point has come in for Suresh. Since the defensive players swung into the lobby, Suresh was confident enough to step into the lobby himself. You can see how he lunges to make that hand. Oh, not a hand touch. It was a slap on the head.
Now the score has gone back to Tirunelveli. He touched one.
3 points.
That's 2 points.
Second out, third out.
It's 3 points
9,
now.
5 and 10. 3 points.
What a super raid. That was a brilliant play. High line defense, a little tactical error over there. You can see how they tried to block him, but they didn't get him fully. And then that resulted in the support also going out. So super raid for Virudhunagar. Brilliant 3-point turnaround, and they have picked up their first lead in the game so far.
You know what they call is Virudhunagar is famous for the town of Sivakasi, which manufactures crackers. So that's a crackling performance happening here.
Naveen, I would have said Virudhunagar is famous for their Palgova as well.
Yes.
But sweet performance too, that was.
But let's not forget, Tirunelveli also has its own share of sweet, which is Alva. Let's see who gets Alva today.
Good one there, and Tirunelveli is going to have to try to claw back, because Virudhunagar had a spot of great kabaddi over there. In fact, they went through a streak over there. Picking up the 3 raid points in one raid was brilliant, actually.
Suresh, has like a self-alleged raider, star raider from his team, has come in again, and he's seeing that he can score now.
What a good play there, good effective defense, making sure that Suresh didn't get those touches there, because that was the only way he could have picked up a point, Naveen. There was no bonus.
Tirunelveli might feel a little pressure because they're not leading the scoreboard now. Virudhunagar might go back empty-handed. Let's welcome them for a tackle now.
Both are pretty well matched. 4 for Tirunelveli on the mat and 5 for Virudhunagar on the mat. Will a revival happen? That remains to be seen. And yes, does he get dashed? He does. What a brilliant play there by Virudhunagar. A timely dash made sure that they picked off that point there. And you can see he's attempting a running hand touch, but that dash from the cover that side was just brilliant.
So it's clear Virudhunagar is now leading the scoreboard. That's what we were talking about a little while ago. And there's been any sport, any timeouts, things can turn around. The last timeout, we clearly could see that Tirunelveli was leading, but now Virudhunagar has changed the equation. But will it continue, or any multiple raids can level that again?
Absolutely. It just takes one great play to break the momentum and deflate the confidence of the opposition. So we'll have to wait and see. A super tackle situation is possible. And Virudhunagar also has some momentum in their hands. So See, that's what we were talking about. Despite a super tackle possibility, it was Virudhunagar who capitalized on the confidence. He picked up 2 points in that. So that was superb. You can see that was a running hand touch. And then another touch over here. That was number 3, Vishwa, who came and prematurely tried to block him despite his escape.
He was very confident that the ankle hold would have worked, but he didn't see that coming.
This is a last man standing for Tirunelveli, so which means they're looking at an all-out. But you should also remember, this guy, number 3, Vishwa, is also a raider. I'm sorry, this is Suresh here, who is their chief raider. And he picked up a bonus and a point. This is what happens when Suresh is on the mat, the main raider is on the mat. Then you don't get to easily push him for an all-out and pick up those easy bonus points for all-out.
Let us see how that goes now. From being a single-man team, he has brought back his another teammate in. They're sure occupied.
What an all-out there, and that was by Subramaniam. Well done, Virudhunagar. Their first all-out, they were actually trailing, and here you can see that single ankle hold. He taunted the defense in the right corner and the left corner and invited the only remaining defender to also come and made easy work of escaping. Picked up those extra points by way of an all-out.
It's very clear that Virudhunagar is very leading the team now with the scoreboards leading to 20.
Bonus plus 1 point. Tirunelveli.
No.
Great.
Tirunelveli is back in action now.
Back in action and picked up a bonus and a touch point, which is also good because they can't afford to keep trailing constantly, because they need to pick up their confidence. And how they pick up their confidence, this kind of defense is what wins games, and they are tuning themselves back into giving the same performance that they did in the first 10 minutes of the first 5 minutes of play that they had. Beautifully done. That was a fantastic team effort, Naveen.
They totally packed him up and sent him out.
One parcel of Iruttukada Alva from there.
And with Suresh on his side, Tirunelveli seems really confident.
1 point, Tirunelveli.
And while you were talking about Suresh, yes, he went in and picked up that 1 point there, came back with a point. So Tirunelveli is still in the game, just trailing by 3 points. Virudhunagar do have an upper hand. Did he pick up that bonus? At least his body language says he did pick up that bonus. But is it right? We'll have to wait and see for a wee bit.
Looks like Virudhunagar is very confident. He's not going back without a point. But will that happen right now?
Bonus!
Yes, he scored a bonus for Virudhunagar.
Suresh is going to need a couple of bottles of Gatorade or something like that, energy drinks right now, because he seems to be the only one going for the maximum raids, and he could get tired, need to conserve his energy, but he's doing a stellar job for his team so far. But it's not good to depend on him. And even if they do depend on him, it could become a problem if Virudhunagar actually tackles him early and puts him out on the bench. There'll be no one to revive him, right?
Now that Bhupati is back on right for Virudhunagar.
Bhupati, bonus is on. Did he pick one up? We'll see. But leading by just 3 points. He's approaching the game cautiously. Goes back without a point or a bonus. Coming in is Kishore for Tirunelveli now.
Kishore seems to like he is very determined to get a point now. He has to get a point by touch. Whereas all the Virudhunagar players are trying to trick him, but he went home empty-handed. Now comes Subramanian. Subramanian's like a star player, like how thou have Suresh here. Virudhunagar has Subramanian.
And he hasn't disappointed Naveen so far.
And he's also good in a defense move also. He's not risking himself against all the full players there. And again, Suresh.
trying to see if he can get those touch points, and does he escape? No, he gets trapped. There are 4 people on the mat. He does try a few routes here. No entry anywhere. So he does get trapped, and Suresh is going to go to the bench. Now they're going to, you can see how he got trapped, that ankle hold, that block, and then from front, then he knew he was done. And in return, Tirunelveli has picked up a quick point there, a defensive point. So it's going fairly well so far between the two. You can see he's attempting a bonus there. Beautiful block in front by number 8, that is Bhupati of Tirunelveli, and got some great assistance by his teammates. Kabaddi is a game that was born in Tamil Nadu. From Kaipudi came Kabaddi. Kaipudi is to hold hands, and that's how it got twisted into becoming Kabaddi.
And now the game has been played all over the world, and even in India the game is reaching new heights and new popularities with pro Kabaddi leagues and all this. And now even I heard that even pro Kabaddi league players find tough to play with college teams and all the rural teams, because each team and the players they come from have a different...
Absolutely, Naveen, because there were many formats of the game being played, but after the resurgence of a pro league in India, it seems like everyone likes this format very much, so much so that they have adopted the same rules, and those are the rules that most of the teams in and most of the players in the world are playing for.
Wait.
Tirunelveli is slowly climbing up the ladders and trying to touch the points of Virudunagar.
Who knows the effect of this Gramotsavam in a few years? We might see a few of these players playing in pro leagues or representing their country as well. So that would be a very, very proud moment for the organizers, their families, the villages, the panchayats. Such a great platform this has been for young talent who have been fairly raw and haven't had a platform to perform from all these days. So this is an ideal platform for them to showcase their talent. And many teams are actually watching, many colleges are actually sitting and talent scouting, because this is where the talent comes from.
Very true. And also speaking, today is a day where Asian Games has also begun. The sporting event is around, the aura of sport is around everywhere. And we have international referees here watching the game, and we are sure many eyes are watching as they play.
That was the end of the first half, and Virudunagar have a slender lead over Tirunelveli. And it's now time for the highlights. Let's see what happened in this half. It has been a great half. Tirunelveli did have their moments. Tirunelveli won the toss and decided to pick court. And here you can see how that was Suresh who started scoring for Tirunelveli, picking up those early points. He was a star raider, did pick up some amazing points in raid. And Tirunelveli defense was also really, really good in segments. But Virudunagar has been no pushover. They proved that quite a bit, but here you can see how the defense is effective so far. But this is where the momentum is beginning to turn. Those multiple points coming off those raids. Then here you can see that all-out situation almost about to happen. And this has been a fantastic resurgence for Virudunagar. They played with heart and it showed on the mat. Brilliant efforts there. Naveen, we'll have to wait and see who is going to win. And let's come back after a short break, because after that more exciting action is waiting for us.
நிறைய தடவை நம்ம மிஸ் பண்ணிப்போம். நம்ம ஊருக்கே போக முடியாத அளவுக்கு இருக்கும். நம்ம ஊரையே எங்கே கொண்டு வந்திருக்காங்க. எல்லாரும் என்ஜாய் பண்ணுங்க. ஆல் தி பெஸ்ட்.
தமிழ்நாடு ஃபுல்லாக தெரிஞ்சது காரணம் இந்த ஈஷா நடத்திய இந்த கிராமோத்சவங்கிற நிகழ்ச்சி தான்.
கிராமோத்சவம் இல்லைனா நான் வாலிபால் விளையாடுறதுக்கு வாய்ப்பு.
சத்குரு கையால் வாங்குறது ரொம்ப பெருமையாக இருந்துச்சு. அவர் நான் தூரத்தில் டிவியில் தான் அதனால் அவர் கையால் இருக்க அவார்டு வாங்கக்குள்ள எனக்கு ரொம்ப பெருமையாக இருந்துச்சு.
கிராமோத்சவம் நம்மள மாதிரி கிராமத்து பசங்க.
இப்போ வந்து 5 லட்சம் வந்து எங்கள் பையன் சம்பாதிச்சுட்டு வந்தால் நம்ம எனக்கு பெருமையாக இருக்குதுங்க. புலா வரைக்கும் பெருமை, என் பையனுக்கும் பெருமை, எனக்கும் பெருமை.
ஒரு பந்து உலகத்தை மாற்றும், அதனுடைய முன்னுதாரணம் தான் எங்கள் கிராமம்.
ஊருக்கே ரொம்ப பெருமை கப்பு வாங்கிட்டு வந்தனால.
If you do not know how to be playful, you do not know how to live. Playfulness is the essence of life. A sport is beyond alcohol, beyond drug. If they could play, if they could laugh, if they could jump, if they could scream, you will see it would be very natural for every human being to search for something more than where they are right now. Ball can definitely change the world.
Welcome back to the second half of the Virudhunagar and Tirunelveli game. We have a fantastic game. The sun is so high in the sky and it's scorching heat everywhere, and the players are not resting anymore. And the Tirunelveli is trying to get back their dominance on the scoreboard. Virudhunagar leads by 22 points and Tirunelveli 18 points.
Suresh back in action, tries to kick, but he gets caught. That kick landed right in his arms, which was waiting for that ankle hold. And that super tackle effected in 2 more points being added to the kitty of Virudhunagar. So they move up to 24. Brilliant effort there, making sure that Suresh doesn't even straighten his back out.
Yeah, true. And also the winning streak of Suresh has been brought to an end now. Let's see how Tirunelveli takes it.
Folks, remember that each player must weigh less than 80 kilos over here. So when a pile of bodies lands on you, you can imagine the fatigue that Suresh is going to feel. He nearly had 120 to 160 kilos on his back there.
Very true. Even 80 kg is not a joke. Let's see how. And number 5 from Tirunelveli, which is the captain, Bharat, goes in for a raid. Looks very calm. He's just reading the mat. The players for both the corners are funneling him down to a corner.
Bharat seems very light on his feet, and he is trying to make sure that he's at least getting his footwork in place and tries to spook the defenders into stepping into the restricted zones. So did he get successful? No, that did not happen. It was an empty raid. We haven't seen much of Bharat raiding at all, because the onus was on Suresh only. Now the onus is back on them to revive Suresh if they need to get raid points. So the defense is going to have to work overtime for Tirunelveli over here. And the raider is making sure to go from corner to corner here. But the second line of defense is ready. But oh yes, multiple points. Even though he was caught, there was a hold over there. He made sure to use his feet to push towards the midline, and that's what happened. That is number 4 for Virudhunagar, Madasamy.
It was so easy for him to just jump off the hold. He should have thought twice before doing that. The defense are much better. But it is now Tirunelveli's number 2, Kishore, going in for a raid. Kishore, did he climb 2 points
3
now?
points. First turn.
That is a super raid, Naveen. Brilliant escape there. You can see tit for tat, even though I was just thinking that this has been the largest lead in the game so far. And the referees have acknowledged that it is a 3-point raid plus a bonus. So that is a 4-point raid in one go. Man, they're really closing scores at this point in time. Good resurgence, but can this be the point where they make a return and back into the fray? We'll have to see. We can't write them off, that's for sure.
And then they defended. It was so close, but then Tirunelveli adds another
1 point.
to them. With a full house of attendance on their path. Was that a twisted arm there?
That was a heavy fall, beautiful tackle there, but then what happened, looks like there's been an injury, and he's being attended to. tended to, but he seems quite okay, brushing it off. Tough kids.
Madasamy is back in action. Of course, they look very tough. They are not going to fall for any injuries, even in the scorching heat. Also, with full attendance, I think it is Suresh back in the raid now. Let's see who it is on a closer look. Yes, it is. Who other? None other than Suresh.
Suresh has the build and the capacity to inflict an all-out at this point in time.
That was so good, so good. It was a frog leap.
Absolutely.
1 point.
Beautiful escape over there.
Wait, fellow.
Probably the highlight of this match. He uses the opponent to leapfrog and head towards the midline, and good presence of mind by number 10, Bhupati, to stay away and not give himself up. Will Bhupati be able to pick a point and revive and push that? Oh no, he's not able to. He did try to actually pivot and escape, but that was towards the sideline rather than the midline.
Virudhunagar has gone for an all-out, but the scoreboard still, Virudhunagar leads by 1 point. Tirunelveli was so behind them by 2 points actually. Let us say it is Kishore back raiding. Will he keep the momentum up by not giving up?
Just a few moments ago, Tirunelveli were down by more than 6 points, Naveen.
Yes.
Yeah, you can see how a couple of plays turned things in their favor, and now all of a sudden Tirunelveli is back on top and looking pretty strong. We can't write Virudhunagar off. It is definitely going neck and neck, but this is quite a thrilling game so far.
I think Kishore has took a brief break after scoring a multiple points in the last raid. But now we have Rajkumar raiding in. He's kind of looking as a bonus point, but that's not going to happen. What just happened? They pushed him out,
That
but
is
also
2 points.
He may be safe there. You can see he tries to go in there, but while he's escaping, he swung his leg and crossed the midline and picked up that point comfortably. So what if you dash me? I'm still safe.
Virudhunagar still has the lead with 28. Tirunelveli trailing behind by 1 point. Suresh looks very confident. He's not minding the scoreboard for the 1 point. He just has his own game. Looks like he's not going to try anymore. He's gone back. Now comes Subramanian, other lead player from the Virudhunagar, who has been trailing more scores in the last half of the match. Why is he going empty-handed? Maybe he has his own strategies now. Yes.
There is no opportunity for a bonus. They're going to try and play a solid defense over there because they have a full mat of players there, and they're trying to see if they can push Tirunelveli into an all-out situation. This is an official timeout that has been called. So that circular motion made by the referee means it's an official timeout. So the referees are conferring. Mr. Kumaresan wearing the cap.
So the match is resumed now.
Do or die.
Kishore goes in for a raid. And it is a do or die raid. Only the last 2 raids, Kishore came back empty-handed.
The pressure is on, and Virudhunagar has made sure that they could put the Tirunelveli player in a disadvantage and heap that pressure on them. But yes, fantastic ankle hold, and that was initiated by Arun Junai. Beautiful ankle hold, great support there. And if you notice, after the ankle hold was initiated, he lifted the ankle off, which means you can't really pick yourself up, right?
Even the last time they had the same ankle hold on the Suresh, star rider of Tirunelveli. They're pretty good in the defense. That's what makes them go star on the scoreboard also. Now the Virudhunagar rider, Madasamy, I think he's sure going back empty-handed. That's what he did for the last 2 of his rides too. Now number 10, Sharon going in. So quick and swift, and he came back soon.
He did attempt a toe touch there, which was sweeping, but he didn't. He wasn't lucky. He didn't pick that point up. Instead, Virudhunagar is now trying to see this kind of a situation on the mat is tough. It's not for everyone, but He makes sure that he has a ball. Catch me if you can again. And that was a quick thinking escape there by the Tirunelveli Raider wearing number 1 jersey, Rajkumar. You can see how he escaped. So a couple of points there, I think.
Tirunelveli.
Now Virudhunagar clearly leads with 31 points.
Here's the mid lane. Substitution change.
Yes, substitute change now.
Vishwa goes out and Bala Sudar comes in for Tirunelveli. A substitution was called for Tirunelveli. Just a 3-point difference, but could swing any which way, because this is definitely a game of uncertainty and anything could happen as long as you're within striking distance. And we've seen how multiple raid points, even in one single raid, can change the fate of the match.
And Balasuda just fresh into the mat. He's going for a raid. And he looks so fresh and he's going to score some points maybe. Let's see. He's aiming for the bonus, but that's not going to happen with the full house of players there.
Ironically, that is the time that he could attempt that bonus. So he couldn't do that. There are only 2 people on the mat here. A super tackle situation is on, but will he get caught or will they catch him is what we have to see. The raider is Subramaniam for Virudhunagar. Almost loses his balance but manages to stay inside. That was Balasudar. And does he catch him? No, this is an all-out situation. Did he escape?
All out.
Yes, that is an all-out brilliant escape there. He did try or used up all the time on the clock and made sure that all-out was inflicted. Here you can see that ankle hold goal going Ori and then the back hold going Ori as well. Nothing seems to be going in Tirunelveli's favour, especially in that raid.
Subramaniam is in a spree today. He's been scoring more and he's been a set for his team Virudhunagar for a long time. Now after that, this all-out situation, I'm sure Tirunelveli comes back with the fire-ish moment. Let's see how that works. And it's a timeout now.
Very quickly, Virudhunagar have added a couple of extra points because of that all-out onto their scoreboards. So Tirunelveli with the full mat of players now must start playing very, very aggressively and make sure that in whatever time left, they can't have these slip-ups. And here an injury is being tended to. God bless these medical personnel over there and those volunteers, because they're making sure that the players are in optimum condition to get back and play. And this is not an easy sport, folks, because we see a lot of injuries happening constantly. And these are really, really tough kids. We've said it before, we'll say it again. This is what rural India is all about.
Very true. And he's back in action. Just he tended to our injuries for a moment and then he's back in action. Subramanian, you can see his way of the energy coming back too. Let us see after all-out situation. Virudhunagar 35 points, trailing behind by 7 points is Tirunelveli. Tirunelveli goes in for a raid with Sharon there. Sharon is so quick in his feet. But he aims for a scorpion kick there. Not a scorpion. Scorpion kick is like using the other leg, right?
Scorpion kick is you have to be facing the front and you kick from the back. But that scorpion kick is what he attempted there, except that he didn't have too much distance. Being a shorter player, he should have gone for another tactic over here. He went and jumped right into the chain. This was one of the most, what do you call it, very generous points to be giving away, right?
Yes.
Pretty much landed right into their hands.
It's so sweet that both the districts can claim them. Either Alva or... What's the...
Palgova.
Palgova famous for?
Either way, the difference is quite a bit right now. It's about 8 points. Once again, we'd like to remind you that 8 points is barely anything. In a good team's favor, a few good plays can make sure that you erase that deficit and get back right on top. But is time on their sides? That remains to be seen. They can't afford to make errors. And this time it is Virudhunagar that doesn't make any errors. Tamil Arasan with a phenomenal ankle hold, and then came the support from the rest of the staff. Flying in for support is number 12, Anand, who blocked him from front as well.
can see some sure defensives, great defense from Virudhunagar today. That has claimed more points in their scoreboard. Also, there was pretty particular multiple points in a single raid. I think any multiple points can save Tirunelveli from this situation now. The Subramanian, the key player, kind of got injured but back in action now. Let's see what he got to do now. He's reading the situation. I'm sure he's going back now. No.
Tirunelveli trying to see how we can pick up those points, but then a timeout has been called in favor of Virudhunagar. So despite the heat, we have a lot of audience braving it and sitting there and enjoying the spectacle that's unfolding in front of their eyes. A great match between semi-final game between Tirunelveli and Virudhunagar. Tirunelveli are trailing Virudhunagar by a fair amount at this point in time.
There are no tired faces in the sun right now because they're not bothering the sun. They're just witnessing the great sport happening. And Suresh goes in for yet another raid. If he scores multiple points this raid, there's sure hope for Tirunelveli to climb up the ladders.
Out.
And the first point came over there, and that's a second point as well.
Tirunelveli, wait.
2 points there. Suresh made sure that he inflicted a self-out on one of the defensive players, and then he went and patted the cheek of the Virudhunagar in position player. And this time, has Virudhunagar picked up a bonus by way of Rajkumar's attempt? We'll have to wait and see. So 2 players, 2 points on the previous play. Make sure that Tirunelveli is still within striking distance. Will he dash? Escape. That is a bonus and 1 more point. So they conceded 2 and they picked up 2 points. Stalemate again.
Bonus plus 1 point.
So the stress and the tension towards the scoreboard, I think both the players are minding it, but the audience and us watching it is definitely seeing it. Both the teams are climbing up at 2 points and 2 points more and more.
9-point difference right now. Suresh has picked up a bonus. Still keeping it with 8 points. Within 8 points. But Virudhunagar is playing aggressive. Both teams are. And this is a stellar match right now. And he claims a bonus there.
Subramanian climbs, so touched 1. Isha waiting for his turn to go back in.
Bonus! Virudhunagar.
There was no touch, so it's only a bonus point. So no eliminations from Tirunelveli's end on the mat. But instead, a bonus situation is on here for Tirunelveli. Will they capitalize or will they get caught? Virudhunagar is very, very keen and aggressive on the defensive end. He tries a toe sweep over there and sees if he can make a touch, but nothing happened so far.
It looked like he attempted a bonus, but that was not happened. But now Virudhunagar comes in for a raid. The same star of Virudhunagar, Subramanian, is here yet again. With 6 players here, he could go for another bonus. He has to keep the spree high. Imagine just adding 1 more point to Virudhunagar will leave Tirunelveli trail by 10 points.
Naveen, I fear that the clock is ticking down and Tirunelveli are not picking up multiple points on every raid. So it is going to be a problem for them. And does Suresh make it? He's safe at this point in time. And he picks up 2 points. Maybe I should keep saying something like this so that they will pick up multiple points. Because this was a great play there. Defensive lapse.
At the point he took by the slap, the touch in the face, the same kind of point happened the last time too. Virudhunagar 40 and Tirunelveli 33.
The clock is ticking down, so they are going to have to step it up. But Virudhunagar is playing smart and they're going to wait and give as many empty raids as is allowed and make sure they play defense. Because 7 points is something that they hope. But again, Tirunelveli is trying to force a do-or-die raid for Virudhunagar so that they can pick up some points. They have a full mat of players right here. Bonus is on, and this time it is Rajkumar who has come in for the offensive raid. He attacks left corner, and the left corner almost took the bait. What a brilliant double thigh hold. Brings him down, pins him down, and picks up that point. Brilliant defensive play there by Tirunelveli.
Sir, please, go sir, please. Control.
Mentioned that also added a score point to Tirunelveli, but it is so steep to climb underneath with very little time available. And Suresh is back in the ride. A super tackle situation too.
We have seen Suresh actually take advantage of the super tackle situation and pick up points. Raider is safe like we expected. He picked up 1 point and came. So will Virudhunagar be pushed towards an all-out? We'll have to see. If that happens, a quick points, a couple of points could be added to Tirunelveli. It's just within 5 striking distance indeed. And Tirunelveli has to play a really tight defense and pin this player down. But will that happen? That's Bhupati on the raid.
Tirunelveli has 2 tall raiders in them. It is Suresh and it is Kishore. They can reach their hands, and that's how Suresh actually, earned 2-3 points with his hands alone. But that not helped them to keep the scoreboards high.
Suresh is actually quite a muscular and powerful player, so he's got the strength, and another leapfrog situation. Now he's picked up one and he's pushing Virudhunagar to come in for an all-out. And will that happen? This is what we saw previously. Same situation, leapfrogs over. That single ankle hold was not enough to hold him down. That's the power we were talking about.
Happened as we're especially speaking about it with only 1 player left. Virudhunagar also leading the scoreboard. Will they able to do it? We just have a few minutes left. Bhupati, can he do it? He did it!
1, 2, 3.
What a revival over there. Not just the bonus. It looks like he picked up 3 touch points as well by making that phenomenal escape on the sideline. You can see he was dashed. Despite that, he swung his arm, swiped across the midline and picks up 3 points. What a play. 4 points on that one single raid. This is what dreams are made of for most of these players, and dreams are becoming a reality on this mat. And this is just outstanding. Virudhunagar is looking to take this game away from a resurgent Tirunelveli.
The Tirunelveli players are not so happy. They have their head hung. They're a little sad. They are too steep to score the scoreboard. A little time left. Doesn't work out. It's time to win. And the decision is already made in Virudhunagar's favor.
The energy is high, exciting. Everyone is enjoying. This is indeed a carnival, a sport carnival here. Excellent work by Bhupati. That was 3 revivals in 1 shot. And this was a situation where he could have been caught and an all-out could have actually turned things in Tirunelveli's favor. But no, that's not going to happen. Not on his watch.
Now we have Kishore going in. It's not Kishore, it is Suresh again. It happened, yes. That reverse right now. He scored 2 points.
First, second.
It seemed like it was 3 points, but we can see in the replay that's 1 and 2. Looks like it's 3 points here. Beautiful presence of mind to swing his hip around and swipe across. No, only 2 points has been given. A 6-point deficit once again. And this time going in for the raid is Madasamy for Virudhunagar. Suresh has been quite the savior for this team. Quick running hand touch. Yes, that happened. So making sure that that point
1 point, Virudhunagar,
is earned. Virudhunagar inflicts 1 person out that side and revives 1. So this is a timeout called.
thing is, we cannot write out any decision right now because there is magics happening here with multiple points in the raid. But still, the decision looks like one team is surely leading. So says the scoreboard too.
Naveen, we are at the dying moments of this game. And Virudhunagar right now are sitting fairly comfortably because in order to win, they need to pick up 7-8 points to win. There are only 3 people on the mat. So even if you take 3 and another 2, you'd still pick up 5. Here you can see he's picked up 1.
1 point.
So that 30 seconds has been used up for this.
Hello,
There's not enough time to pull off a win now.
At least the Virudhunagar team were so clever not to touch him before he scores another point now. Tirunelveli 39, leading the score is Virudhunagar with 45.
Give them those ones, that's okay. Because the clock is ticking and giving those 1 points, if you have to, are fine. Those are sacrificial points. But you can't afford to give more in multiple points.
Vadasamy is not very, worried about the points this ride. He's just keen on going back. He's just watching the time board. Just quick, another time for ride.
Hello, just please. 1
point. Point, yes.
Wait.
Although there was jersey pulling, it is just 1 point given too little, too late right now. We are at the dying moments of the game. And Suresh is too powerful to be stopped either by jersey or by one person trying to stop him. And that's what we saw. There is a 5-point difference right now. And Virudhunagar looking very comfortable to walk into the final. This is the first semi-final of the men's kabaddi section. And Virudhunagar have played with heart. Both teams have played with heart.
1 point each were also.
1 point each they have
1
given.
point each.
That's okay. I mean, that 5-point deficit remains, or rather the 5-point lead remains. And that is the end of the game, folks. Virudhunagar have pulled off a beautiful victory against Tirunelveli. So Virudhunagar is the first finalist, and they will be awaiting the winners of the next game, which will be played between Trichy and Erode. And you can see both the teams shaking hands and exchanging pleasantries. Both played in the true spirit of sportsmanship and also forming bonds that could last a lifetime. A lot of talent has been unearthed from this, and truly a great weekend. And let's go and see what happened in the highlights of the game.
When we look closer, Tirunelveli had a very good offensive game with a star player like Suresh and Kishore trying to steal points. But then the defense, the stars were Virudhunagar. Suresh was so keen, so powerful, and he's been a solo rider for his team along with Kishore.
3 points. First, second.
These were the moments like multiple points that Virudhunagar won to make sure they lead the scoreboard. They're so brutal in strength, Tirunelveli. We can see that, right? They can handle a bunch of players and just toss them around. It was again Madasamy, and if I remember, Subramanian, and also Rajkumar, who scored many points for them. This one is actually fun to watch. This one was fun to watch. When Rajkumar just went running around the mat. It was Suresh Kumar leading more points. We can see it there. Tirunelveli versus Virudhunagar, 2 neighboring districts. That was a jump. That was a leapfrog jump. We witnessed 2 such leapfrogs today from Suresh Kumar. And he did that. That was also a clever move. He scored 2 points in that move. That is so good. Now let's speak to the... Now we have the captain of the winning team, Not the captain, it is a major player, Subramanian, the number 6 jersey. He was so happy, he says.
அவ்வளோ எங்கள் டீமோட ரொம்ப சந்தோஷமாக இருக்குது. எல்லா பிளேயரும் நல்லா விளையாண்டிருக்காங்க, அதனால ரொம்ப சந்தோஷமாக இருக்குது.
He says he's so happy for all his teammates. They all played and performed very well.
எங்கள் டீம் சார்பாக எல்லோரும் நல்லா ஹாப்பியாக இருக்காங்க. நாங்கள் இவ்வளோ வந்ததே பெரிய விஷயம். ஒரு சின்ன கிராமத்துலேருந்து எல்லோரும் வந்திருக்கோம். இந்த ஈஷா மாதிரி நிறையா.
He says that he's so happy for his teammates, where they all hail from smaller villages or here to witness the game in such a finale where this match has been telecasted live across many channels. We'll now go for a small break and be back soon. Many matches await.
In 2015, my friends told me that they've decided to do a trip to Isha Yoga Center to do inner engineering. I hadn't even heard of this course called inner engineering, but I had heard of Sadhguru. I had gone for his meetings. But I didn't think that I was ready to do a course, but nevertheless, I went with all my friends, and 4 days, I had absolutely no expectations. I didn't have any judgment. I was very neutral and I went there. I was pleasantly and beautifully surprised by the way we were looked after. I'm into a lot of fitness and I do Zumba and I'm into walking and I do circuit training. But this yoga was completely different from whatever I had done. It kind of reached the muscle that all my other exercises couldn't reach. It was one of the most beautiful experiences that I ever went through. I came back really fresh and crisp, like completely washed and ironed out of all the negative bitterness about life, and I came back fresh and crisp to start life all over again. And my husband, who sent me with all his willingness, saying that I will come back with something to take forward to life, I think he was true. And I keep telling all my friends, if I do Samadhi Mahamudra, I'm ready physically for my work and I'm mentally and spiritually ready for the day itself. I get less angry, I judge people less. I want everyone to go through what we went through, and I'm grateful to Isha and Sadhguru and the whole team who put us through this wonderful experience. Thank you so much.
அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். ஈஷாவின் சார்பாக கிராமோத்சவம் 1,00,000க்கும் மேற்பட்ட வீரர்கள் பங்கு கொண்டு 2004 தொடர்ந்து இதை நடத்தி கொண்டு வருகிறார்கள். தென் மாநிலங்கள் முழுவதும் இதில் பங்கேற்றிருக்க விளையாட்டு வீரர்களை ஒவ்வொரு இடத்திலும் ஒவ்வொரு விளையாட்டு சிறப்பாக இருந்து கொண்டிருக்கிறது. அனைத்து விளையாட்டுகளையும் கற்றுக்கொள்கிற வகையில் ஈஷா ஒருங்கிணைக்கிறது. இந்த ஒருங்கிணைப்பு தான் மற்ற இடங்களை காட்டிலும் நமக்கு மிக சிறப்பாக இருக்குது. கிராமப்புற மக்களுக்கு அனைத்தையும் கற்றுத்தருவதற்காக கிராமப்புற மக்களின் வாழ்விலே ஒளியேற்றுகிற வகையில் அதை நாம் வரவேற்கவும் பாராட்டவும் கடமைப்பட்டிருக்கிறோம். நல்ல காரியத்தை செய்கிற போது அவர்களோடு உற்ற துணையாக இருக்கிறோம். நல்ல விளையாட்டு வீரர்களை தயார் செய்யுங்கள், நல்ல உயர்வுக்காக பாடுபடுங்கள். எங்களால் முடிந்தளவு கலைஞர் அவர்கள் சொன்னது போல உங்களுக்கு நான் ஏதாவது செய்ய வேண்டும் என்றால் என்ன சொல்லுங்கள், எங்கள் அரசு உங்களுக்கு செய்து தரும் என்று சத்குரு அவர்களே சொன்னார்கள். மக்களோடு மக்களாகிற இயக்கம் ஈஷா இயக்கம். எனவே இந்த இயக்கம் மேலும் 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 மக்களுக்கு நன்மை தருகிற இயக்கமாக இந்த சிறப்பாக இருக்கட்டும் என்று வாழ்த்தி அமைகிறேன்.
Body, mind, energy should become your tools. You can use them effectively. Once you put in a certain amount of sadhana, then you see suddenly your body and mind behaves and it works for you.
Each day is something new and each day I get to explore something phenomenal within myself.
Because I think I'm just far more joyful than I was before.
I've seen a marked shift in my flexibility as a complete human being.
If I have to describe Sardapada in one word, that will be for sure transformation.
If you use this properly, you will always look back at this time as your insurance. No matter what life throws at you, you will see that nothing really knocks you off. Doesn't matter what.
Welcome back. We are about to witness a second semi-final that's going to be played between Trichy and Erode. You can see both the teams entering the court, and one is wearing a dark blue, nearly black jersey, while the other is wearing a light blue jersey. And these two colors are actually going to, especially the darker one, is going to draw a lot more heat. Naveen, joining me in the comm box is Naveen. And welcome back, Naveen.
Yes, good afternoon, Aparna. This is so much high, the energy is, so is the sun today. And we need to keep our eyes so clean to see the darker blue or the darker black play each other now. And it's been a great match to witness, the last match. And Virudhunagar, they move to the finals. Let's see who wins this match and goes to the final, Trichy and Erode.
Erode are wearing the light blue, rather the bright blue jerseys, and the dark ones are being worn by Trichy. And this is going to be quite a match because, again, we remind you that a lot is at stake. The winning team of the final gets to earn 5 lakhs and the runners-up will be getting subsequently less, which is like not exactly very less by any stretch of imagination. They are going to stand to earn 3 lakhs as runners-up, and the third place team will get 1 lakh and the fourth place will get 50,000. And this is probably the biggest platform that some of these players might ever have the opportunity to play in. So they will want to make their team proud, their home proud, their panchayat proud, their village proud. So this is what Gramotsavam is all about, giving opportunities and making sure that sport is a universal language of brotherhood and love throughout. It's not just the state, because this time Gramotsavam has included 5 states altogether and 1 union territory. And may the tribe and the revolution grow. This is what it is about. Rural India must be supported because there's so much of talent there, all untapped, and those regions have not even been under the scanner or the radar. So this is an opportunity for great players to come in. In fact, Naveen, in the previous game we saw, but right now we have one dignitary who is here, Mr. S. Chandrasekhar, who is the area head of Aditya Birla Health Insurance, Sun Life Insurance, here gracing this occasion and shaking hands and blessing the teams and wishing them their very best. So this is going to be a crackling semi-final because the previous one was really quite something, and despite the heat, the crowd was fully into it. So Naveen, what is your prediction?
I believe I cannot say anything yearly, but I think if you could ask me what I'm rooting for, I would say I would root for Trichy.
I guess then I'll have to root for Erode, but then again I'm going to root for the sport itself because may the best team win. These players are giving their very best, and despite whatever condition, more than anything, the adversities that they have faced, and despite all the adversities in life that they have faced, they have actually made the effort of pursuing their passion and being here on the mat and picking up a healthy option like sport to get ahead in life. So we wish them our very best, and this is time for the toss.
Now we have the captains of both the team. From Trichy, it is Guhan. From Erode, it is Dinesh Kumar.
Choose one. Your call.
So the toss.
Time. Choice. Quota. In the team.
Trichy won the toss.
Toss won by Trichy. Choice. Court.
It looks like every team that wins the toss chooses to court now.
Toss won by Trichy. Choice.
There's a tactical advantage because they force the opponent to actually go for the third raid, which will could result in a do-or-die raid. So that's the reason why most of the sides that win the toss pick the court.
Yes.
The game's beginning with the high sun, scorching heat. The players are unworried. They're just eyeing towards a victory now. The celebration today and the sportsmanship and the great sport to witness. This is Isha Gramotsavam.
The thing is, Naveen, you can't actually conserve your energy because this is a very, very important game. So they have to put all on the line and go for the kill. And they can't really hold anything back in their tanks because they need to be sure to make their availability in the final secure, because only then they get a shot at the title, right? So despite whatever the adverse conditions are, like the weather and the heat, they'll have to bear it and get on with it. it's a tough day for them because post-lunch, after a little bit of a break, the finals will happen and they'll have to conserve some energy for that and at least replenish during the break.
Now Erode goes in for a ride. The Erode player, Harivaradhan, has gone in. He seems he has all the eyes over all the corners. But Trichy, we're seeing them in action for the first time. But they look very promising. They went back with an empty ride. The Trichy player, Marimuthu, goes in. He swings his legs across, aiming to have a small touch somewhere. But looks like he's not going to risk for any. There is a yes kick attempted. Is he going back empty-handed? Looks like that.
Bonus Trichy.
Trichy scores a bonus point.
Opening scores with a bonus is not bad. As long as that scoreboard keeps ticking, we'll take whatever comes our way is what the attitude should be. So when the opportunity for bonus is there, they should take advantage of it. And when does that happen? When you have 6 or 7 players on the mat. So those opportunities don't present themselves too often. When it does, take advantage.
1 point.
Yes, one touch
Erode.
point,
Jersey
and so that's the first
63 out.
player to be gracing the bench right after this game has begun.
Both the teams level at 1-1. We are here to see the action now. Yes, there is, as we speak, the #1 player,
Rider
the captain
out.
from Trichy.
1 point, Erode. Right.
Grappled from all the players. Was it a generic move that he tried to do?
He did not expect. The right corner was very, very quick to actually surround him. He was waiting in position and Guhan was trapped, literally walked into a trap is more like it. They say Chakravyuha. That's what happened there.
He touched the bonus, did he? It is Arun Kumar from Erode.
No opportunity of a bonus because there were only 5 people on the mat, so it's an empty raid. In this case, it is number 7, Marimuthu of Trichy going in for a raid. Bonus opportunity is on. Will he take advantage? He's fairly tall, pretty well built, and Erode is playing a fairly tight defense. They're not giving him those opportunities to pick up that bonus.
It seems very promising to score a point now. But no. It is a total team effort. The defense was so strong.
1 point, Erode.
Phenomenal play there by number 7 who played in position, Dinesh of Erode. Pulled off that single ankle hold and made sure to bring him down. Quick couple of points coming by Erode's way.
There's Dinesh again for a raid now. I started hopefully that Trichy would be adding more points, but it is Erode clearly leading thrice the number of points as Trichy, with 3 and Trichy just 1. Dinesh goes back. Look at the audience, they're all having their heads covered in the scorching heat and still witnessing the game.
This difference is nothing so early on in the game, so anything can happen. And here we can see, despite the heat, people watching and enjoying. No opportunity except to pick up touch points. And does he do it? He claims a touch point. Seems quite confident. Did he get that running hand touch? There was a little bit. Yes. And he did pick up that touch point. That was Dinesh who sent Bharati Raja out.
Now we have another raid coming in from Erode. No, from Trichy. I'm really confused with the blue, and it's not even black, it's just black with a hint of blue in their jersey. The player number 99, Vishwaraj, will he go back empty-handed? Especially when Trichy needs to add more points to the scoreboard, he cannot afford to go empty-handed. That was a very quick, but he claims to have touched them. It is Dinesh from Erode.
1 point, Erode.
You can see it's pretty much a pursuit
99
raid, and
outs.
in that pursuit raid, that was a
Time
toe touch, not even a toe touch. He
Erode.
pretty much stamped his position there and said, I got you.
Erode clearly leads the scoreboard now with 5 and Trichy with just 1 point.
Trichy have just 2 players on the mat, and Erode could be pushing Trichy over and trying to pick up that first all-out point. So will that happen? We'll have to see 2 people on the mat, like we said, and Trichy sends in their player for a raid. Bonus opportunity is on. Coming in for Trichy is Kanakaraj. Tries the bonus, dashed. Yes, he did not even have a chance to swing his arm out because his shoulder and arm were pinned properly. Great Erode defense there. You can see how he's been held, and no chance of moving those arms anywhere.
Now we have all-out situation coming in. That happened, and now it's Trichy again for a raid. Marimuthu has gone in. He sure knows how his team's conditioned right now. He needs a score. He tries the yes kick. He even fell down. He looks kind of tired. Will he go back without scoring now? He says so. His body language also says so. Yes, that happened.
Official timeout.
An
Official
empty
timeout.
raid, but there's an official timeout being called, like we already mentioned. The circular sweep of the arm by the referee calls for an official
Green card
timeout,
warning.
and a green card has been awarded in warning. That
Green card warning.
is Mr. Kumaresan, the chief
Disturbing the
referee.
game.
It's the very first green card for the day.
Right.
Even for the entire semi-finals that have to count for yesterday. Now Erode has sent in Arun Kumar for a raid. Can he add the double digit that Erode has been holding on the scoreboard? He's very swift. He's very small, but still very swift. Kind of players that unpredictably goes. Looks like he touches one. He already touched one. That's what he says, though.
It seems more of a bonus attempt.
Bonus
And did he pick
hero.
it? Yes, he picked
Yes.
that bonus and got
Bonus
the double
hero.
digit like you were wanting, Naveen. And coming back inside for the raid is Guhan, the captain for Trichy. Bonus opportunity is on for him as well. He's fairly tall, and he does have the limb length. So he tries, he attempts, makes sure that he really sieves through the entire space available for him.
Now Dinesh from Erode goes back for a raid. Erode clearly maintains a major score in the scoreboard. Trichy will have to earn every score one by one. Look at his legs constantly moving. He claims to have touched one. Yes, 1 point again for
Erode.
Erode.
Jersey number
Dinesh
63 outs.
with a running hand touch there.
Third raid. Do or die raid.
Picked it up.
Trichy.
This is a do or die raid for Marimuthu. The pressure is on him, and this time Erode seems to have made a lapse of judgment over there in attempting that defensive move. And Marimuthu is comfortably waiting in the
1
midline.
point, Trichy.
1
Jersey
point,
number
yes,
2
he has
outs.
picked it up after a long time. Trichy is picking up their second point.
Let us see if the luck continues and they can get more points with the second point. But Erode is not going to leave any room for that. It is Arun Kumar from Erode. Will he try to score a bonus here? But no. I think Trichy is a little fired up after the scarcity of points. Marimuthu again for a raid.
They must be itching to get points. And if they are in the semi-final, then they've shown and proven in their run-up to the semi-final that they're worthy of being in the semi-final. So we'll have to see a game that matches that intention. Marimuthu seems to be a calming presence for his team, but that's not all. He needs to pick up those points. Bonus opportunity is here. Did he make do of it? No, it's an empty raid.
I was hoping he touched that bonus line, but he did not. Again, it's number 7, Dinesh from Erode.
It's not enough to touch the bonus line. You'll have to cross the bonus line, and one leg must be in the air. The back leg, the trailing leg must be in the air when he crosses it. Is that a dubki? He did try, but he was tackled. Brilliant effort there. He could have picked up multiple points on that one play. You can see the attempt at dubki there, but then it was providence that the defensive player was right behind him so that he could not move too much towards the midline.
It's Kanagaraj and his defensive move that saved the point.
That was a sweet move there by Marimuthu, using his long limbs. Did manage to get a touch point there. Coming back to raid for Erode is Arun Kumar.
Arun Kumar is a little unpredictable. You can just see him swirling around confidently. With the full attendance on the mat, he came back empty-handed. Now for Trichy, the captain Guhan comes in and he goes back empty-handed too. He's waiting for the trap to make them fall in their defensive move.
Forcing Erode to actually attempt for a do-or-die raid here. And yes, he gets trapped. Brilliantly done. This is what Trichy must do continuously. They should pick up those points on the defensive end and also start picking up points on the offensive end. You can see that's the second attempt he tried over there, Arun Kumar, but they were ready for him.
Unlike the last match where the score was
2 point.
What just happened now?
Jersey number 9.
Beautiful there. You can see the kick that he attempted, and then a dash is being attempted. But no, he did get safe over there.
He scored 2 points there. So Trichy is slowly climbing up the scoreboard, but still Erode leads it.
What a tackle there, Naveen. That was good.
It's a very confident tackle. The Harivaradhan from Erode just caught him with the ankle hold and everybody scrambled towards him.
And Trichy have managed to enforce an all-out over there and come back into the game fighting and clawing like we all expected them to, or rather wanted them to. They're only trailing Erode by 3 points. They were trailing by 9 points at one stage, but the points have been a flurry coming in favor of Trichy in this last minute and a half or 2 minutes.
As we are speaking and as we also witnessed the last match, we cannot write off any team just by the see before the, even after the half time. Let's see how they climb back the scoreboard. I will still root for Trichy and see them win. But as you mentioned, it's not the team or this team. It's the sportsmanship that we are celebrating today, the 15th Isha Gramotsavam.
Both have their eye on the main prize, so it's going to be a mad scramble to make sure that one of these teams makes it to the final, which will happen post-lunch. So just a 3-point deficit that Trichy is facing, and it could be erased at any point in time because it's still fairly early in the first half.
It is Captain Guhan from Trichy has gone for a raid, and I sure learned his lesson in the last couple of raids. Now he has scored a point.
1 point.
Harivardhan makes a rookie mistake over here. That is a very, very simple mistake. No support, goes for a single ankle hold when he didn't have any support over there. The midline is open for him to leap and go. This is a tall player that he tried to make an ankle hold off.
Let us see what Arun Kumar got to do now. The scoreboards are 11 for Trichy and 13 for Erode.
Attempts a scorpion kick, confident of inflicting a touch point, thigh fives, and waits by the midline for time to run out.
2 points.
that he has done, and
Hero.
how he got
5
2
on
points
63,
in the
jersey number
process.
out.
2 touches. One, I think, came by way of the kick itself.
And Erode clearly maintains his score so high. 15 and Trichy 11.
That was a valuable 2 to pull ahead, but here you can see number 7, Marimuthu, who pats his opponent on his back and says, hey, buddy, I got you.
Trichy.
And the sacrificial lamb is once again Harivardhan for Erode.
Clearly Trichy is fighting back, we can see that. And the star rider, we can say that right now because he has taken many rides now. Arun Kumar from Erode. He's so swift around the mat. Yes, he scored it again.
Rider shape. 1 point.
Arun Kumar, man of
Jersey
the
number 9
moment.
out.
If you can see back-to-back points,
time out.
beautifully escaped from the dash. He saw him in the corner of the eyes and actually pivoted, used that peripheral vision to get ahead and spins, escapes, picks up that point.
Every time Trichy scores a point, Erode somehow manages to score a couple of points in a single raid. Let us see if that also happens now.
Divagar sir.
There's a
Divagar
timeout.
sir. Right.
Trichy captain Guhan goes for yet another raid. This time, he does have to score more points for sure.
Guhan with a good reach. He could use toe touches as an added skill to his repertoire because that's how his structure is. Running hand touches and toe touches can work in his favor, but at this point in time, he goes back with nothing to show for his raid. Arun Kumar is back. Apologies, that would be Dinesh.
You could never say the difference because both the players are the same height and the same build. That's why we get confused, and they're so swift around the mat.
Naveen, if you see, he's quite powerful actually. His footwork is pretty good and powerful, but this might be an empty raid, and which is what it is.
Now we have number 7, Marimuthu from Trichy. He's very determined to score because for a long time Trichy is standing in 12. Erode leading the scoreboard with 16. He climbs to touched 1.
He hesitated for a second over there, and the defense stalled. Used that instant to actually inflict a touch. He claims the touch, but then we're yet to see how will it be ruled. In his favor, that's what it is. One touch point has been given in favor of Trichy, and a timeout has been called. Trichy just trailing by 4 points.
And we can see the cap and the coach here. Both the coaches have different words to say for their team. I'm sure that Trichy's coach is very critical about his team's performance now. Anything can turn around. That's what we witnessed in the last couple of matches. Before the half time, any team can turn around their winning spree and see how this goes.
Back in play. Arun Kumar back in action. Bonus is on. Is he going to take advantage of that and pick off a couple? Or is it going to be just one touch point? Nice footwork, aggressive moves, attempts a kick, empty raid.
Now we see the team's captain from Trichy going in for yet another raid. He has been proving himself worthy for the last couple of raids. But I still remember the first raid that they all caught him together. That should be a lesson for him. That's why he is not attempting to have any bonuses.
That shouldn't phase him. I mean, he needs to look at where those openings
Third raid,
are, create that agitation in the defense and use it to his advantage, which he is not doing right now, because if he did, they would have a few extra points on their scoreboard. But, oh yeah, a beautiful attempt over there. He did show like he was going for a toe touch. It was a feint, actually. And after that, it was that hand touch that fetched him that
Jersey
point.
number 2 out.
A good one there for Dinesh. You can see where he's attempting the toe touch, distracts the opponent. Oh, yes, and swipes him across the face.
Marimuthu from Trichy has gone in for a raid now. Marimuthu will sure has to gain some scores now. But did he touch him? Claims to have touched him. But they need to do more to that. Yes.
Pretty much chased him around to get a piece of him. And he did have that hand touch there and picked up that 1 point.
Right.
Dinesh going in for the offensive raid. Bonus is on. 6 players on the mat. And that was a beautiful chain tackle there coming from number 9, Bharati Raja. And his buddy there.
If there was a replay for it, you would definitely say that, how he wantedly went into the trap. But still, that was a great defense move. He did not expect that to happen. The Guhan, the team's captain from Trichy, has gone for a raid. He needs 2 more points to level the points with Erode. They were so low, but right now, something has been working in their favor. They should keep that spree up and keep going.
This would be Dinesh Kumar of Erode going in for a raid. But it's going to be an empty raid because we did not see any intent to fetch any points there. There are only 5 players on the mat.
I don't know if it's the popularity of number 7 or these people like coincidentally took number 7. Both the number 7 from both the sides are repeatedly trying to go for the raids.
Attempts a scorpion kick, but the distance is too great for him to cover and get any touch point out of that. Validates the raid. That was an unnecessary move since he already went in and validated it. Just using up the time on the clock.
If you look closer, both the number 7s of both the teams here, Marimuthu and there Dinesh, both have some perfect skills with their legs. They dance around.
It's not enough to float like a butterfly here. You have to sting like a bee. That's not happening.
That's a good one. Trailing so close behind, any miracle can happen. The last match, I believe, we saw plenty of multiple points taken. Something like that happening right now will turn everything upside down. Will that happen?
Both seem fairly drained because we're not seeing very energetic raids. You could attribute it to the heat itself. But both are playing fairly cautiously as well. It could swing any which way because it's only a 2-point deficit. Both seem evenly balanced. Arun Kumar has been a huge plus for Erode, while Marimuthu has done well. And this was a great tackle there. He got sucked in too deep, close to the end line. And then the defensive players turned around, tried to inflict a hand touch. But the right corner was ready. And they moved in. And while we spoke about Arun Kumar's valuable presence on the mat, you can see that he has picked up some valuable points as well. 1 point more for Erode, still keeping it away from Trichy. And that signals the end of the first half. And Erode have a lead of 19 to Trichy, picking up 15 in the first half.
So let's hope for the second half. Let's see how it goes before that. Let's look into the highlights in a while. This is how that both the teams came up. They were so eerily similar with the costumes. They greeted with a guest.
Captains.
And how they won the toss and they chose to court. It was the first grapple that Guhan, the Trichy's captain, faced. The same kind of point was there in the very final move of this first half. This was such a great move, great defensive skills by Team Trichy. I believe both the teams were very good in the defensive moves. And like we saw, there are many.
Trichy number 3.
Both the teams performed very well. And if I could summarize, I would say they all had a good time. We'll go for a break now.
கபடியில் வந்து ஒரு லவ், ஒரு விளையாடணும் அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு ஆர்வம். வந்து கிராம பிள்ளைங்க வந்து பசங்க பொண்ணுங்கள்லாம் எல்லாமே கலந்துக்கணும், ஆர்வத்தோடு விளையாடணுங்கிறதுக்காண்டி இந்த ஈசா கிராமம் வச்சு நடத்துகிறாங்க. இப்போ தான் எங்களுக்கு தெரியும். இதனால் நாங்கள் ரொம்ப சந்தோஷமாக இருக்குது இதில் பங்கேற்று.
சிட்டியில் உள்ளவங்க தெரியுறாங்க, அதே மாதிரி கிராமத்தில் உள்ள பொண்ணுங்களும் வெளில தெரியணும். கிராமத்தில் உள்ளவங்களும் இருக்காங்க, பட் யாருக்குமே தெரியலை. இவங்களை நம்ம வெளிக்கொண்டு வரணும் அப்படிங்கிற ஒரே நோக்கத்தில் வந்து இவங்க இதை வந்து 15 வருஷமாக நடத்திட்டு இருக்காங்க. இப்போ வந்து எங்கள் டிஸ்ட்ரிக்டில் வந்து இப்போ முதல்ல பண்ணுறாங்க. நான் ரொம்ப ஆர்வமாகவும் எக்ஸைட்டடாகவும் இருக்கேன். இதில் வின் பண்ணி நான் கண்டிப்பாக கோயம்புத்தூர் போகணும் அப்படின்னு ரொம்ப ஆர்வமாக இருக்கேன். நீங்கள் வந்து நினச்சிருந்தா சிட்டிக்குள்ளேயே எல்லாமே பண்ணியிருந்துருக்கலாம். நீங்கள் அப்படி இல்லாமல் கிராமத்துக்காக ரொம்ப எஃபெக்டிவ் கொடுத்ததுக்கு தேங்க்யூ ஸோ மச்.
Namaskaram. Gramotsavam, a unique sporting initiative launched by Sadhguru, has been rejuvenating the spirit of rural India since 2004 in Tamil Nadu. For the first time, Isha Gramotsavam will be held across all southern Indian states. The unique aspect of Gramotsavam is that all the players in the team should be from the same village. Now, this is not a tournament for professional players, but it is a platform which encourages everyone to play. It's a medium to break caste barriers and an opportunity for women to step out from day-to-day household work. Now, these matches will be held in district and state levels. Winners get to take home Isha Rejuvenation Trophy. A ball can change the world.
இதான் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் டைம்.
நாங்கள் அழகாக விளையாடணும், சந்தோஷமாக இருக்குது.
இந்த மேட்ச் வந்து ஈசா யோகா டீம் வந்து சூப்பராக நடத்தியிருக்காங்க.
எங்களுக்கு கேர்ள்ஸுக்கு வந்துட்டு நல்லா சேஃப்டியாக பண்ணி கொடுத்துருக்காங்க.
இந்த மேட்ச்சில் வந்துட்டு ஃபுட்டு வந்து ரொம்பவே சூப்பராக இருக்குது.
அது ஒரு எனர்ஜியாக பார்க்குறாங்க, அவ்வளோதான். ஏன்னா கிராமத்தில் இருக்கிற பசங்களை எல்லாத்தையும் என்கரேஜ் பண்ணுறாங்க. அவங்க புத்துணர்ச்சியாக இருக்குண்ணா. எங்களுக்கு இந்த ஈஷா கிராமம் வச்சனால எங்கள் ஊர் வந்து பெருமையாகுது.
ஏற்கனவே நாங்கள் ஈஷா யோகாவில் வந்து மன அமைதியையும் தெய்வத்தையும் நம்மளுக்கு கற்றுக் கொடுத்துருந்தாங்க. இந்த ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ் நடத்துறது மூலம் எங்களோட உடல் வலிமையும் கொஞ்சம் நல்லா வளர்த்துக்கிறதுக்கு ஹெல்ப்ஃபுல்லாக இருக்குது. மொத்தத்தில் எங்கள் டீமும் நாங்களும் ரொம்ப மிகவும் சந்தோஷமாக இருக்கோம். ஈசாவுக்கு வந்து நன்றி தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறோம். I love you, Isha.
I've heard so much about this, but to be actually present here and to witness is even better. Let me start by congratulating Sri Sadhguru Ji and Isha Foundation for doing such a fantastic job. And you all, by being here, it has made even special. I noticed a couple of matches here, and what I appreciated the most was in the spirit that both the matches were played. So it's all about playing sport, and sport is something which will give you a reason to smile. And I'm smiling today because I've been able to spend time with you. And to the guys who have participated in this tournament, you're all winners because you won my heart by participating and being here. It's been a sheer joy to be here. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are here back to the second half of the accelerating game between Trichy and Erode on a sunny day. And the sun is so hot. As you mentioned, every time it is getting hotter and hotter this afternoon. But the game is also getting hot. Hi, Aparna.
Hi, Naveen. This has been quite the game so far between Erode and Trichy. We had an exciting first semi-final. And we saw Tirunelveli battling it with Virudhunagar. And let's see who's going to win here and move into the final, because Virudhunagar is already waiting for them there. Lots at stake, 5 lakhs, or is it going to be 3 lakhs? And who is actually going to have the opportunity to battle for that?
Yes, more than the monetary value of the win, there's a win that they are going to pursue now. And Trichy sure will have to up their game to match Erode. It doesn't even have to match Erode. Anything can happen towards Erode's positives too. So we'll have to wait and see which team picks up the pace now. It is jersey number 7, Dinesh from Erode, was gone in for a raid.
Looks like it's going to be an empty raid, and we'll have to wait and see what's happening over here. This is the first time we are seeing Ratnabel Pandian coming in for a raid from Trichy. And will he be able to do anything, pick up some points? The bonus is on, but he doesn't seem to be in any hurry to pick up any points whatsoever, just awaits instructions from his teammates to, okay, get back, man, let's see them over defense. And that's what happened, an empty raid.
And Dinesh from Erode has gone back now. Is it just me and or everyone noticing that the players are a little bit tired? Are they tired of these weather, or they're tired of how they're not aiming to take any risk with the raids in?
Seems like a mild cloud cover is setting in, and that's giving a little bit of a respite to this team, but the dehydration is there, that fatigue is real, but that's okay because these are rural players who have been through much, seen much, conditioned their bodies to extremes, so they should be fine just with a little drag of water, and they should be good to go. And this is their star player Marimuthu attempting raid here. Bonus is on. But Marimuthu is not attempting to reach in and find those gaps. But there it is. Even though there was a double ankle hold, that defense happened so late up in near the midline. So there was no one stopping him from picking up that point and escaping. In fact, that's 2 points. That was something that they could have avoided. Just one person go there for the ankle hold, evaluate the situation and let him go with that 1 point instead of sacrificing the second point there.
That's a much needed 2 points for Trichy, and they got it on the place right now. Let's see how it goes further and see how this now goes and how the points lead. And another point.
Raider out. 1 point. Trichy. Right.
Superb dash there, thrown out on the sidelines. There's no way he could have reached over or under the defensive players to reach the midline. So all of a sudden, Trichy are back in fray, just trailing by 1 point. You're getting your dream, Naveen. Trichy is coming back into the game.
Very true. We just started rooting for them, but now things have changed. Let's root for the game. And that was a surprise. That was a surprise.
If you notice that urgency over there, it was quite interesting what he was trying to do over there. At least he has a smile on his face and he's enjoying the sport just like the audiences, and we are too.
Just that's what the sport is about. Though they have many pressure on them, they're just taking it as a real sport and making it lighter moments.
Craftiness is just as much as a skill as anything else on the playing field.
I believe these moments are not just new for us, but they have seen so many moments for the last couple of months ever since Isha Gramotsavam started. They are here playing on this semis, but so many teams they have met and so many good games they ever had.
Guhan using his height to his advantage and trying to execute a kick at the left corner there. He didn't connect. There are 4 people on the mat, but he's going to make this an empty raid and get back and hope to get some points on the defensive end. Going back on the defensive end, Dinesh goes in for a raid, but Dinesh too is not too committed on picking up a point there, goes back.
Third raid, do or die raid, Trichy.
This is a do-or-die raid. Coming back for them is Guhan. The pressure is on him. This kind of a situation is usually tough because there are 2 chains over there with 4 people. And could he get locked in? And that's what happens. A brilliant single ankle hold, not by 1, but 2 players over there ensures that Guhan has no chance of escaping. And that was a defensive move that was very, very well played, you can see. See that ankle hold.
That was a great move. They both tried for different ankles to hold. That one was the final leap over him.
Riveted to place is what we must say.
Foul play.
Yeah, the final move that we noticed has earned them a green card maybe.
Jersey number 9.
That's a foul play called on jersey number 9, Chinnadurai. because that was an unnecessary leap. If there's any leap that you need to take, it's only to escape or a leap of faith.
Do or die right, E-Road.
Now E-Road surely clearly leads the board with 2 points. I can just only imagine if E-Road scores multiple points now and takes the scoreboard back steepingly high. Will that happen? That's what they hope to do.
The pressure was on E-Road because this was a do or die raid, but brilliantly handled over there. One single ankle hold made sure that he couldn't really leap. But a little bit of an injury scare over there, but great support that Trichy gave. And yes, we were right about that injury scare. Let's hope that it's not too bad. This is what we keep saying every single time somebody gets injured, because it is definitely not a fun situation when you to lose a player on injury. And having come this far, it'll only be lovely if the entire team stays healthy and go all the way.
Of course, the winning team has a bigger match to play, the finals, and they are here back. There's not much. Is he being rested for a while?
Naveen, there is much at stake even for the 3rd and 4th place team. So after this, their journey is not over. The losing semi-finalists will face off to pick up the 3rd and 4th place spot and earn some in the process. Looks like there's a cut in the head, but let's hope he's okay. And I think he will be back.
Of course, he'll be back. And looking at these players and also reminding everyone who's watching, these are not professional players. They're everyday walk of people. They are students, they are working professionals, but they spend their weekends training for the game, and they have met many teams who have come thus far to play in the semi-finals in this venue, Isha Gramotsavam. Looking at the Kabaddi alone, in Tamil Nadu there are around 1,567 teams with 18,804 players. Among all them, the semis are happening.
The men alone are 15,072 participants actually from 1,256 teams at this Gramotsavam. So this has been crackling, and this is only from the state of Tamil Nadu.
And now we have number 7, Marimuthu from Trichy. This is a guy who surprises. He looks very tired, but suddenly gives a scare for a run. Let's see if he has any of the tricks right now. Looks like he's going to walk back.
He's full of surprises, but will he be able to do something? Nah, he's just going to go back and say, I'll take you on defense.
And Dinesh from E-Road, the 7-on-7 with his 7. The number 7 is his number 7, who are taking the turns or raids both the teams. He's quick with his feet, but will he sting this time?
Dinesh Kumar not showing too much intent over there, and going back again is Marimuthu. This time he goes with a little more intent, goes in, validates the raid, but no, he comes right back to the midline, and he is attempting to pick some point. A kick over there. Did he touch? I don't think so, but the cant is on, the intent is on, but now he's getting some advice from his teammates. They're going to use up the time and get right back. Trailing by just 1, Trichy is looking to play and pick up those points on defense.
He's just looking at the clock to just come back soon. And we have another number 7, Marimuthu, walking in. This cannot go on for long, because on the 3rd attempt they will have to take a do or die ride. They'll have to take risks and do more.
Guhan. So this is a do or die raid, so there is a lot of pressure. You can see some action. You can expect somebody to take points at least here, but he tries to push the right corner and the towards the end line. Give them a little scare, but he walked right into a trap. And thanks to
1 point, E-Road.
Dinesh Kumar, who went in for that thigh hold, double thigh hold. He was taken down.
That is so smooth, like a professional level grapple.
3rd raid,
double
do or
thigh
die
hold.
E-Road.
No time left. And E-Road's number 7 player has come in. Dinesh Kumar.
This is also a do-or-die raid, Naveen.
Raider outs. 1 point.
Tit for tat. That is number 5 of Trichy. Deepak with a single ankle hold. Got the adequate support from his teammates. Made sure that the do-or-die raid resulted in that point for Trichy. Still trailing by just 1. It's so exciting. Anything can happen. Marimuthu this time going in. Marimuthu is not going to wait in the midline. He's decided enough is enough. I am going to take things in my hands and make those attempts what may.
Looking at the scoreboards, they are just trailing behind with 1 point, Trichy 20, and Erode is leading with 21. But we cannot let this so close scoreboards happening, because any time the games can turn around.
Harivardhan attempting to pick up a point over there, shows a little bit of energy on the floor, but it's even though the energy is there, the intent is not very specific, because he's not committing to any move in all seriousness. Neither is he committing to the bonus, nor is he committing to the touch. So what is going to happen? Probably it's going to be an empty raid.
Looks like that. Erode is not determined to add more scores, but look who's back. Number 7, Marimuthu. No, is it Guhan?
Guhan sieves through, tries to find those areas and gaps for him to take advantage of and at least get a touch somewhere. But the two chains are ready and fairly conservative in attacking him. It's an empty raid.
And now we have from Erode, Madhavan go for a raid. We can see some tired faces. They're not ready to take the scores high. So that's a strategy, not to get caught in this offensive move, but wait for a defensive strategy.
Naveen, it is important to break out of the rut and actually make an offense happen, because you can't constantly play on defense and hope to get points constantly. Somewhere you should get a tad aggressive. But does it happen here? Oh no, beautifully dashed. They used his blind side to bring him out, and it worked in their favor. They picked up that 1 point and added another player on the mat. He tried an attempted touch there, but he was blindsided. That's what happened. And Marimuthu was a key player to lose.
Erode clearly leads by 2 points, and Trichy is 20, Erode is 22. Now it's Erode's number 17 player, Arun Kumar, comes in. He dances on the mat. But can he do a toe touch, or is he making sure that he gets a yes kick? No, that was clearly a trap that he clearly fell into.
Brilliant defensive move, and that is Kanakaraj initiating that move. They move like a well-oiled machine. That was the perfect example of a chakra vyuham, wherein the person caught in the middle could find no openings to get out.
Now we have number 1 player from Trichy, Guhan, riding in. Can he do more to level the scores now? He seems more determined.
Guhan tries to go in the corner, but caught is what it is, dashed. Or was it self-out, Naveen?
He had a slip of a leg there, but probably something went wrong against him.
Looks like it, because looks like Erode had a self-out, so it seems that Trichy may have picked up a point. There's a lot of frustration and emotion on the Erode player's face. What happened?
2 different results.
Yes, 2 points and 1 bonus. You can see. Why is there a bonus? No, oh no. You can see he was dashed before he stepped out of the line. The defensive player stepped out of into the lobby.
There's still more confusions on the mat. But the scores are leveled. It is not the players, it's more than the players. It's us who's witnessing the match is more stressed and where the results will lead now.
And it was all because of that lapse in judgment and that self-outs that happened, because before the Trichy player had stepped out of bounds, the defensive end, the two players had stepped out of bounds. So it was something that was unavoidable. And that one extra point came because it became a super tackle situation over there as well.
Now Dinesh from E-Road has to go back to his team with a point, or else his team is just numbered with just 2 people when the next rider comes in. Will he score? But he is not determined to do so. Now there's a super tackle situation. Marimuthu from Trichy walks in. He has a very surprising action. It's a situation. Look, he's caught now.
Super tackle.
This could have been easy or it could have been difficult, but this was difficult at this point in time, because you can see Marimuthu walking into the trap. Well done. It was a triumvirate of defenders over there surrounding him and making sure to peg him down and make sure there was no openings, and especially because he was near the baseline, there was no way he could have reached or struggled all the way to the midline. Injuries. Again, you can see it seems like the hand this time. Multiple players are injured because that was a hard hit they took. And Marimuthu is not a small player. He's a tall, well-built, aggressive player. So there is a considerable amount of pain on the mat right now. My heart goes out to them.
Of course, even when there's so many players on the mat, when they bombard against each other, those injuries, they look small. But here with the super tackle situation, this looks kind of very alarming. But we have medical professionals on the mat helping them. It was his knee. And perhaps when the replay is shown better, we'll recognize how that happened. But for now, we have our professionals helping them. And within a fraction of moments, the players will be back in action. Just like how the Gramotsavam's players are in different sports, young and old, everybody playing for the same team, we are witnessing the audiences of different ages having a great time now. I can imagine how that hurts actually.
Looks like he's bumped some knees over there, and with all that spray, that tape is not going to stick as well, so it's quite a dicey situation there. But obviously he's grimacing and wincing in pain. Will he be able to continue remains to be seen, but he was pretty crucial. And that beautiful defensive play that they made sure they picked up 2 points off that single play, because it was a super tackle situation. And in the same process, they managed to get one of the key players out over there, which was Marimuthu being sent to the bench. So that was very, very important.
The audiences don't seem any more tired with the scorching sun there. They're using all their placards, the umbrellas, little flags to hide their faces from the sun. Looks like the players are still there, attending to their teammate. E-Road and Trichy have a very close game today. Any moment can lead to a surging points to their side. Just waiting for such magical moments. This happened the last game, where we see multiple points taken in a ride, and that was a turning point of how the matches were going. But this match has been so different. You cannot guess forever until these two teams are in. Play looks all right. Determined to stay in. Music so high, the team is ready. And now number 7 from E-Road, Dinesh, goes in for a raid. And he's trying to storm the toes. He's very swift in his moves. That was a great move, but still he's
Rider
caught.
out. 1 point Trichy.
Very, very well done. That was Kanakaraj actually initiating that tackle. and that move over there made him jump, but waiting readily for him where the rest of the teammates bringing him down. Trichy is just trailing by 1 point, and this time it's Guhan. Super tackle situation is still on. Will Guhan take advantage or will Ero take advantage remains to be seen.
Guhan has his, I think he has his vision all over the place. The players are really, very cautious in approaching him. He might steal a point away. They did not let that happen though.
Lets it slide, but here they have 6 players on the mat. Bonus is on. Maybe they will use their numbers advantage to pin Dinesh down. That remains to be seen. If that happens, then they're slowly eliminating Erode and pushing them towards an all-out situation. Will that happen? But it doesn't look like it. Might be an empty raid.
We've never seen a long time happen since this all-out situation happened, because both the teams are not resting. That's a surprise move. And this is number 1, team's captain, Guhan from Trichy. Super tackle situation again.
Less than 5 minutes on the clock for the final whistle, so there's a lot of pressure. Somebody needs to make a bold move and break away from this point situation, because right now anything can happen, and that's not a situation that you want to be in. If you are trailing, then you want to be within striking distance, but if you are leading, then you want to make sure you're out of striking distance.
Let us see how what turns out. This right, Dinesh from Erode goes back again. Trichy, there's 6 players on the mat, determined to not allow him take a point away.
Clock is ticking down, but they are actually using the time on the clock to slow things down instead of going a little aggressively and making and effecting a few more plays. They're actually slowing things down. They may be playing it too cautious, and it might come back to bite them in the next 4 minutes, because that's about as much time is remaining on the clock. And this is a timeout. Both teams conferring with their respective coaches.
And Trichy's coach says a lot of words to this captain, Guhan. I'm sure Guhan is coming back with a very high spirit, because Trichy now definitely has to put a couple of points on their scoreboard to make a confident chase, or else both the teams, or even us sitting here, will never know who is the next team to take a lead in the scorecard.
A super tackle situation is there, prevalent, but who's going to take advantage of it? This is a do-or-die raid as well, so this is going to be a very, very exciting moment. Oh yes, this time Trichy actually picks up those points. In fact, it's 2 points that Trichy has picked up and putting them in the lead for the first time. And what a time to get the lead. You can see that running hand touch, and then here another touch point, and that escape quickly towards the midline. Well done, Trichy.
Trichy with his lead, and now the Erode player, the shot gone in. They let him in go as deeper into the lines. I'm guessing they have a strategy now. Yes, that's the point. That's the point they're waiting for.
Bonus point.
This is a stalemate, because although he was given ample opportunities to pick the bonus, he did get tackled. So that was 1 and then -1 as well. So it really did nothing much to them. They still trail, Erode still trails Trichy by 1.
Yeah, Trichy scores 29 and Erode is trailing behind by 26. The pep talk from the coach worked with Trichy on its favor.
And the beauty of that last raid was that they picked up all our points, Naveen, so that's where that score jumped, even though they conceded 1. the all-out points actually added to their kitty. So you're seeing a 3-point difference right now, and Trichy, after having trailed all this while, are sitting up with 3, and with less than 3 minutes of play remaining, they are, although within striking distance, they are looking a little confident and comfortable. You can see the body language, the shift in body language. Marimuthu thigh slaps and says, I've done it, man. Challenge that if you want.
And now Erode really has to get his game going. They are sitting behind. They already lost a point in this. They're not lost a point yet until he walks out, but he sure touched one.
Bonus, Trichy.
Picked up that bonus and goes back comfortably, having eaten the 30 seconds on the clock. And the officials are giving him a warning to the captain Guhan, saying you can't really sit and coach from behind the lines, or a green card has been issued.
No coaching. Trichy, green card warning.
This game is pretty different from all the other games we witnessed today. More green cards, more warnings, and a pretty close chase between the teams. But right now we can see Trichy lead with 30 points and Erode trail behind with 26. But Erode, will anything work on its favor? If there's a kind of magic that should happen, it should happen right now with multiple points in a raid. But will that ever happen, Aparna?
Anything is possible. It's still within striking distance. Although there are last 2 minutes. Yes, look at this. This is what we were talking about. Anything can happen. This is exactly what happened.
3 points.
On cue, you can see here that attempt to hold him. But he has managed to wiggle away and pick up nearly 2 to 3 points. And it might be even 4 points. We'll have to wait and see. The referees have a tough task on hand, having to count off how many people were touched. How did that happen? There is no DRS here. Just replay. Oh yes, 3 points.
3 points. This is what we are talking about. This is what we're waiting for. The miracle that happened. Maybe this will favor towards them and will help them add more points and lead. But still, I think Trichy leads by 1 point. This is not even anything can happen. That's what we witness right now.
Naveen, look at it this way. Those 3 points means 3 people have been eliminated from the mat from Trichy. So it makes it a little easier for them to go when they go on raids. And Trichy, that is Guhan claiming a touch point, and he has successfully done it. So they still have a 2-point lead. Less than 2 minutes remaining, probably a minute and a half remaining. A running hand touch, beautifully executed by the captain, leading by example. That's what it is. And this is an official timeout.
With the game so packed and tight, you can see the results and points sliding up and down with nobody's favor now.
அங்க நோட் பண்ணிருக்காங்க. அங்க அப்படி சொல்ல முடியாது. அவர் அவுட் இல்ல, நீ அவுட், அவன் டச் வாங்கி இருக்கான்றது தான் சொல்ல வந்தது.
The players are trying to persuade the referee.
Please go back.
But these referees very professionally holding the games, not just now, for the entire event. Now the raid starts. Erode's number 7, Dinesh Kumar, walks in.
A lot of pressure on the referees as well, but he holds his own. So much of experience. You can't bully them into changing any decisions. They will maintain the peace and do whatever it takes. And Dinesh is a little frustrated here, and he picks up that touch point over there. It is the fault of the left corner, because he too was very eager to pin him down, but Erode took advantage of that. You can see here going for that single ankle hold, and there was no way he could have gripped because Dinesh was already moving.
This was actually a kind of a miracle run walking towards Erode to make it score 11. Single point. He could not even have done that. Maybe it was an accident, but he would never do that again, I guess.
A minute on the clock. Thrilling, going down to the wire, and this is how games should be at this stage of the competition. Semi-final, 2 ding-dong battles, cliffhangers. You can imagine the quality of play that awaits us in the final itself, and even the quality of play in the second, the third and fourth place games will be top-notch.
With Guhan, the captain, walking in, is keen that he should keep the winning spirit high. And also this winning streak with more points, a couple of points added to the Trichy will definitely make them more confident. But he's not.
He's using that clock, Naveen. He's using the clock, being very, very tactical at this point in time.
As to pursue. Right now, from E-Road, it is Dinesh. Can he make it? Yes, he touched it.
Oh my God, what a hero this guy has turned out to be. What a phenomenal turnaround over there. Dinesh, despite that hold, turns around. That's 2 points. 2 points. Oh my God, he has taken the lead away from Trichy. Dinesh, what a finish. Nobody would have thought that. Even though he's injured, he has been a hero at this moment. Nobody could have expected that.
Definitely, he got a great upper body strength that he just lifted the other person off and he reached the line by his hands. We thought his legs would reach there first, but it was his hands there.
What a massive mistake that Trichy made to make that second person come in and try to tackle him. They could have sacrificed one and the scores would have been level. But now, on the buzzer, Dinesh has single-handedly taken it away from Trichy. And while Trichy led for the last several minutes, it is E-Road with that one plucky play by Dinesh that took it away from Trichy and find themselves going to the final where they will face off against Viruddhanagar and fight for that kitty of 5 lakhs and 3 lakhs. So Trichy, although almost tasted victory there, it just got taken away from them. A really, really silly error.
It was so close today, and we'll just revisit how these points were gathered. It was so close, both the teams. That was somewhere in the middle. This looked like one team was clearly a winner, but then it changed the equations. And these are the moments when everything changed. You see the multiple right attempts tried, and the great, running. This was a classic defense that they should have gone right now. I remember this move too, where he tried to pin the person there, and then finally he got one pin down. Trichy's number 7.
Trichy.
Marimuthu. So fierce. And now the other number 7, Dinesh from E-Road.
Half time. Change it up. 2 points.
You can see the whistles everywhere when the point happened. Yeah, the whistles. You see the celebrations though. This was another great pin. Both the first people had their one leg pinned. So close, other teams shouldn't have still guessed what happened in the end. This is the kind of games, the kind of things that can turn around and they can lead to the fate of any team. But remind you again, these players are not professional players. They are people from everyday walks of life. They are students, they are working professionals. They are here. And let's now speak to the winning team's captain in a while.
Rider out. 1.
And this is another such move. Look at that. That was one great move, which earned them 3 points.
Go back. Go back.
And this was a final moment when he made sure his team win. Now let's talk to the winning captain.
நாங்கள் ஈரோடு மாவட்ட அணி இந்த வெற்றியை ரொம்ப சந்தோஷமாக எடுத்துக்கிறோம். எங்கள் ஈரோடு டிஸ்ட்ரிக்டாக நாங்கள் விளையாண்டு இப்போ ஃபைனல்ஸ் போய்க்கிறோம். அடுத்த மேட்ச்லேயும் ஜெயிச்சு நாங்கள் ஃபஸ்ட்டு வாங்கி ஈரோடு மாவட்டத்துக்கு பெருமை சேர்ப்போன்னு சொல்கிறோம். தேங்க்யூ.
Dinesh Kumar is so happy for winning the match for his district, the Erode team. You can see he's so waiting to go back to his team and celebrate the moment.
இப்போ நான் காலேஜ் படிச்சுட்டு இருக்கேன்.
As I told you, they are not professional players. He's a first-year college student who has led his team to victory.
விளையாட்டுக்கு டைம் இருக்குது, அதுக்கு பாதி நேரம் படிப்புக்கு பாதி நேரம் தான் நான் இப்போ வச்சுட்டு விளையாண்டுட்டு இருக்கேன்.
He says he finds time to play amidst all his busy schedules being a student.
இந்த மாதிரி கலை கிடைச்சதுக்கு வளர்ந்து வர பிளேயருக்கு ரொம்ப ஊக்குவிக்க விதமாக இருக்குது. அதனால எல்லாரும் சந்தோஷமாக எடுத்துக்கிறோம்.
He feels so happy to be here to play this. Thank you so much. All the very best.
One big movement that's happening right now is the Farmers Producer Organization movement. Today we are managing 25 farmer producer organizations. In the next year or maximum 18 months, we want to make this into 25,000 farmers. This can be scaled up into a massive possibility.
A farmer producer organization or FPO is a company formed by farmers. With Isha's support, 25 FPOs are being established in Tamil Nadu and Karnataka to bring economic well-being to 25,000 farmers. Farmers are being trained under Isha's guidance to become entrepreneurs, which will enable them to lead and manage large FPOs. These FPOs will help raise farmers' income and productivity.
Money from the sale is deposited in our bank account. It is that easy.
Today, when we market our produce, we receive a good response. Many doors are opening for us. This is because of the trust and goodwill people have for Isha.
Now we feel excited about agriculture.
Gramotsavam వాళ్ళు మా విలేజ్కి వచ్చారు. అప్పటి వరకు మాకు త్రోబాల్ అంటే ఏంటి అనేది అసలు తెలియదు. చాలా ఎక్సైటింగ్గా ఉండే. నమస్కారం, మా ఊరు టంకర. ఆడుతుంటే ఇంకా ఆడాలి అని చాలా ఆసక్తి అనిపించింది. అప్పుడు అక్కడ మంచిగా ఆడినాం. ఇప్పుడు హైదరాబాద్కి వెళ్ళి కూడా విన్ అవుతామని చాలా నమ్మకం వచ్చింది. అయితే పంపించడానికి ఎవరు ఒప్పుకోలేదు. తర్వాత పోయి గేమ్స్ వచ్చినాక అందరు చాలా హ్యాపీగా ఫీల్ అయ్యారు. ఇప్పుడు మేము నెక్స్ట్ హైదరాబాద్కి వెళ్తామంటే కూడా మా గ్రామస్తులు పెద్దలు అందరూ కూడా మాకు సహకరిస్తున్నారు. ఇక్కడ మిషన్ కూడా నేర్చుకుంటూ ఇంకా బాలానికి కూడా వెళ్తున్నాం.
For the very first time, Project Samskriti will be offering a comprehensive in-person program at the Isha Yoga Center. Designed by Sadhguru, the program provides a unique opportunity to learn the basics of Kalaripayattu, Bharatnatyam, and a devotional chant and song from trained Project Samskriti teachers who have dedicated their lives to these art forms, not as a hobby, but a way of life.
Project Samskriti is not today's idea, it's been in incubation for nearly 25 years. So this is an effort not to save the art form alone, but to bring up humanity to a higher level of existence within themselves.
It is my wish and my blessing that Project Samskriti becomes your instrument of exploration and expression of the wonderfulness of being human.
Shivanga means to become an anga. You know what's an anga? A limb of Shiva. If we get connected to this dimension of life, health, well-being, prosperity, these things should happen. Above all, living blissfully is a natural process.
Shivanga is a powerful 42-day process for men, which includes an invitation into the powerful Shiva Namaskar practice and a pilgrimage to the sacred Velyangiri mountain, known as the Kailash of the South.
Dear Sadhguru, one of the world's voices and leaders on soil conservation.
Save soil. Let us make it happen.
Save soil. Let's make it happen.
I don't want this COP15 to end as one more convention with more paper and more paper. This must end with concrete action, and action in such a way that it is implementable.
the movement that you are taken up as a soul scientist, I could not expect any more God's blessing than that.
I request all of you to come together and join the Conscious Planet movement.
Soil is not our property. It's a legacy that's come to us from previous generations, and we must pass it on as living soil for future generations. Let's make it happen.
நான் நல்லூர் பதிங்கிற ட்ரைபல் வில்லேஜ்லேருந்து பேசுகிறேன். இங்கே இருக்கவங்க பார்த்திங்கன்னா எந்த கேம்ஸ்லேயும் யாருமே விளாண்டதில்லை இது வரைக்கும். எங்கள் ஊர்லேருந்து வெளியில் போய் யாரும் விளாண்டதே இல்லை. இருப்பாங்க, ஸ்கூல் போவாங்க, இல்லைனா அப்படியே நின்றுவாங்க. அப்புறம் அவ்வளோதான், மேரேஜ் பண்ணி கொடுத்துருவாங்க. இதோட முடிஞ்சது. ஈஷாலேருந்து வந்தாங்க, இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு கேம் இருக்குது, நீங்கள் விளாடுங்க, நாங்கள் சொல்லித்தரோம். பால் வாங்க கூட எங்களுக்கு காசு இருக்காது. அந்த மாதிரி இருக்க டைமில் ஈஷாலேருந்து நாங்களே பால் கொடுக்குறோம், சொல்லி கொடுக்குறோம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி எங்களை விளையாட வச்சு ட்ரைனிங் கொடுத்து
இப்போ வந்து காலேஜ் ஃபைனல் இயர் படிக்கிறேன்.
நான் பார்ட் டைமாக ஒர்க் போயிட்டுருக்குறேன். 5 மணி நேரம் தான் ஒர்க் போகிறேன். நான் ஒரு மணி நேரம் வந்து நான் பர்மிஷன் கேட்டு வந்து நான் விளையாடுவேன்.
இப்போ ஈசாவில் நடந்த கிராமோற்சவத்தில் கிளஸ்டர் லெவலில் நாங்கள் கலந்துக்கிட்டோம். அவங்க 30 டீம் கலந்துக்கிட்டாங்க.
எங்களுக்கெல்லாம் ஒரே பதட்டமாக இருந்துச்சு. எங்களை விட நல்ல டீம் எல்லாம் இருப்பாங்க. நாங்கள் இப்போ தான் விளையாடுற ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணிக்கிறோம்.
அதில் நாங்களும் விளையாண்டு 4th பிளேஸ் வந்திருக்கோம். நாங்கள் கூலி வேலைக்கு போயிட்டு வந்து வீட்டு வேலையும் பார்த்துட்டு இதில் போய் விளையாண்ட ஒரு சந்தோஷமாக இருக்குது. ஃபஸ்ட்டு வந்து என்னென்னா சும்மா இப்போ பார்த்தாலும் பாலை தூக்கிட்டு போகிறாங்க அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி பேசுனாங்க. ஏதாவது ஒரு ப்ரைஸ் வாங்கிடணும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு நாங்கள் போய் வின் பண்ணிட்டு வந்ததுக்கப்புறம் என்ன சொன்னாங்கன்னா, நீங்கள் உங்களாலே வின் பண்ண முடியுமா, நீங்கள் வின் பண்ணிட்டீங்களா பரவாயில்லன்ட்டு அதுக்கப்புறம் 2 பொண்ணுங்க வந்து இப்போ அவங்களும் விளையாட வந்திருக்காங்க.
இந்த சைடு நிறையா காலேஜ் சிட்டியெல்லாம் இருக்குது. எங்கள் ஊர் எதுன்னே தெரியாது. எங்கள் ஊர் பேர் வந்து எல்லாத்துக்கும் தெரியணுங்கிறதுக்கு வேண்டி தான் நாங்கள் விளையாடுறதுக்கு ஆரம்பித்தோம்.
ஈசா கிராமோற்சவம்னு ஒன்று இல்லைன்னா நாங்கள் வந்து எங்கள் லைஃப் இப்படியே போயிருக்கோம். இது வந்ததுக்கப்புறம் தான் வந்து எங்களுக்குள்ளே இருக்க டேலண்ட் வந்து எங்களுக்கு தெரிஞ்சது. நாங்கள் யாருன்னுங்கிறது எங்களுக்கு காமிச்சது வந்து இந்த கிராமோற்சவம்.
எங்களுக்கு இதான் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் டைம்.
நாங்கள் அழகாக விளையாடணும், சந்தோஷமாக இருக்குது.
இந்த மேட்ச் வந்து ஈசா யோகா டீம் வந்து சூப்பராக நடத்தியிருக்காங்க.
எங்களுக்கு கேர்ள்ஸுக்கு வந்துட்டு நல்லா சேஃப்டியாக பண்ணி கொடுத்துருக்காங்க. இந்த மேட்ச்சில் வந்துட்டு ஃபுட்டு வந்து ரொம்பவே சூப்பராக இருக்குது.
அது ஒரு எனர்ஜியாக பார்க்குறாங்க, அவ்வளோதான். ஏன்னா கிராமத்தில் இருக்கிற பசங்களை எல்லாத்தையும் என்கரேஜ் பண்ணுறாங்க. அவங்க புத்துணர்ச்சியாக இருக்குண்ணா. எங்களுக்கு இந்த ஈஷா கிராமோற்சவனால எங்கள் ஊர் வந்து பெருமையாகுது.
ஏற்கனவே நாங்கள் ஈஷா யோகாவில் வந்து மன அமைதியையும் தெய்வத்தையும் நம்மளுக்கு கற்றுக் கொடுத்துருந்தாங்க. இந்த ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ் நடத்துறது மூலம் எங்களோட உடல் வலிமையும் கொஞ்சம் நல்லா வளர்த்துக்கிறதுக்கு ஹெல்ப்ஃபுல்லாக இருக்குது.
மொத்தத்தில் எங்கள் டீமும் நாங்களும் ரொம்ப மிகவும் சந்தோஷமாக இருக்கோம். ஈசாவுக்கு வந்து நன்றி தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறோம். ஐ லவ் யூ ஈசா.
எல்லாருக்கும் வணக்கம். இந்த ஈஷா கிராமோத்சவம் எதுக்காக இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு விழான்றது எதுக்காகன்னா, நம்ம தேசத்தில், இந்த பாரத தேசத்தில், இந்த கலாச்சாரத்தில் வாழ்க்கையே ஒரு விழாவை வச்சிருந்தோம். 365 நாள் ஏதோ ஒரு விழா நடந்தே இருக்கும். விழான்னா நீங்கள் வேலை செய்யக்கூடாது, விடுமுறை வேணும், அதிகமாக சாப்பிட்டுக்கணும், இப்படி இல்லை விழா. எப்போ நீங்கள் வாழ்க்கையில் எல்லாமே கொண்டாட்டமாக செய்கிறீங்களோ அதே ஒரு விழா. எல்லாத்துக்கும் ஒரு ஆட்டம் என்னத்துக்குன்னா வாழ்க்கை ஒரு கொண்டாட்டமாக நடத்துக்கணும். இப்போ என்ன ஆயிடுச்சு, நம்ம கிராமங்களில் வெறும் பொருளாதாரம் மட்டும்தான் கவனத்தில் வச்சிருக்கிறதுனால நமக்கு பாட்டம் எல்லாம் போச்சு. ஜாதி மதம் பலவிதமான பிரிவினைகள் வந்துட்டு எது நாம் ஒரு ஆனந்தமாக செய்கிற ஒரு தன்மை போயிடுச்சு. இதனால இந்த ஈஷா கிராமோத்சவம்ன்றது 2004 நடந்து வந்திருக்குது. இந்த வருடம் செப்டம்பர் 23ஆம் தேதி இந்த ஈஷா கிராமோத்சவம் நடக்குது. இதில் சாமான்யமாக இல்லை, 60,000க்கு மேலே விளையாட்டு வீரர் ஈடுபடுறாங்க. விளையாட்டு வீரர்னு எல்லா அத்லீட்ஸாக இப்படி இருக்காங்களா, அதுக்காக நின்றுருக்காங்களா, அப்படி இல்லை. வீட்டில் சமையல் பண்ணுற பாட்டி கூட விளையாடுறாங்க, சின்ன குழந்தை கூட விளையாடுறாங்க. இந்த மாதிரி எல்லாம் சேர்ந்து ஒரு போட்டி நடக்குது. முக்கியமானது என்னன்னா, நம்ம வாழ்க்கையில் ஒரு சுறுசுறுப்பு, ஒரு தெம்பு நாம் கொண்டு வரணும்னா ஒரு விளையாட்டுத்தனம் இருக்கணும். வேற ஒன்றும் இல்லைன்னா வீட்டில் இருக்கிறவங்க கூடயே உங்கள் குடும்பத்து கூடயே சும்மா ஒரு பாலான வீசலாமே, ஐயோ என்கிட்ட பால் இல்லைன்னா உருளைக்கிழங்கானாலும் வீசிக்கலாமே வீட்டுக்குள்ளே. முக்கியமானது என்னன்னா ஒரு விளையாட்டுத்தனம் உங்களுக்குள்ளே கொண்டு வரணும். இல்லைன்னா தேவையில்லாத மன அழுத்தங்கள் நமக்கு வருது. இந்த ஒரு கிராமோத்சவத்தில் நீங்கள் எல்லாமே ஈடுபட்டு இதோடைய தெம்பு, இதோடைய உற்சாகம் நீங்கள் உங்கள் வீட்டுக்குள்ளே உங்கள் வாழ்க்கையில் கொண்டு வரணுன்ற ஆசையோடு இது நாம் செஞ்சுருக்கிறோம். எல்லாத்துக்கும் முக்கியமானது இந்த விளையாட்டுன்றது, கொண்டாட்டம்ன்றது நம்ம வாழ்க்கையில் போயிடுச்சுன்னா பொருளாதாரம் வச்சு என்ன பண்ணிக்க போகிறோம். இதனால ஈஷா கிராமோத்சவம் நீங்கள் எல்லாமே ஈடுபடணும். வணக்கம்.
Good afternoon and welcome back to another exhilarating match in the scorching sun. We have the finals between Erode and Erode team players are here, and we have a great match lined up for us today. And witness how this women's kabaddi team, who are regular everyday players, not players, everyday people who are students, housewives and different professions, who gathered every evening to practice their match, and here they are on Isha Gramotsavam. These two teams will face off each other, and they will see, and we will see who is going to be a winner of this year's Gramotsavam's women's kabaddi team.
It is going to be an exciting face-off between these two teams, Erode and Dindigul. And we have some exalted guests also coming to watch this match. And we have in our midst some famous coaches as well. So it'll be a great opportunity for them to interact with these players and actually enthuse them. And you can see our national junior volleyball coach, Mr. Sendura Pandian, who is waiting on the sidelines. He will be the guest of honor and he will be introduced to both the teams. Both of these teams have had a phenomenal run so far, and wearing the yellow jerseys are Erode and wearing the orange jerseys are Dindigul. We did in fact watch Dindigul play their opponents earlier today and best them in a fairly lopsided encounter, I must say, but to a certain extent only, because there was Thiruvarur that was trying to make a comeback in the second half, but that was not to be. But here we have the Erode team fresh and ready because they played an earlier match when compared to Dindigul. Dindigul are slightly having a disadvantage because they played the second match, not so much time to rest. We can see on the screen here the tall gentleman, Mr. Sendura Pandian, who is the national volleyball junior coach. He has developed some great melee internationals in his watch, and Naveen Raja is one of them. So he is a legendary coach, not too far from getting more and more accolades, as is deserved by him for having, trained and coached so many players. So you can see all the officials as well. Along with them are officials from the Kabaddi Federation also. And he is definitely a very, very honorable persona here.
This is the proof how Isha Gramotsavam brings together all these players from everyday walks of life who can also meet these legends in their own field. And listen, imagine what if there are other players, other coaches here who are also eyeing on some players, perhaps to scout them for their team. That might happen. And being Kabaddi also being a celebrated sport in India, and these are the situations where not just coaches, not the players everywhere, not just watching live on the television, on the broadcast, witnessing these players and their game, and maybe perhaps, who knows, we might find them soon in a bigger league playing their best games. And do not forget, these are not regular players. They are just everyday women working on the weekends on their game, practicing, and they came so far in their game here to play against each other, Erode and Dindigul.
And the game is about to begin. So how Kabaddi happens is that they have gone through 3 phases to get here. One is a district phase, then it's a divisional phase, and now it's a finals phase. And in the district phase, different teams from Panchayats faced off, and the best of them were assembled under that one district and played in the divisional phase. And the winners and runners from the divisional phases were invited to come and play in the final phase. So this is quite an exciting moment out here. Erode wearing the yellow jerseys and Dindigul wearing the orange jerseys. Players exchanging pleasantries and also warming up and getting ready to be in their prime, actually, because in a few minutes they are going to have to give out their best because a lot is at stake. 1 year of bragging rights, amazing prizes in store. More than anything else, the honor of having played at a stage like this, a platform for them to showcase their talents and show it to their entire panchayat and the village and the district, and to show what they are made of. So that is something which will stay in the memories forever. And here it is.
We have jersey number 10 from Dindigul walking into Soundarya, the captain, for the raid. Let's not forget that Erode won the last match with a greater 30-point, nearly 29-point advantage. So this is not going to be easy, comparison between the both.
Naveen, they cannot afford to be complacent like they were in the previous game, where they had a few ding-dong moments over there where they let Thiruvarur come back into the game. If they have to win, then they have to put those Dindigul locks to good use and play great defense and offense. No complacency. This is the big stage.
Number 10 out! 1 point!
Now Erode scores their first point with their ride. Let us see how Dindigul goes with that. If they let that slide and with another empty raid, Erode will definitely steal that chance, anything they get.
A spirited attempt over there. There was an opportunity for a bonus which was not made use of. It's Erode again going in for a raid. Number 9 of Erode, Satya, going in for the raid. She almost loses her balance over there, but Dindigul could not take advantage of that. And Yes, this time she takes a touch point. Again, it is Shalini who jumps the gun and concedes that point to Erode.
Point to Erode.
Why would you do that? You didn't have the right support. You were not in the right position.
Dindigul, do or die.
Clearly shows that Erode, imagine this, if Erode wins this match and also Erode men are in the finals, if both the Erode men's team and women's team win the Kabaddi today, it is going to be a great celebration for the entire district.
And yes, there will be great celebration, and Erode picks up their second point. You can see what a beautiful textbook ankle hold that was. Hawk-like grip and great support from numbers 4 coming as well for Erode. So supporting was Jaypriya, but it was the left corner that inflicted that ankle hold and picked up that 1 point. Quickly, Erode have a 3-0 lead. And Dindigul, of course, have our -3 players on the mat.
Let us see if this difference makes a everlasting difference. Now we have Soundarya of Erode, number 10, going in for a raid. Look at them, they're so high-spirited. The eye is keen on the mat, looking at the players from the left and the right, not letting any chance of a loss. I think they're so confident from the victory in the last semis. Erode is taking that forward.
And you can see from this body language just how experienced these players are and how much of Kabaddi they have played in their villages and panchayats actually. So they have had some time to actually prepare for this event, practice together as a unit as well. So this is great. You're actually watching some fine Kabaddi on the mat here.
Let us see, Erode is on a winning speed. They scored another point. Erode is definitely leading it with a good start. They say that in Tamil, the Mudal Konal and the Muttilam Konal, the first point they put it has definitely bringing them more loads of points.
And that was Vaidehi stamping her class over there. In fact, almost giving her opponent a high five and picking up that point. And this time, the Dindigul players trapped. Beautiful ankle hold there, double ankle hold. She's brought down, and once she's brought down, the rest of the players are ready there. Not just the ankle hold, there was also those blocks there. A danger of an anti-cross, but that did not happen. So Erode have raced to a 5-0 lead. Erode definitely seemed to be well in control of the situation. Dindigul finding themselves a little clueless at this point in time. It's a super tackle situation. There's 2 people on the mat, but can Erode take this away? Soundarya! Easy job for her, it looks like, because she has gone and made sure that she's eliminated one more player from the mat. 6 players, only 1 remaining. An all-out situation here. The lone raider right now, number 6. I'm sorry, that would be Prithvi.
We were saying about Dindigul having its infamous locks on the game, but it looks like Dindigul has itself locked itself on the game with only 1 player left. And that has sure gone to a all-out situation.
What a phenomenal start for them with a clean play. Erode offensively and defensively pick up that last lone player from the Dindigul side, locks her out, picks up those 2 extra points for an all-out. 9-0 they take this lead. Erode are seriously the superior team in this at this point in time. Unless Dindigul really does something to get back into the game, the going is going to be very, very tough.
So the coaches had a lot to say this time. But Dindigul team isn't looking so spirited up after the pep talk with the coach. But perhaps we cannot see that yet. Only in the game will say that.
Naveen, another thing we must remember, Dindigul actually played the second match while Erode had the advantage of a little more rest. So that is also there. You can also imagine that this is a 2 o'clock heat right now, sapping, dehydrating heat. So it could be that they are tired as well. And she claims a touch point. That is number 4, Jaypriya of Erode. She says, honor it, I touched you. And in reply, Deepa comes in for a raid. And what a double thigh hold here. That is number 5 of Erode, Suganya, who goes for that double thigh hold. Brings her down.
That was so classy. That was so classy. When we see in slow motion, we'll know that it's exactly the moves like the pros would do. And that has happily added another point to them. Now, Dindigul with 1 point and Erode leading with 10.
Soundarya goes in confidently and comes back out. This time Dindigul is coming in for a raid. And who is it? We'll have to see. Shalini, I guess.
Shalini from Dindigul. Even in the earlier match, she performed very well in the raids. Let us see if the same energy remains for her this time.
But Shalini has a propensity to slow things down, but she can't afford to do that here. She has to be aggressive to make any sense for her team. But at this point in time, they need to gather their wits and be aggressive.
Bonus plus to 2 points.
Yes, Erode, nothing seems to stop Erode today.
This is the presence of mind because she saw the dash happening. She kept her body turned towards the midline, reached for the midline and got herself safe. But she also picked up that bonus point. So you can see how smartly Erode are playing, making very, very few mistakes.
At least one difference that gives me so clear that I'm very happy about is that we can see a steep difference in the scorecard versus the earlier match we are seeing there. So, but this is not the end. We'll never know how this can turn around. As you mentioned, one magical raid with multiple points from Dindigul perhaps can work the magic.
One magical raid won't do because they have to lock Erode in offensively and defensively. Unless that happens, one magical raid is not sufficient. Because Erode right now is far superior in every single aspect of the game. They have superior skill sets and they are using their sporting intelligence. Their intelligence quota is very high.
Let's look at Soundarya. He's on a raid now. He's very keen with the legs dancing, looking for a touch point. Now, yes! 3! She scored 3!
Wait,
This is what we are talking about. It's not intelligence quota, people. My apologies. It's intelligence quotient. You can see how she attempts that escape and then makes it to the midline. 1, 2, 3. Whoever comes, I'll take you all with me.
Now the only lone raider again. I think it's going to be another washout situation.
Naveen, about 10 minutes in. There you can see Shalini has actually picked up a couple of points there and making sure that they don't get eliminated so far. That ankle hold didn't work in her favor and sacrificing herself was Vaidehi, the captain.
They scored 3 points now. At least Dindigul is a little hurried up in the scoring pattern, but they're not enough. It is again from Erode. Soundarya, will she do the same magic she did last raid?
Extremely intelligent player, lot of skill sets, and her court awareness is just phenomenal, Naveen. And she has shown this within barely 10 minutes of the game. This kid has a great future if she chooses to play professionally as well. So I wish her, and we all wish her, the very best because she has everything in her to go take it to the next level and beyond.
Of course, let that words come true. Let us see she's reading the situation, whether to go in or not. Because if she leaves that behind, next is going to be a do or die right for them. The crowds are cheering for the Dindigul now. Though they're leading with thrice the points.
So just 3 people on the mat and Dindigul is trying to force them to come and make do or die raid, which is what Soundarya has come in for. And they're hoping to actually pin her down and get an extra point here for a super tackle. But Soundarya, will she get trapped? Will she take the bait? It remains to be seen. This is a defining moment for her. Another opportunity to her to show how superior she is on the floor.
Yes, she stole a point. Is it just 1 or 2? I think it's 1. As you mentioned, there's none other in the mat as brilliant as her in the game.
You can see how beautifully she's using her body, her hands, and her spatial awareness to push her opponent away, turn her body mid-air, and make those dives towards the midline and keep herself safe. And Dindigul have picked up a bonus. It's Soundarya going again. She's looking to torture her opposition over there and torment them. Shalini is almost doing a Nagini dance over there. Oh, what a kick, but this time they are successful, pinning her down. But she is not giving up. She is still struggling. Two of them on her. She is tired, and this has been a great moment so far.
Like we witnessed, the two great players from the each side, they got in action right now. We witnessed how Shalini performed this morning, right? She was waiting for it. As I mentioned, she was low on the ground and waiting for the exact opportunity to grab the legs.
Maybe a Nagini dance, but she stung her and it hurt the most. Getting her out of the onto the bench is actually a great moment for Dindigul, because now is the time they can effect a comeback, because one of the main raiders and the raider that was picking up multiple raid points was Soundarya for Erode. They have to capitalize, Naveen.
Now it's a major game for right now, Aparna. Let's see who goes in with the raid for Dindigul.
Coach, our team player, 2 timeout over, no more timeout.
Both the teams have taken enough number of timeouts, and there will be no more timeouts. There's a quick raid, and they came back, and it's now number 2, Vishal Lakshmi from Dindigul. No, it's number 2 from Erode. The captain Vaidegi goes in for a raid.
Naveen, Dindigul has off late in the last few moments shown us a lot of heart. They have been postponing that all-out situation for as long as possible, because there was a couple of moments where they looked like the quickest all-out could come, the second all-out could also come fast. But they've actually staved that second all-out pretty well this time.
See, we were really assuming that would happen, but that's the magical moments we were talking about. She's going back, yes. Nets for Dindigul will be a do-or-die raid. This is going to be a do-or-die raid, and they're gonna, if they lose, they're gonna lose Shalini.
And will Shalini be able to pull off something here? She is making an attempt. She knows what's at stake. So she is going to be a little aggressive here, but also cautious in the process. She can't afford to go and sit out. And even if that is so, number 4 of Erode, that is Jayapriya, who initiates that tackle with a double ankle hold and bring Shalini down.
That was so brilliant. Now it's going to be do or die for Erode.
Vaidehi, the captain, picks up that one, and she goes back successfully. Once more, Dindigul are looking at a possible all-out scenario, but can she revive? That is number 10 of Dindigul. And this is Soundarya, the captain. She picks up a 1 touch point and a bonus, so a revival has happened. You can see the courage and the heart they're playing with, Naveen.
And the scoreboards are from 10 and 19 for Dindigul and Erode. If they try a little more and perhaps pray for 2 or 3 miracles to happen, they can level the scores. But that's not happening. They're just escaping from the all-out situation.
That is heart. Give me a team with heart anytime, Naveen. We can make it a game and a half. And this is Captain Soundarya again for her team, trying to see if she can get some touch points or score some bonuses as well. It's not enough for the bonus, but no, she has walked right into a trap. And that ankle hold just won't fail for Erode at this point in time. Brilliantly done.
They're just looking for the right opportunity, and it was Narmada from Erode who did that ankle hold.
As sweet as that looked for a brief, fleeting instant, 112 on Dindigul's side. No, it's not happening, folks. It's 11 points for Dindigul. They have reached their double digits, but they are playing with so much of heart and courage. It's very, very nice to see. But Erode have proven their superior skills so far.
No more timeouts.
No more timeouts is what they have told now. So 23 and 11 in favor of Erode. This is Captain Vaidehi going in for a raid. The bonus situation is active. Will she capitalize on it, pick up a touch point, and a bonus remains to be seen?
She looks very swift. Yes, she did it. She stole a point.
Point.
a high-line defense with a high IQ player like Vaidehi is not going to work. That was too prematurely executed, and that was Bhumika who made that mistake for Dindigul.
To see how this goes this time for Dindigul. Did she touch that? No, it was just right around, just inches, not even inches, centimeters away from the midline.
Tough luck for Deepa. She almost had it. You had to cross it. She touched it, but you have to cross it, folks. That's where it makes all the difference.
It was Suganya who used all her strength to pull her aside from the midline, saving them the point. Goes again Soundarya, reading the mat and sees where the points could follow through, but looks like she's not going in.
A 14-point lead, a little bit of prudence is all that is happening at this point in time. And you can see she knows that the time is up for the first half to get over, right? So she plays it cool. So 25-11 is where Erode is leading and Dindigul is trailing, and very soon we will be able to see the highlights of the first half. And with me in the commentary box is Naveen.
We witnessed a great game in the first half. We didn't expect which team would take the lead, and both the teams came in walking with a special guest greeting them. And also with Dindigul playing the second game of the day, we can give them a benefit of doubt that they were a little weary, and that proved everywhere. Those are the brave moves from the Erode team when they try to take that point. This was a couple of tie holds that we watched. This point, if we could remember, was quick swift. And that was a very tough fight, not giving up. This is what happened with Erode leading, and we'll now go for a break.
Gramotsavam vallu ma village ku Gramotsavam vallu ma village ku vacharu. అప్పటి వరకు మాకు త్రోబాల్ అంటే ఏంటి అనేది అసలు తెలియదు. చాలా ఎక్సైటింగ్ గా ఉండే. నమస్కారం, మా ఊరు టంకర. ఆడుతుంటే ఇంకా ఆడాలి అని చాలా ఆసక్తి అనిపించింది. అప్పుడు అక్కడ మంచిగా ఆడినాం, ఇప్పుడు హైదరాబాద్కి వెళ్ళి కూడా విన్ అవుతామని చాలా నమ్మకం వచ్చింది. అయితే పంపించడానికి ఎవరు ఒప్పుకోలేదు. తర్వాత పోయి గేమ్స్ వచ్చినాక అందరు చాలా హ్యాపీగా ఫీల్ అయ్యారు. ఇప్పుడు మేము నెక్స్ట్ హైదరాబాద్కి వెళ్తామంటే కూడా మా గ్రామస్తులు పెద్దలు అందరూ కూడా మాకు సహకరిస్తున్నారు. ఇక్కడ మిషన్ కూడా నేర్చుకుంటూ ఇంకా బాలానికి కూడా వెళ్తున్నారు.
ஈஷா கிராம உற்சவத்துக்கு நம்முடைய அழைப்பை ஏற்று இங்கே வந்திருக்கக்கூடிய ஹீரோ ஜெயம் ரவி
நிறைய தடவை நம்ம மிஸ் பண்ணிப்போம். நம்ம ஊருக்கே போக முடியாத அளவுக்கு இருக்கும். நம்ம ஊரையே எங்கே கொண்டு வந்துருக்காங்க. எல்லாரும் என்ஜாய் பண்ணுங்க. ஆல் தி பெஸ்ட்.
எப்பவும் சந்தோஷமாக இருக்கணும், நோய் நொடி இல்லாமல் இருக்கணும், ஒரு வாழ்க்கையை வந்து ஒரு ஃபுல்ஃபில்மெண்ட்டோடு இருக்கணும் அப்படின்ற ஆசைங்க நிறைய இருக்கும்.
Different life situations baffled me. It would be an understatement to say that it was life transforming.
மத சம்பந்தப்பட்ட இல்லை வழிபாடு சம்பந்தப்பட்ட எந்த பயிற்சியும் இல்லாத என்ன போல இருக்கிறவங்களுக்கு வந்து ஒரு பெரிய வரப்பிரசாதமாக இருந்தது.
என்னோட ஒரு 8-6 பேர் இருந்த ஒரு கும்பலில் நானும் ஒருத்தராக இருந்தேன். பட் உண்மை என்னென்னா அந்த ஹோல் ப்ராசஸ் சத்குரு மூலமாக இனிஷியேட் ஆகுதுன்றது அவ்வளோ ஒரு அழகான ஒரு தருணம்.
நம்ம வாழ்க்கையில் இருக்கிற அந்த மன உளைச்சல்கள் எல்லாத்தையும் விட்டுட்டு இதுதான் வாழ்க்கை, இதில் வந்து நீங்கள் உங்கள் முடிவெடுங்க அப்படிங்கிற அந்த நமக்கே விடுறாங்க. இல்லை இதுதான் செய்யணும் அதுதான் செய்யணும்னு நமக்கு சொல்லிக் கொடுக்குற அந்த மாதிரி குரு இல்லை. எங்களுக்கு சாம்பவி மகாமுத்ரா அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு பயிற்சியை சொல்லிக் கொடுத்தாங்க. அதை செய்யணும் அப்படின்னு சொன்னாங்க. அதை செஞ்சோம்.
நான் இப்போ இந்த சாம்பவி ஈஷா யோகாவை கற்றுக்கிட்டு ரொம்ப நல்லாவே நல்ல எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ் அது உணர முடிஞ்சது.
யோகா வந்து ஒரு கருவி, ஒரு நட்டு போட்டு நம்ம வந்து கையால் தொடங்க முடியாது, அதுக்கான ஒரு ஸ்பானர் வச்சா தான் அதை தொடங்க முடியும். ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி நம்ம பிரச்சனையை வந்து ஹேண்டில் பண்ண சும்மா ஹேண்டில் பண்ண முடியாது, அதுக்கான ஒரு விஷயத்த பண்ணால் அதை ஹேண்டில் பண்ணலாம். ஸோ அந்த மாதிரியான ஒரு விஷயம் தான் உங்களுக்கு யோகா பயிற்சி. ஒரு விஷயத்தை கற்றுக்கணுன்ற ஒரு அந்த ஆசை மியூசிக்கில் வந்து எனக்கு வந்துட்டு ஒரு 200-300% அதிகமாகி இதெல்லாம் வந்து இதுக்கு முன்னாடி என்னால் பண்ண முடியல. ஏன்னா ஏன்று தெரியல, பட் இப்போ பண்ண முடியுது. அது பண்ண முடியறதுக்கு ஒரு அழகான ஒரு காரணம் ஐ திங்க் is practicing Shambhavi.
Most importantly, it made me see different life situations in a very equipoised manner.
So I just finished my inner engineering and it's been the most blissful, blessed feeling ever.
And we are back for another action of the second half of the game between Erode and Dindakal. You can clearly see Erode is leading the shots now. But will they get more confident right now, Aparna? You should tell me.
Dindakal has actually woken up, so I'm a little excited for them. But I must admit that Erode looks superior because of the emotional, the intelligence quotient of these two players. One is Vaidehi, the captain, and also Soundarya. They look rock solid on offense. And on the defensive end, they're playing like a well-oiled machine. Those ankle holds are coming regularly, and those ankle holds are not any touch-and-go situations. They are putting in solid locks over there and bringing the opposition down, and they're getting support from the teammates. So I'd be worried for Dindakal. But again, in reply is Soundarya, the captain for Dindakal, who has come in for a raid. She knows how important this is. So those points are going to keep ticking. Will they take multiple points? I'm not very sure.
It's time when we can see that in action, what you explained. I was expecting that they would hold that rider down in the last raid. Didn't happen, but anyhow, Dindakal scored a bonus. Now for Erode, the captain, Vaidehi, has gone in for a raid. He's just reading, as you mentioned. I am really interested to know what she should be thinking right now.
Erode could also be adapting a strategy over here. If Dindakal starts to get aggressive, they might allow those bonus points, but they may not allow the raider to come and take touch points. So if that's the case, you concede 1 point, and that's always okay, instead of giving multiple raid points. So that's something that they'll also be strategizing for.
And Vaidehi is back on action. This time she's very determined. She's touched one, but she's not sitting.
She's going to use her time and go. That was a beautiful running hand touch that she executed with perfection. Made it look pretty simple.
And that happened. That exactly what we're talking about happened. Erode are showing their supremacy over their defensive strategy.
Right corner, Narmada pretty much blindsided her, waited for the perfect opportunity while going and inflicting that hold. But what happened was there was a little bit of hyperextension also that happened because the ankle was pulled in one direction and she was slammed down in another. So there could be a little hyperextension which is causing a lot of anxiety and pain at this point in time for the player.
Looks like she's badly hurt. But that was what we would expect in a game like Kabaddi. We've been seeing a lot of medical conditions since this morning, and luckily nothing has been so bad. Look how they barge upon each other.
Absolutely, this is what rushing in means and looks like, but she seems a little winded as well. So she's okay now, and more power to such players who are able to pick themselves up and walk off the mat. Good for them. And hopefully she'll be back soon enough, except that she's out at this point in time.
Yes, and now we have Soundarya again going in for a raid. I believe right now, as we read the players, Dindakal players in the mat will know how fatal is to have Soundarya coming towards her.
Don't any shouting.
Also, there's Soundarya and this is Shalini from Dindakal. Both are key players, and unfortunately Shalini is the only player we can noticeably find a difference in Dindakal.
This is the one player that can inflict maximum damage to their opponents, but she is choosing to play smart and invites them for the raid instead. And going in is Prithvi. And there's a pursuit there, and taking advantage of the pursuit and picking up those points is Captain Vaidehi for Erode. She picks up 1 point, or is it 2 points? Yes, she picks 1 point. Did she touch? Did Charlie
No,
touch?
she did not touch. She took 1 point home. There is a waterfall from this place not far away, which is called Vaidehi Falls. It is so wild that they banned visitors from visiting the place. So I would say Vaidehi is as fierce as that waterfalls. She touched her. She touched her.
Even if Vaidehi falls on this mat, she's still going to pick up those points, right? So here you can see how that ankle hold did not actually happen properly. She didn't get a clear hold on her, and Prithvi actually took advantage of that situation and picked off that 1 point.
Soundarya is back to the raid. I'm assuming she would play it a little mellowed and not rush into anything. Wait for a while and go back.
It's also important to know when to turn it on and off, the aggression and the energy. So you can use it when you need it, and she has that in her to figure it out. And this is desperation moves for Dindigul. Prithvi attempting a touch point. Did she get it? Makes a lunge for it. There was no hand touch. And the defense is not giving her any space to even go for a bonus. Playing high line defense over there, and yes, she gets dashed. Although an ankle hold was attempted, it's a dash that actually got her this time.
She was trying to go for a bonus now, but it was totally out. And now we have Erode leading at 29 points and Dindigul at 14 points. The same kind of Nagini dance we witnessed earlier.
Except that Vaidehi has bested this situation, so there is no super tackle points, but an all-out situation is almost being enforced on Dindigul. Can they stave away the all-out like we did see in the first half? Although they did go down by 1 all-out, the second all-out was staved off for the longest possible time, but this time, hell no, we are not going to let you go. That's what Erode says again.
That was great. That was great. Bhumika was totally pinned by. They all have a part of her. And now we are Erode leading with 32, Dindigul with 15.
That all-out has added few more points to Erode's kitty, and they're looking very, very comfortably on top. These girls are taking it easy. No pressure so far. All they need to do is keep their wits about them and continue to do what they're doing, and they're doing it all right indeed.
18. Fire out, 18.
The fierce pep talk from Dindigul coach would work right now, because it's not just any mere difference in the score table. We can see a lack of performance from the Dindigul side.
The winning team picks up a 2 lakh kitty, and the runner-up will pick up a 1 lakh kitty. Happy moments for either of these teams, but it's always best to have that trophy or the first position and come back as defending champions next year. Erode is looking super strong at this point in time. She dives, she tries to take a touch, she claims a touch over there. She says, hey, I touched you. Admit it.
Number 6, get back.
That was Soundarya. Soundarya with a fierce offense. Now she's back here for the defense. This looks like a pack of wolves surrounding to hunt down a prey. They're very keen. Their eyes locked in the ankles. And they caught it. Exactly like how I said it.
Very well described, I must say, Naveen, because it was Jayapriya who initiated that ankle hold. And like you said, like a pack of wolves, they were ready. Pack hunters, that's what they are. And you can see how tight those chains are. Immediately they are surrounding and making sure there's no gap anywhere to you even try and attempt to escape.
Now Soundarya goes in for another raid. With 5 players there, Dindigul should have looked more comfortable and confident now. But on the other end, Erode is not taking any risks.
20 points ahead at this point in time, and we're almost near the half of the second half as well. So taking it easy, playing it smart, that's what Erode's signature style has been thus far, and making no mistakes, that's been another significant trait that they have exhibited this time. Vaidehi reaches out and goes out.
To see how this happens right now, while Soundarya comes for another ride. With 6 players in the team. Happened, and she touched it. That's what we always say about Soundarya. Her presence of mind, swift actions. She knows where to reach, how to turn her body towards. That's what she did.
That was a beautiful dubki. Her spatial awareness is unbelievable on the mat and beautifully done. That's a highlight that can be cherished for a long, long time. Soundarya has been a star, a rock star for her team. But this time, it is number 11, Narmada of Erode, that's put that double ankle hold and brought Prithvi down.
That was so precise. Just when she was trying to go for the toe touch, she knows when she will turn and waiting for the right opportunity. And now it's just the same action replayed kind of raid where Soundarya walks in again, and the team of Dindigul has only 3 players inside. And Erode has no reason to waste their energy. They perhaps conserve it and go for an easy win.
No need to stress over there for Soundarya because they have a solid lead, but it is Dindigul actually that is enticing them to play for the do or die and inflict some kind of a stress situation for Erode. The super tackle situation that could happen possibly, but then it is Soundarya who is the raider for Erode.
The beauty of this game is not just the points taken, it's also the points untaken, which is 2 empty rides, which will pressure for the third do or die ride, which perhaps when happens. Yeah, she did it. Soundarya goes back with 1 point. No, it's 2 points.
Super casual, super calm. She goes, she gets the job done, and she comes back not with 1 but 2 points, and that's why I think she is probably the star player of this tournament, because she knows when to turn it on and off. And a desperation move here, trying to lunge, pick up that touch points, is Soundarya, the captain of... no, it's the other Soundarya. The captain is number 10.
Raider out!
Raider is out, dashed.
All out 3 points.
And an all out there again. Naveen, those points are just beginning to flow without any stop for Erode.
Last 5 minutes of play.
That will, of course, lead it to the same range of points that Erode won the earlier match in the semi-finals. They won 44 against Tuticorin, which is 15. And look now. It is number 9, Satya from Erode, who's not letting anybody rest.
Naveen, we have to remember that there are probably a couple of district players playing in this. But Soundarya is a state team material and probably a future national team material that we have seen from Erode. So there is a couple of talent here that is really, really superb that can go to the next level and beyond. So it's going to be exciting times ahead for these girls when their talent, which has been showcased now, and the scouts start looking for new talent, and these people have that platform that they needed so badly.
Exactly what everybody wishes this for, exactly what Gramotsavam is known for, to create players, and these will definitely help them reach newer heights. Dindigul takes a point after a long hiatus.
Brother, 2 times over.
Now Satya goes in for a ride. When you see the body chemistry, when Dindigul goes in for a ride, it looks like everybody's preying on them like pack of wolves. But here, it's like a lion and it's all gazelles everywhere trying to run away. But it's a spirit of game. I think they are all knowing the presence of the mat, when not to give away, when to hold themselves.
Very true. The pressure is definitely on Dindukal, and Erode are playing so calm, so cool, no pressure on them. And why not? Looks like there has been a touch point that has been conceded. And yes, that's what happened. And out goes Soundarya actually for Erode. And coming in is Vaidehi for the raid.
Yes, it was a do or die raid, and Soundarya.
Right out point. Dindukal.
She earned a bonus point and also ride out point, which I think leveled it with Dindukal 20 points. And Erode 43 points. We have 3 minutes left in the time now.
Red out. Point Erode.
Bringing her down seemed quite easy for Erode. They seem to have practiced this pretty well. Satya has come in, and in this final few minutes, or rather the final 10 minutes, we are seeing more of Satya. Probably the coach has decided to give her a lot more exposure on the mat offensively, since his team is already up by 25, and this experience could be very, very valuable in the upcoming years.
With only a couple of minutes left, Dindukal will try its best to make steep scores in the scoreboard. But Erode is not going to let that happen.
Last 2 minutes of play.
The referee signed that it's just 2 minutes left in the game. Yeah, they beautifully turned her around. If she could have tried a little more, she could have reached the midline, but they know that would happen. Look how it was number 11.
That left corner, Lokeshwari, and her single thigh hold brought her down. And this time, once again, coming back is Soundarya. The Wonder Woman from Erode, quick touch, lightning touch. Has she got it? Yes, she did. And sending her back to the benches. Anita will go to the bench.
Now we have Prithvi coming in. Prithvi has been so swift throughout the match, but she hasn't tried any of her. Will that happen now? It's just centimeters away. I think it's certainly the same thing happened a while ago.
Satya this time enforced that ankle hold. You can see how she's diving for it. She could not reach, because by which time you can see the awareness that Vaidehi has shown, watching the midline and where the hand was, and lifted her up and threw her on the other side.
It was Narmada with a heavy strength. She lifted up and totally took her away. Even the last raid, it was Narmada again pulled it apart. Erode wins another point.
Erode has shown clinical precision ever since the first whistle, and it looks like they're going to show the same precision till the final whistle. Worthy champions is what I'd say they are. 49-20 is the score, 29 points, and we can very well say that Erode are the champions at Dubki. She attempted a jump, but this time two of them have pinned her in a super tackle, so they are going to get 2 points. Too little, too late. Shalini initiated it, and jumping on her is number 10. And Soundarya, this, Naveen, is the final score. 49-22 in favor of Erode, and Erode are the worthy champions.
Erode proved their mettle throughout the score, throughout the game, scoring each point. And I am a little bit glad that it ended up with the Shalini taking the grapple, because she had very much share in this game. And all these players have come thus far to the semi-finals and now to the finals to win this game. They all deserve the win today. And the runner-up will also not go empty-handed. Runner-up will have 1 lakh of cash money, while the winners will have 2 lakh of cash money. That's how the game started this. First off, Erode had their dominion on the mat. You can see that in the highlights as well. They were quick to read the opponent who is riding in. They will know what to do. There are a few tough ones like Shalini here, who, when you noticed, managed to go and touch the midline. so that didn't happen twice. Erode definitely learned from their mistakes. Probably they're thinking in innocent because there's a number of shared practice hours would have done. And if you notice the number 11 in Erode, Narmada, she has shown sheer presence throughout the game. She waits for the exact opportunity to grab it. You can name everyone in the team so far to say they've given their own presence. You can see more of Soundarya going for raids here. And that would, as we already spoken about, says how her presence of mind was throughout the game. That was the captain of the team who earned more points. Notable players in Dindigul as well, but we could say that I could say Erode outplayed them today. That was Prithvi. There's two such moments where they were centimeters away from the line. And next we have the captain of the winning team with us, Vaidehi.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations, Vaidehi. You had a great game today. We asked her how easy that she thought this match would be. Of course.
டஃபாக போகுந்தாங்க சார் எக்ஸ்பெக்ட் பண்ணோம் பட் ஒன் சைடாக போயிடுச்சிங்க சார்.
She says that she expected this match to be tough, but it was
Happy
all
thanks, sir.
one-sided, and she's glad how the outcome was.
Thank you, sir.
And we asked her who they are by profession.
ரெண்டு பேர் ஸ்கூல் படிக்கிறாங்க சார்.
Oh, they're all college students among them, and two are school students.
எல்லாமே வில்லேஜ் தாங்க சார்.
They're all from villages. Look, this is where the India's talents are, in villages, schools and colleges. They are this high-spirited women who give their 100% in the game.
இந்த மாதிரி கிடைக்கும் நாங்க கொஞ்சம் கூட எதிர்பார்க்கவே இல்ல.
Did they expect the opportunity like this to happen?
4 இயர்ஸ்க்கு முன்னாடி தான் இந்த மாதிரி ஈஷா மேட்ச் வச்சாங்க. 4 இயர்ஸ்க்கு பேக் தான் இப்போ வச்சிருக்காங்க. ரொம்ப ஹாப்பியா இருக்கு.
They're so glad how this happened.
Thank you, sir.
And we'll go for a short commercial break and we'll be back.
If you do not know how to be playful, you do not know how to live. Playfulness is the essence of life. A sport is beyond alcohol, beyond drug. If they could play, if they could laugh, if they could jump, if they could scream, you will see it would be very natural for every human being to search for something more than where they are right now. Ball can definitely change the world.
கபடியில் வந்து ஒரு லவ், ஒரு விளையாடணும் அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு ஆர்வம். இது வந்து கிராம பிள்ளைங்க வந்து பசங்க பொண்ணுங்கள்லாம் எல்லாமே கலந்துக்கணும், ஆர்வத்தோடு விளையாடணுங்கிறதுக்காண்டி இந்த ஈசா கிராமம் வச்சு நடத்துகிறாங்க. இப்போ தான் எங்களுக்கு தெரியும். இதனால் நாங்கள் ரொம்ப சந்தோஷமாக இருக்குது இதில் பங்கேற்று.
சிட்டியில் உள்ளவங்க தெரியுறாங்க, அதே மாதிரி கிராமத்தில் உள்ள பொண்ணுங்களும் வெளில தெரியணும். கிராமத்தில் உள்ளவங்களும் இருக்காங்க, பட் யாருக்குமே தெரியலை. இவங்களை நம்ம வெளிக்கொண்டு வரணும் அப்படிங்கிற ஒரே நோக்கத்தில் வந்து இவங்க இதை வந்து 15 வருஷமாக நடத்திட்டு இருக்காங்க. இப்போ வந்து எங்கள் டிஸ்ட்ரிக்டில் வந்து இப்போ முதல்ல பண்ணுறாங்க. நான் ரொம்ப ஆர்வமாகவும் எக்ஸைட்டடாகவும் இருக்கேன். இதில் வின் பண்ணி நான் கண்டிப்பாக கோயம்புத்தூர் போகணும் அப்படின்னு ஒரு ரொம்ப ஆர்வமாக இருக்கேன். நீங்கள் வந்து நினச்சிருந்தா சிட்டிக்குள்ளேயே எல்லாமே பண்ணியிருந்துருக்கலாம். நீங்கள் அப்படி இல்லாமல் கிராமத்துக்காக ரொம்ப எஃபெக்டிவ் கொடுத்ததுக்கு தேங்க்யூ ஸோ மச்.
ஒரு வீடியோவில் சத்குரு ஷேர் பண்ணியிருப்பாங்க. நீங்கள் ஒரு ஸ்கூலை ரொம்ப அருமையாக அழகாக ரன் பண்ணணும் அப்படின்னா அந்த ஸ்கூலோட பொறுப்புகளை குழந்தைங்கிட்ட கொடுங்க. ஈஷா வித்யா கரூரில் எங்களுக்கு இது ரொம்ப ஸ்பெஷலான ஆனுவல் டே, இந்த ஃபஸ்ட் ஆனுவல் டே. ஈஷா விதில் எனக்கு ரொம்ப பிடிச்ச விஷயம் என்னென்னா SMS ப்ராஜெக்ட். இந்த செல்ஃப் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் ஸ்பேஸ் அப்படின்னா என்ன அப்படின்னா பொறுப்புகளை ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் கிட்ட ஒப்படைக்கிறது.
பிரின்சிபல் சார் ஒரு நாள் கூப்பிட்டு சன்னிதானத்தில் எல்லாத்தையும் உட்கார வச்சு நம்ம ஸ்கூலில் ஒரு ஆனுவல் டே நடக்க போகுது அப்படி சொன்னாங்க.
திடீர்னு என்ன சொன்னால், திஸ் டைம் ஆனுவல் டே we are not going to do, everything is handed to the students அப்படின்னு சொல்லி சொன்னார்.
ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் நீங்கள் தான் பண்ண போகிறீங்க, நாங்கள் கைடன்ஸ் தான் கொடுக்க போகிறோம் அப்படின்னு சொன்னேன். எக்ஸைட்டடாகவும் இருந்தது, அதே டைமில் ஒரு மாதிரி பதட்டம் ஆயிடுச்சு, எப்படி நம்ம பண்ண போகிறோம் அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி.
டீச்சர்ஸ் எல்லாமே ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் இந்த அளவுக்கு பண்ணிடுவாங்களா அப்படின்றது நிறையா டவுட் இருந்தது.
பட் எங்களுக்கு ஒன்று ரொம்ப நர்வஸாக இருந்துச்சு.
ஆனுவல் டே பண்ணுறது சின்ன பிள்ளைங்க எப்படி பண்ணுறதுன்னு எங்களுக்கு தெரியல. நெக்ஸ்ட் சார் வந்து சொன்னாங்க, இந்த ஈவெண்ட்ஸ் எல்லாம் இருக்குது, இதில் நீங்கள் இன்சார்ஜ் எடுத்துக்கோங்க அப்படி சொன்னாங்க.
ஒவ்வொரு ஸ்டூடெண்ட்டுமே தனித்தனியாக அவனுக்கு என்ன இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் அப்படின்னு பார்த்து ஒரு 35 ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸை நாங்கள் ஃபில்டர் பண்ணி நாங்கள் எடுத்தோம். 2 weeks ஆஃப் ட்ரைனிங், சேஃப்டி செக்யூரிட்டியிலிருந்து டைமிங் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் அண்ட் மணி மேனேஜ்மெண்ட், இது எல்லாமே அவங்களுக்கு நிறையா பேக் அண்ட் சப்போர்ட் நாங்கள் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ்க்கு கொடுத்துருந்தோம். இதில் முக்கியமான விஷயம் என்னென்னா 9th and 8th ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் இந்த ஆனுவல் டேயில் பட்ஜெட்டிங்கில் இருந்தாங்க.
நம்ம எப்படி ஸ்பெண்ட் பண்ணணும், எப்படி அமௌண்ட் கலெக்ட் பண்ணணும், என்னென்ன விஷயத்துக்கு தேவைப்படும், எது தேவையில்லை அப்படிங்கிறது எனக்கு முன்னாடியே தெரியும். ஃபினான்ஷியல் லிட்ரஸி மூலியமாக எங்களுக்கு கற்றுக் கொடுத்தாங்க, எப்படி ஸ்பெண்ட் பண்ணணும் எல்லாமே.
ஒரு செட் ஆஃப் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் ஸ்டேஜ் டெக்கரேஷனில் அவங்களோட பிளானிங், அவங்களோட டிசைன் அவங்க இம்ப்ளிமெண்ட் பண்ணாங்க.
ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஆனுவல் டேக்காக ஸ்டேஜ் போடணும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு ஸ்டேஜ் வெண்டார்ட்ட கால் பண்ணி பேசினேன். என்னம்மா சின்ன பொண்ணு மாதிரி நீங்கள் பேசுகிறீங்க, உங்களை நம்பி நாங்கள் எப்படி ஸ்டேஜ் போடுற வரதுன்னு ஒரு மாதிரி பேசினாங்க. நெக்ஸ்ட் நாளே நான் கூட்டிகிட்டு வந்து சர்ட்டெல்லாம் இன்ட்ரடியூஸ் பண்ணிட்டு காமிச்சிட்டு இருந்தோம். அதனால ஓகே ஸ்டேஜ் போட ஓகேன்னு சொல்லிட்டு நாங்கள் அமௌண்ட்லாம் ஃபிக்ஸ் பண்ணிட்டோம்.
குழந்தைங்க சப்ஜெக்டை தாண்டி, புக்ஸை தாண்டி, ரைட்டிங் அண்ட் ரீடிங்கை தாண்டி ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய ஒரு லைஃப் ஸ்கில் அவங்க கற்றுக்கிட்டாங்க. அதை நாங்கள் கண்கூட பார்த்தோம்.
ஒரு ஆனுவல் டே ஃபங்க்ஷனாக அதோட உயிர் நாடி அப்படின்னு சொல்லலாம், அதோட ஆடியோஸ் தாங்க. அந்த உயிரோட்டத்தையே நம்ம யார்கிட்ட கொடுத்துருக்கோம் அப்படின்னா ஒரு 13 வயசு பையன், அவன் பேர் அஸ்வின். அஸ்வின் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அவன் தாதகவுண்டப்பட்டியிலேருந்து வர்ற ஒரு முதல் தலைமுறை பள்ளி செல்லக்கூடிய ஒரு மாணவன்.
நம்ம ஊருக்குள்ள அந்த திருவிழா போட்டிருந்தப்போ ஸ்பீக்கர்லாம் கொண்டு வந்து வச்சாங்க. அப்போ வந்து என்னன்னு தெரியல, அங்கே போய் இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட்டாக பார்த்துட்டு இருந்தேன். அதனால தான் சரி நம்மளும் இங்கே பண்ணலான்னு தோணுச்சு.
ஃபங்க்ஷன் ஆரம்பிச்சிருந்து ஃபங்க்ஷன் எண்டு வரைக்கும் ஆடியோவில் எந்த இதுவே இல்லை. இந்த உயிரோட்டத்தை அப்படியே தாங்கி பிடிச்சி அந்த நிகழ்ச்சியை அடுத்த லெவலுக்கு கொண்டு போனது பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அஸ்வின்.
இனிமேல் எந்த ஒரு ஈவெண்ட்டாக இருந்தாலும் பண்ணிக்கலாம் அப்படின்ற அவங்க முகத்தை பார்த்தாலே அந்த ஒரு சந்தோஷம், அந்த ஒரு தைரியத்தை பார்க்கும்போது எனக்கு ரொம்பவுமே ஆச்சரியமாக இருக்குது, எனக்கு ரொம்ப சந்தோஷமாகவும் இருக்குது.
ஸோ ஆனுவல் டே முடிஞ்சிருச்சு, நேஷனல் ஆந்தம் தான் முடிஞ்சிருச்சு. ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஆனுவல் டேவை இவ்வளோ சக்ஸஸ்ஃபுல்லாக முடிச்சிருக்கோம் அப்படின்னு நினைக்கும் போது ஐ ஹேட் டியர்ஸ், ஆனந்த கண்ணீர்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. ஐ ஹேட் தட்.
இந்த பசங்களை நம்பி என்ன வேணால் கொடுக்கலாம், நம்ம பசங்க எங்கே போனாலும் ஜெயிச்சுக்குவாங்க அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி ஒரு நம்பிக்கை இருந்துச்சு.
சாதாரண மந்த்லி பட்ஜெட்டே எனக்கு போட தெரியாது. ஆனுவல் டேக்கு இவ்வளோ பெரிய பட்ஜெட் போட்டதில் எனக்கு ரொம்ப சந்தோஷமாக இருந்தது.
ஸோ நம்ம ஸ்டூடெண்ட் நம்ம நினச்சிட்டு இருக்கோம் 14 வயசு குழந்தைங்க 13 வயசு குழந்தைங்க எப்படி பண்ணுவாங்கன்னு. They made it.
We feel so proud and unbelievable moment. எங்களோட ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஆனுவல் டே ஒரு ஹிஸ்ட்ரி மூமெண்ட்டாகவும் இருந்துச்சு.
அவங்களுடைய சாதி மத வேறுபாடு இல்லாமல், ஏழை பணக்கார வேலை இல்லாமல், கடை முதலாளியும் வந்து விளையாடுறாரு, தொழிலாளியும் வந்து விளையாடுறாரு, பண்ணைக்காரும் வந்து விளையாடுறாரு, பண்ணையத்தில் வேலை செய்யறவரும் வந்து விளையாடுறாருங்க. உண்மையை பார்த்தா இந்த விளையாட்டுங்கிறது எங்களுக்குள்ள ஒரு ஒற்றுமையை கொண்டு வந்திருக்குது.
விளையாட்டுல ஈடுபடுறப்போ ஒருத்தரோட உடலும் மனசும் வலிமை அடையுது. இன்னும் ஒரு படி மேல சொல்லணும்னா, ஒரு விளையாட்டை எப்படி விளையாடணும்னு புரிஞ்சுக்கிறது கூட ஒரு ஆன்மீக செயல்முறை தான். விளையாட்டுங்கிறது மனிதன் தன்னோட எல்லைகளை கடந்து இயங்குறதுக்கான எளிய வழிமுறை.
பொழுதுபோக்கே கேட்டாங்க கார்ட்ஸ் தானுங்க. கார்ட்ஸ் விட்டாச்சுன்னா சும்மாக்கு வாங்கி அதை பற்றிட்டு வந்துக்குவாங்க, வேறு எதுவும் கிடையாது. அதுக்கிட்ட பொழுதான தண்ணி போட்டுக்குவாங்க. இதெல்லாம் வந்து இப்போ ஈஸியாக அமைந்ததுக்கப்புறம் சுத்தமாக தொட்டுறது அந்த பழக்கமே யாருக்கும் இல்லைங்க.
இந்த கிராம புத்துணர்வு இயக்கத்தில் தான் முந்தியெல்லாம் எனக்கு எதுவுமே தெரியாது, எழுத படிக்க தெரியாது, ஒன்றும் தெரியாது. சும்மா இவங்க குரு வந்து சொல்லி 6 நாள் பயிற்சி எடுத்தோம். அதில் வந்த ஊக்கம்தான் விளையாடினோம். அப்புறம் 3 வருஷமாக கோப்பை இதோட 3 வருஷம் வாங்கிட்டோம். 2 வருஷம் வாங்கிட்டு இதோட 3 ஆகுது.
இந்த இயக்கத்தின் மூலமா ஒவ்வொரு வருஷமும் கிராமங்களுக்கு இடையில விளையாட்டு போட்டிகள் நடத்துறதோட வெற்றி பெற்ற அணிகளுக்கு பரிசுகளும் கோப்பைகளும் வழங்கி அவங்க ஊக்கப்படுத்தப்படுறாங்க. பொதுவா கிராமப்புறங்கள்ல 6 வயசுக்கு மேல பெண் குழந்தைகளை விளையாட அனுமதிக்கிறது இல்ல. ஆனா இந்த இயக்கத்தின் மூலமா 16 வயசு பெண்களும் 70 வயசு பெரியவங்களும் சேர்ந்து விளையாட்டுல ஈடுபடுறத பாக்குறது அற்புதமான ஒரு விஷயம்.
The Isha Foundation is a renowned institution which is doing yeoman service for the upliftment of the rural people and the society in large.
நெல்லடித்த கைகள் பந்தாட வருகிறார்கள். ஈஷா கிராமோத்சவம், விளையாட்டம், கொண்டாட்டம், முன்னேற்றம்.
Located near Nandi Hills in Bengaluru, Sadhguru Sannidhi includes many energized spaces for self-transformation. Naga is a powerful deity consecrated by Sadhguru for health, prosperity, overcoming obstacles, and exploring the mystical dimensions of life. There are several rituals and processes such as Dosha Nirvana Arpana, Kal Sarpa Seva, Naga Aarti, and Naga Snanam, for one to benefit from Naga's abundant grace. Devotees can also participate in the Yog Sandhya at the Yogeshwar Linga every day, as well as the spectacular Adi Yogi Divya Darshan. Sadhguru Sannidhi is open every day from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. Everyone, irrespective of caste, creed, or religion, is welcome to benefit from this space.
இந்தியாவுடைய ஆன்மீகத்தை எந்த கலப்பும் இல்லாமல் வெறுப்பில்லாமல் உள்ளபடி எடுத்து சொல்லுகின்ற தைரியம் இந்த மனிதனுக்கு உண்டு.
உலகம் முழுக்க பல்வேறு இடங்களில் யோகாவை மையப்படுத்தி பிரபலப்படுத்தக்கூடிய மிகச்சிலரில் ஒருவராக இருக்கிறார் சத்குரு அவர்கள்.
எப்படி நமக்கு வெளிய சூழ்நிலை நல்லபடியாக உருவாக்கிக்கிறதுக்கு ஒரு தொழில்நுட்பம் இருக்குதோ, அதே விதமாக உள் சூழ்நிலை உருவாக்கிக்கிறதுக்காக இருக்கிற தொழில்நுட்பத்துக்கு நாம் ஆன்மீகம் சொல்கிறோம்.
ஒரு சிலருக்கு வித்தியாசமாக சிந்திப்பதோடு நின்று விடுவதில்லை, துணிச்சலோடு செயல்படவும் செய்கிறார்கள். ஒரு பெரிய தாக்கத்தை ஏற்படுத்தி ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய கால மாற்றத்திற்கும் காரணமாக இருக்கிறார்கள்.
ஈஷா ஃபவுண்டேஷன்ல பல விஷயங்கள் பண்ணியிருக்கீங்க. என்வாயன்மெண்ட் சம்பந்தப்பட்ட விஷயங்களாக இருக்கட்டும், எஜுகேஷனாக இருக்கட்டும், இத்தனை விஷயங்கள் என்கம்பாஸ் பண்ணுவதற்கு என்ன காரணம்?
ஃபவுண்டேஷனுக்கு ஒரே நோக்கம்தான், மனித நன்மை.
இந்த பூமி தன்னுடைய கரத்தை இழந்துட்டு நிற்குது. மறுபடியும் பச்சையான கரங்களை உருவாக்குவதற்காக நிறைய கரங்களை ஈடுபடுத்துவது பசுமை கரங்கள் திட்டம்.
எல்லாரும் நான் தான் கேட்குறாங்க, நீங்கள் ஆன்மீகத்தில் இருக்கீங்க, நீங்கள் எதுக்கு மரம் வைக்கிறீங்க? யார் யார் மூச்சு காட்டு எடுக்கிறாங்களோ அவருக்கு எல்லாம் சேர்ந்தது தான் இந்த பொருள்.
எல்லாரும் சோர்ந்து கிடக்கிற நேரத்தில் ஈசா இயக்கம் அதை தலைமை எடுத்து அதை மேலே எடுத்துக்கொண்டு செல்கிறதுங்கிறதுனால நம்ம எல்லாருமே பெருமைப்பட்டு கொள்ள வேண்டிய ஒரு காரியம்.
கிராம புத்துணர்வு இயக்கம்னு வச்சு ஏகப்பட்ட வில்லேஜஸ் அதில் இன்வால்வ் ஆகி ஆயிரக்கணக்கான கிராமத்து மக்களுக்கு வேலை வாய்ப்பு, புத்துணர்ச்சி முகாம் நடத்துறீங்க.
70% மக்களும் கிராமங்களில் இருக்கிறாங்க நம்ம நாட்டில். இந்த கிராமங்களில் ஆரோக்கியம், படிப்பு இது நடக்கணும், புத்துணர்வான மனம் நடக்கணும்.
ஈஷா வித்யான்றது இந்த கிராமத்தில் இருக்கிற குழந்தை சாமானியமாக வித்யாபியாசத்தை வாய்ப்பில்லாத குழந்தை. அவரு அந்த ஒரு பொருளாதாரத்து சமூகத்து சூழ்நிலையில சிக்கி போயிருக்கிறார். நாளைக்கு இந்த சூழ்நிலையிலேருந்து வெளியே வர்றதுக்கு ஒரு படியா அந்த வித்யாபியாசம் உருவாக்கிருக்கும்.
மிகப்பெரிய கால மாற்றங்கள் எல்லாம் எப்பொழுதுமே ஒரு மனிதனுக்காகத்தான் காத்திருக்கிறது. இன்று இயற்கையில் ஏற்பட்டிருக்கின்ற சீரழிவுகளை எல்லாம் சொல்லி நம்மிடத்தில் ஒரு பொறுப்புணர்ச்சியை ஏற்படுத்துவதற்கு ஒரு சத்குரு தேவைப்பட்டிருக்கிறார்.
ரேலி ஃபார் ரிவர்ஸ்ன்றது ஒரு நாட்டில் ஒரு மகத்தான இயக்கமாக ஏற்பட்டிருக்குது. இதுவரைக்கும் எந்த ஒரு இயக்கத்திலையும் 16 கோடி மக்கள் ஈடுபட்டது ஒரு மாதத்திலிருந்து எங்கேயும் கிடையாது.
மதிப்புக்குரிய சத்குரு அவர்கள் எடுக்கும் இந்த மாபெரும் முயற்சி வெற்றி அடைய எல்லாம் வல்ல இறைவனை வேண்டுகிறேன்.
ரேலி ஃபார் ரிவர் தொடங்கி இப்போ காவேரி காலிங் வரைக்கும் மக்களோட பிரச்சனைகள் உங்களோட ஈடுபாடோட பெர்சன்டேஜ் அதிகமாயிட்டே போகுது.
நம்ம விவசாயி ரொம்ப கஷ்டப்பட்டுருக்காங்க. இப்போ இந்த காவேரி பேசனில் நாம் 33% மர விவசாயம் கொண்டு வரணுன்ற ஒரு நோக்கம். மார்க்கெட்டில் விலை கிடச்சிடுச்சுன்னா விவசாயிக்கு எந்த பிரச்சனையும் இல்லை. இதுதான் பிரச்சனை.
என்னாலையும் வாழ முடியுங்கிற ஒரு நம்பிக்கை எனக்கு இந்த எபையோ மூலமாக தான் வந்திருக்குதுங்க.
விவசாயிக்கு ஒரு மகத்தான ஒரு புரட்சி இருக்குது.
நம்ம தேசப்பிதா காந்தி சொன்ன மாதிரி முன்னேற்றங்கிறது கிராமத்தில் இருந்து தான் தொடங்கணும்னு சொன்னார். அதை சுதந்திரம் அடைஞ்சு இத்தனை வருஷம் கழிச்சு நீங்கள் கையில் எடுத்துருக்கீங்க.
கிராமோத்சவம் இது என்னன்னா நம்ம கிராமங்களில் விளையாட்டு கொண்டு வந்தோம். விளையாட்டுன்னா ரொம்ப ஈடுபாடு தானே, ரொம்ப உற்சாகம் தானே, தெம்பு தானே, உயிரோட்டம் தானே. இதுதானே நாட்டுக்கு நமக்கு தேவை. இந்த கிராமோத்சவம்ன்றது இந்த அளவுக்கு வளர்ந்து வந்திருக்குது. 40,000க்கு மேலே நம்ம விளையாட்டு வீரர் ஈடுபட்டிருக்காங்க. இளைஞன் என்னன்னா ஒரு சக்தி இருக்குது, தெளிவில்லை, சமநிலை இல்லை. இந்த சக்தி இருக்கிறப்போ கொஞ்சம் தெளிவு சமநிலை வந்துச்சுன்னா இது பிரமாதமான வாய்ப்பு. என்ன கேள்வி வேணாலும் கேட்க முடியும். எனக்கு இந்த ஒரு தன்மை பற்றி உண்மை என்னன்னு நான் புரிஞ்சுக்கணும். இளைஞருக்காக
யூடியூப்லலாம் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா வீடியோஸ் அவ்வளோ எனர்ஜி ட்ரான்ஸ்ஃபர் பண்ணுறாங்க. அவர் இருக்கும்போதே அப்படி ஒரு பாசிட்டிவாக இருக்கு.
மனிதனு நன்மையாக இருக்கணும்னா நன்மைன்றது உள்ளத்துலேருந்து தான் வருதுன்னு புரிஞ்சுக்கணும். உள்நோக்கி போகிறது தான் ஒரே ஒரு வழி நமக்கு புரிய வச்சுக்கிறதுக்காக தான் இந்த யோகா.
இதுதான் வாழ்க்கை, இதுல நீங்க உங்க முடிவு எடுங்க அப்படிங்கிற அந்த முடிவை நமக்கே விட்டாங்க. இல்ல இதுதான் செய்யணும் அதுதான் செய்யணும்னு நமக்கு சொல்லிக் கொடுக்குற அந்த மாதிரி குரு இல்ல சத்குரு.
என் அடிப்படை திறமை என்ன இவ்வளவுதான். உட்காந்துங்க போதனை கொடுக்கறது என் திறமை இல்லை. என் அடிப்படையான திறமை என்னன்னா இப்படி பண்ண இங்க இருக்கிற காற்றை வெடி மாதிரி பண்ற ஒரு திறமை இருக்குது. அனுமதி கொடுத்தா இந்த பூமியே பிரதிஷ்டை பண்ணிடணும்னு ஆர்வம்.
வராரு, அவருக்கு தானே மேல எல்லாம் ரெடியா இருக்கு. அவரே ஆரம்பிச்சுக்க வராரு. பக்கத்துல நின்று பார்க்கறதுக்கு ஒரு நல்ல வாய்ப்பு. போட்டோலே நல்லா பார்த்தது. நேத்து வந்தாருங்களா சார் வண்டியில? அப்படியா? வந்துட்டு போனாராம். அந்த வராரு பாரு. செக். உள்ள கூட்டு வாங்க. சென்ட்ரல் மினிஸ்டர் வராரு. அனுராக் தாக்கூர் வராரு பாரு கூட. Central Minister.
Namaskaram and welcome to the grand finale of 15th edition of Isha Gramotsavam, where the vibrant energy of rural India meets the excitement of a mega sports festival.
ஈஷா கிராமோத்சவத்தின் 15வது ஆண்டு பிரம்மாண்டமான இறுதிப் போட்டிக்கு உங்கள் அனைவரையும் வரவேற்கிறோம். கடந்த 2 மாதங்களாக நடைபெற்ற பல்வேறு போட்டிகள் இன்று இறுதிக்கட்டத்தை அடைந்திருக்கிறது.
Isha Gramotsavam, launched by Sadhguru in 2004, is a unique sporting initiative that aims to rejuvenate the spirit of rural India and foster a sense of community, tradition and healthy competition.
ஆதியோகியின் முன்னிலையிலும் நம் அன்பிற்குரிய சத்குரு அவர்களின் முன்னிலையிலும் இன்று நாம் சத்குருவின் ஞானோதயம் அடைந்த 40வது ஆண்டு விழாவை கொண்டாடும் இந்த தருணத்தில் ஈஷா கிராமோத்சவத்தின் இறுதிப் போட்டியை கொண்டாடும் மிகப்பெரிய பாக்கியத்தை பெற்றிருக்கிறோம். கிராமப்புற இந்தியாவில் உள்ள அனைத்து வயதினரும் ஆண்கள், பெண்கள், குழந்தைகள் என அன்றாடம் வெளியே வந்து விளையாடுவதற்கு தேவையான சூழலை உருவாக்குவதன் மூலம் தனிநபர்களையும் சமூகங்களையும் விளையாட்டு எவ்வாறு மாற்றியமைக்க முடியும் என்பதற்கான மிகச்சிறந்த ஒரு உதாரணம் ஈஷா Gramotsavam.
It is a living, thriving model of how sports can transform individuals and communities by creating the necessary ambience for men, women and children of all ages in rural India to come out and play on a daily basis. Lakhs of players have participated in Isha Gramotsavam over the years. Isha Outreach, which is organizing Isha Gramotsavam, has been recognized as National Sports Promotion Organization (NSPO) by the Ministry of Sports and Youth Affairs. In the year 2018, Isha Outreach received the Rashtriya Khel Protsahan Puraskar Award from the Honorable President of India for sports development. Sports celebrities like Sachin Tendulkar, Olympic medalist Rajyavardhan Singh Rathore and Karnam Malleshwari have earlier participated as special guests in the finals of the sports festival. Mithali Raj, PV Sindhu, Virender Sehwag, Shikhar Dhawan have voiced support for Isha Gramotsavam.
ஈஷா கிராமோத்சவ வரலாற்றில் இதுவரை 8412 அணிகளும் 1,167 வீரர்களையும் பெற்ற பெருமை நமக்குண்டு. ஈஷா கிராமோத்சவத்தை நடத்தும் ஈஷா கிராமப்புற விளையாட்டு குழு இளைஞர் விவகார அமைச்சகத்தால் தேசிய விளையாட்டு ஊக்குவிப்பு அமைப்பாக அங்கீகரிக்கப்பட்டுள்ளது. 2018ஆம் ஆண்டில் ஈஷா அவுட்ரீச் விளையாட்டு மேம்பாட்டிற்காக மாண்புமிகு இந்திய குடியரசுத் தலைவரிடமிருந்து ராஷ்டிரிய கேல் புரோத்சாகன் விருதை பெற்றுள்ளது. சச்சின் டெண்டுல்கர், ஒலிம்பிக் பதக்கம் வென்ற திரு ராஜ்யவர்தன் சிங் ராத்தோர் மற்றும் கர்ணம் மல்லேஸ்வரி போன்ற விளையாட்டு பிரபலங்கள் முன்னதாக இந்த விளையாட்டு நிகழ்ச்சிக்கு சிறப்பு சேர்த்துள்ளனர். மித்தாலி ராஜ், PV சிந்து, வீரேந்திர சேவாக், ஷிகர் தவான் ஆகியோர் ஈஷா கிராமோத்சவத்திற்கு ஆதரவு குரல் எழுப்பியுள்ளனர். இந்த ஆண்டு ஈஷா கிராமோத்சவத்தில் 60,000க்கும் மேற்பட்ட வீரர்கள், அவர்களில் 10,000க்கும் மேற்பட்டோர் பெண்கள், தமிழ்நாடு, கர்நாடகா, ஆந்திரா, கேரளா, தெலுங்கானா மற்றும் ஒரு யூனியன் பிரதேசமான பாண்டிச்சேரி ஆகிய 5 தென்னிந்திய மாநிலங்களிலிருந்து மொத்தம் 5,130 அணிகள் 194 வெவ்வேறு இடங்களிலிருந்து பங்கேற்றுள்ளன. ஈஷா கிராமோத்சவம் இந்தியாவின் அற்புதமான கிராமப்புற விளையாட்டுகளையும் அதன் வீரத்தையும் வெளிப்படுத்தும் மிகப்பெரிய விளையாட்டு மேடையாக திகழ்கிறது.
This year we have over 60,000 players participating in Isha Gramotsavam, out of which 10,000 are women players. A total of 5,130 teams have been competing in matches in 194 different locations since July 2023 in 5 South Indian states of Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, Kerala, Telangana and Union Territory of Pondicherry, displaying India's fantastic rural sporting prowess. On this very special day, when we commemorate the 40th anniversary of Sadhguru's Enlightenment Day, we are privileged to be celebrating Isha Gramotsavam in the presence of Adi Yogi, our beloved Sadhguru, and our esteemed guest, Shri Anurag Thakur, Union Minister of Youth Affairs and Sports of India and Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, Shri Dhanraj Pillai, former captain, Indian National Hockey Team, and Thiru Santanam, Indian actor and film producer. Shri Anurag Thakur is also the former president of BCCI and Himachal Pradesh Cricket Association. Being a sportsman himself and a sports enthusiast, he has made immense contribution in the development of stadiums, playgrounds and sports facilities in the state of Himachal Pradesh. Mr. Thakur has spearheaded various sports events, initiatives, campaigns towards promoting sports as a culture among youth across the country. Shri Dhanraj Pillai, former winning captain of the victorious Asian Games 2002, is one of the fittest and finest hockey players in the history of Indian hockey. He has played some big tournaments like the 1990 Beijing Asian Games, Auckland 1991 Olympic qualifiers, 1992 Barcelona Olympics, 1994 World Cup and many more. He also looks after the Air India Sports Promotion Board as a joint secretary, and for the last 5 years, he's overseeing the SAG Hockey Academy in Gujarat. Thiru Santanam is an Indian actor, film producer with a large body of work in Tamil cinema. We thank our esteemed guests for gracing the Isha Gramotsavam. Your presence here today goes a long way as an encouragement to our rural sporting community.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to another exhilarating match. The semi-finals are over and we are in the finals between Virudhunagar and Erode. We have a chief guest on the stage watching the match live, and we are all connected here, and the audience in this place, and we are watching from all over the place in this live telecast. And here we are. I am with Aparna here. Hi, Aparna. How excited are you for the finals match?
Hi Naveen, I am super excited for this final game to be played between Virudhunagar and Erode because both teams had a great semi-final outing, and it was in the nick of the moment that Erode managed to pull off that victory from their opponents, who were none other than Trichy, and the young man Dinesh, who you can see in the screen right now wearing the blue jersey, is that hero who actually took it away from Trichy from making it to the final. But the only point of concern here is, did they have enough rest after that grueling session? It remains to be seen. These kids are tough and they're aggressive. Hopefully it shouldn't impact them too much. And that was a toss.
Seems like Erode has won the toss today.
Toss won by Erode. Choice, court.
And anyone who won the choice has decided to go court like everybody else does. And you could also see the toss called by the other end here. Virudhunagar was Subramanian. With all the chief guests here, we have our Union Sports Minister Shri Anurag Thakur here to witness the game. The finals between the two teams, Virudhunagar and Erode, who fought all the other teams in the last couple of months on the weekends, and now we are here to witness the start of the match. Let's see how this turns around. With each team they face, the dynamics is so much different, right?
Yes, definitely a lot of different dynamics on the mat. Today, Virudhunagar are wearing the reddish-orange jerseys over here, and they're being represented by S. Surya, who's the captain, K. Tamilarasan, G. Rajkumar, K. Bhupati, A. Anand, B. Arunjunai Muttu, G. Ajay Kumar, S. Karpuswamy, S. Subramanian, S. Kulandai Raja, M. Maria Ashwin, and Madasamy. And the blue jerseys being sported by Erode are being represented by Harivaradhan, Dinesh Kumar K, Gautam N, M, Dinesh Kumar K again, Dinesh P, Janardhanan VM, Madhavan V, Karthikeyan M, Arun Kumar B, Manikandan K, Chinnadurai, and Naveen Kumar G. So they are going to be excited because there is a lot at stake, like we've repeated several times earlier today. 1 year's worth of bragging rights and a 5 lakh kitty for the winner and a 3 lakh kitty for the runner.
And we have Bhupati here, gone for a ride. They're keeping the same momentum up. He climbs to touch to 1. Happily have to start the account with the match now. What will happen next? Will he wait for someone to go forward?
1 point.
Yes.
Virudhunagar, jersey number 2 out.
And that was Madhavan, who was actually touched by Bhupati. A good start for Virudhunagar. Opened with a point, and this time coming in is number 7, Dinesh Kumar.
And Erode, as we witnessed in the last match, the same set of players. You could remember the faces again.
1 point.
Their performances were good. And now the teams are level. And I'm hoping this would be the same for the rest of the matches. Each one will be adding 1 points, making us wait.
A ding-dong battle is always very exciting, especially in this stage of the tournament, because you want the most excitement and fantastic visual display, especially for the viewers. And this time he walks right into the trap. A single thigh hold brings him down, and going to the mat this time will be Virudhunagar's Madasamy.
Madasamy was pinned down by an ankle hold by Dinesh Kumar, and then his teammates followed. Erode leads by 2 points now.
And this is the hero that actually took his team on his back on the last dying seconds to bring them here into the final. Dinesh again, trying to find those gaps. Obviously, there is no opportunity for a bonus.
Virudhunagar goes for another ride now. You see the name Subramanian, well familiar with the semi-finals this morning. Did he touch? No. Even when he was not ready, I think the players are going for a grab. They're all slow. Erode is very much confident. They'll wait for the chance. Virudhunagar goes back.
And Erode is also trying to ensure that they don't even concede those bonus points. So they're kind of playing an aggressive form of defense right now. This is the other Dinesh Kumar wearing the same jersey number from Erode, also coming up for a raid here.
And now Erode goes back empty-handed. Let us see, you can see the stresses in both the teams maybe. The faces are very much tired in the scorching sun, and also the game this morning has sure got them exhausted. Did they have enough time to revive themselves maybe, or does it never matter in these circumstances when finals come?
Definitely not. You do need the time for revival, but time is of essence also because the tournament goes according to a particular schedule and it is important that they finish it. So that is also there. So these players are somewhat mentally prepared for such a tedious play schedule. Attempts a kick over there, a scorpion kick, did not make any contact. Rushes, tries to make it, and does he cross? Yes, he does. Does he pick up 1 or 2 points? This is a brilliant raid there by Dinesh. You can see he lunges there for a kick. Brings him down. That's the second one going for a dash. And the third one over there, does he touch him?
Number 2 outs. Raid. Third raid. Do or die raid. Third raid.
Now it's another do or die raid for Virudhunagar. They're trying to go for a kick now. He has to go back with a point, or he will have to sacrifice himself. What will happen now? Both the teams looking for the victory. Yes, he already scored 1.
1 point.
That was a sweet escape, Naveen. They made it look pretty simple there. He figured where the opening was, opened the gate smoothly and slipped out of the gaps.
The only thing I was afraid was he's kicking in the air. If there's someone, they would have definitely gotten his ankle.
Very true.
Now Dinesh from Erode is quickly going between the 2 corners in the mat, trying to chase these players down. He's going back empty-handed for sure. Erode leading by 3 points and Virudhunagar 2 points.
There is an opportunity for a bonus over here. Will they take Virudhunagar take advantage of that? That is actually Subramanyam on the raid there. But he's being very cautious at this point in time. Doesn't want to concede any points. So bonus, even if he doesn't pick points, he's okay not conceding. So 1 out of the 3 Dinesh's on Erode is here for the raid right now.
Only one thing is both the Dinesh's are like number 7.
One sports 17 and the other sports 7. In fact, 2 of them sports 7.
2 Dinesh's have 7 in the jerseys. Another one is 99. That also ironically symbolizes 2 captains of cricket team, Indian cricket team. Now Raj Kumar goes in with his swift legs dancing in the mats. He's reading the legs of other players now. Maybe they're calling him to come back and strengthen their defensive move. Yes, the same happened now. Now we have Arun Kumar walking in. This is a do-or-die ride. He definitely has to score a point, or he'll have to go sit himself by losing a point.
Arun had a massive game as well. And his performance will be very, very important. And just like we said, he picks up a touch point, looks for those gaps and escapes, making it look very, very simple. Both scores are looking even. He tries to split that defense over there, although there was only one person that he could reach out and touch, picks up that one.
That was actually a great, clever move. He did not anticipate to do it, but hence the other player thought that he would be having a jump and he raised his hands up. But all he did was duck and escape the grapple.
Bonus is on. Bhupati tries his luck here. looks for a touch point, but did manage to save himself from the lobby. And this time the chain is so good, they have brought him down. That will be number 3 of Harivaradhan of Erode and his partner who brought him down.
He didn't know what direction he was facing. He just walked straight into the chains there.
This is where spatial awareness is very, very important, Naveen.
And now with the 3 aside, the super tackle situation, Erode, will they go back or will they earn a point?
Using up the clock already doesn't seem like a great idea so far, because Virudhunagar is also a very good team. So Erode must be prudent about using time and using it wisely.
Now we have Rajkumar walking in. If Rajkumar does a magic and if he is lucky, he can score a point or more. If that happens, then Virudhunagar can stand on its feet again and keep the scoreboards steep. Let's see if that happens.
Being a right raider, he did try to attack the left corner, but unfortunately the left corner was smart enough not to give him that free bonus over there. But this time it is Dinesh attempting to pick up a point here. There is one chain ready for him, a couple. But oh no, it looks like he's hurt his ankle. And this could spell trouble for him. Yes, it is that right ankle. This is what we were talking about yesterday, Naveen. The mat has its inherent pros and it also has its cons. You can see how he tweaked his right ankle upon that landing. This is where you need to actually develop certain muscles, especially when it comes to mat play. So those micro muscles on the foot needs to be actually employed and strengthened greatly to play on the mat.
Also, this reminds us that they are not professional players. They are regular people who have been practicing the game for a while and they come up to play at the professional levels. But do they look any different than professional players though? Maybe the tricks the game's condition they feel so, but they don't look any different, right?
The exposure is definitely there, and the skill sets may be definitely different or far more advanced in the professional level. But these kids are not trailing behind, even though they come from the rural background and things like that. Their exposure to international kabaddi or even a professional kabaddi system in India, they are very much aware of the training and the techniques and things like that. So they all have their own heroes that they look up to. And today with social media and the access to all the footage and the archives, learning is easy peasy for them. And this kind of injuries happen even in the professional level. So what it is required is that they should know which muscles to strengthen and which ones to actually work extra on.
And now we have a timeout while they were attending to the injuries. The players have ample time to discuss and to get back into their game strategy of what they prove. Let's see how that goes now.
Three people on the mat for Virudhunagar going in against a full Erode unit. Bonus is on, but will Rajkumar take advantage of that? Remains to be seen. The left corner is ready and waiting. If he comes too close, he's going to try and nab him at the ankles.
They look so fierce now. Did he touch the... He looks like he's happy to touch the bonus. No, he did not. Let's see what happens right now. We have number 17 from Arun Kumar, Erode, going for a do-or-die ride. He should surely score a point now. Looking at all the corners, looking at the horizon. He's not having his eye locked in any place. Just minding the moves.
Definitely awareness and peripheral vision is important here, but it is that chain that actually did him in. They cornered him and pushed him out. Brilliant defensive moves there. Excellent effort by Virudhunagar. They picked up that extra point because it is a tackle point obtained on a super tackle situation. So that's 1+1 coming Virudhunagar's way.
But he did not give up so easily. He just pushed the one guy, but luckily at the same time they had another person to support him.
Official time out.
Good, highly earned points to Virudhunagar. They are in 5-all.
Even Steven, 5 apiece this time, and the crowd is fully into it. You can see how they're enjoying this afternoon right now, watching an exciting Kabaddi final.
And we have fans on these stands having some cinema dialogues written on the placards. It says no more talks, only action. That's what we're witnessing here in the game since morning. An action from these not so professional. As you mentioned, these are players who might have been here from district levels, but not more than that. They're all from rural backgrounds. They are students, they are people working, they are farmers and every walks of life here in this venue, in Isha Gramotsavam's 15th edition, playing in the finals of men's Kabaddi. Virudhunagar versus Erode, 5-5.
Third raid, do or die raid.
Now it's a do or die ride too.
And while the pressure is on, and that was a beautiful single thigh hold, and that was the end of the Virudhunagar player.
1 point.
Beautifully tackled, no opportunity of finding any gap whatsoever to touch that midline and pick up those points. It's not just a single thigh hold, there was an ankle hold thrown in as well. And a nice block from this side, making sure there are no gaps for him to reach, touch the midline.
It's what we call a game's shared effort. Now we have Dinesh Kumar walking in, times to a touched 1.
1 point, Erode. Jersey number 1 out.
Erode steeply adds 2 more points to its scoreboard within a couple of minutes in 2 raids. Now we have Anand walking into Erode's mat. I don't think Virudhunagar will take a risk now. Yes, the same happened.
A little conservative at this point in time, doesn't want to concede any points, considering there are only 2 people on the mat. They will only look at revivals rather than concede and give those extra points for all out. But Erode is going to try to capitalize on this depleted moment and see what they can do best, but unfortunately they are not able to push it. So they're going to wait for Virudhunagar to come in for a raid and see if they can pick those players off the mat and send them to the bench and push them to an all-out.
Anand, though he tries to look determined, I think he is very tired. Maybe perhaps his body language says so, or he's conserving his energy not to give in for a all-out
Third
points.
raid, do or die raid, Virudhunagar.
He definitely has to score in this do or die ride. Imagine if this raid turns something beneficial to Virudhunagar. That's a bonus. But no.
Header out.
A little bit of a risky one there, because Erode player, the defender, could have actually rolled over and gone out, but he was fortunate to have landed on the line and not concede the point and just tackle the Virudhunagar player there. So that all out which was pushed around for a bit is now a reality at this point in time, and Erode have quickly picked up a couple of extra points over here. So Virudhunagar, even though they don't seem to be trailing by much, it's more of an emotional advantage for Erode at this point in time.
Let us see if that emotional advantage works in their favor. As we witnessed this morning, there are certain raids where things would not have imagined happened, and suddenly a team can earn 3 points or more. But it will not happen every time. And there's a pattern for it to happen, right? It will not happen from anywhere else. Like we can count on those players to do something magical.
That is true. The one that has the most skill sets and the wits and the intelligence quotient is the one that's going to show us the max on the mat. And in this particular case, it's the defense that actually bested them. Fantastic block there by number 3, Naveen Kumar of Erode, for having initiated it, and the support he got.
If you notice, Naveen Kumar is so brutal in force, he never thinks twice. He just pulls them aside, tosses them off. So that's the kind of person that Erode has in their power.
That was an easy point that's been conceded by Virudhunagar over here. This is something that they should be avoiding at this point in time, because all of a sudden a match that was well within reach seems to be inching away, and that's not a situation you'd want to find yourself in, because coming up very soon is the first half, and once that is done, before you know it, the time is going to fly.
Of course, and also the scoreboard clearly tells the tale right now. Erode 13 and Virudhunagar 5. Will Rajkumar from Virudhunagar do a magic? He claims to have touched the bonus now. No. As I mentioned, the bonus should be only done when the leg is one leg is floating in the air, and another should be touching the line, right?
One leg has to cross the line clearly, and the trailing leg must be in the air, even if it is for a split second. That's what counts for a bonus, especially when there are 6 or 7 defenders on the mat. In this case, Arun Kumar is biding his time and going to make an empty raid out of this. And coming back into play is Subramaniam for Virudhunagar. Bonus is on. Will he make use of it? You can see that the left corner is trying to draw him in.
Subramanian was so fierce in the last match. Let us see if he continues the same spree now.
Harivardhan seemed to be inviting him to come and attempt the bonus in his corner, which is the left corner. But Subramanian didn't take the bait, made an attempt on the other end, but wasn't lucky, so he went back, empty raid. This is Dinesh again, going in for a raid. And Mr. Dhanraj Pillai, the legend of Indian hockey, very mercurial player at his time. He looks very serious watching this match, right?
I believe he's watching it through an athlete's eye. He's just noticing each one's performance and maybe critically running his thoughts in his mind.
This is going to be an empty raid, and coming back again are Virudhunagar for a raid. An 8-point difference separates both these teams. You're watching the final of the 15th Isha Gramotsavam for Kabaddi men.
And the Virudhunagar team definitely will have to pray for miracles to happen. That was an attempted scorpion kick. He claimed to have touched one.
He seems to have achieved it because he seems very confident. There was a tie 5 at the end of it and a claim as well. Here you can see not just the musicians getting into it, but also some of the chief guests and the esteemed guests over there. Is the difference a 7-point deficit for Virudhunagar, and Erode goes in, tries to push through, and that block was as useless as it comes, because Subramaniam should not have even attempted it, because he was anticipating it and he was ready to bulldoze his way and get to safe zone.
Subramaniam did not make these kind of mistakes in the last match, but right now he should be wary not to make this ever again. But Arun Kumar, he did a good thing. Let us see if that adds more to his team's performance now. He claims to have touched the bonus now, but did he?
Bonus.
An interesting drone view over here. A bonus point was given, and the referees are having a little bit of a chit-chat over there and making use of it. The players are collecting within themselves and trying to come up with a few game plans that could impact the game going forward.
Bonus.
If you ask me, I would say, I'm asking you first. What do you think about the team, the offensive strategy of both the teams?
Both of them are not being aggressive. They're both watching, waiting and watching when they could get that actual moment where they can go strongly aggressive. They're both biding their own time. But it seems like Erode has a slim edge. It's also because Virudhunagar have been consistently making those mistakes and conceding points, which is what is landing Erode with the upper hand right now.
And also, while that happens, the defense of Virudhunagar is not so interestingly to back up any kinds of demands they have in this game. They need to score more. Let's see if this offensive right can gain them a little. Did he touch the bonus? We'll never know now.
If we actually break this game down so far and see where those points came from, you'd find that those were all defensive points rather than offensive points. Very few offensive points have been scored. So that itself should show you how defensive this game is. And both teams are actually not willing to take those risks. There is, of course, a lot at stake.
With only 4 people in their team, it can be easy for Virudhunagar to give for a defensive mode if they show some aggression. Now they did. What will that happen? They tackled and pinned him down.
Well done. It was actually providential that he was able to land that defensive move where he did, which was between the back line and the bonus line, and that was a thigh hold, which means he got a better part of the rider down. So, and getting the support when it was required made all the difference in picking up that point for Virudhunagar.
Now we have Bhubadi riding for Virudhunagar. And he's so strenuous. We can see the stress in his face. He's not going to try. Is he pretending to be weary, or he'll go back and wait for their defensive strategy?
We are almost at the half-time and of this final, and both teams are seeing who could pick up that last raid over there or pick up that point. So they are being a little bit conservative. And Arun Kumar makes a lunge for it and loses his balance, but quick to get up. And unfortunately, they didn't have enough defenders nearby that could take advantage of a fallen Arun Kumar.
Actually, he's not going to give in any chance of, taking into, so he'll walk back with an empty raid. And the whistles are here.
Change the court.
And we see Erode leading the game at the half-time. And let's revisit how the match started with the special dignitaries here greeting the players. And toss one, and then Virudhunagar started aggressively to pretend like they're aggressive. And then each team started to add 1 point each. It was like a ding-dong match at the beginning. Somewhere down the line, their offenses of Virudhunagar slowed down. Perhaps you can say Erode was very much good in their defenses. That's when the points started according towards Erode.
I've heard so much about this, but to be actually present here and to witness is even better. Let me start by congratulating Sri Sadhguru Ji and Isha Foundation for doing such a fantastic job. And you all, by being here, it has made even special. I noticed a couple of matches here, and what I appreciated the most was in the spirit that both the matches were played. So it's all about playing sport, and sport is something which will give you a reason to smile. And I'm smiling today because I've been able to spend time with you. And to the guys who have participated in this tournament, you're all winners because you won my heart by participating and being here. It's been a sheer joy to be here. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
And here we are back in the second half of the game as we witness the match between Erode and Virudhunagar.
Official timeout.
It's an official timeout. The teams are discussing something with the organizers now.
And the good thing is that the heat seems to have let up a bit, and so the playing conditions are getting a tad more conducive at this point in time. There's a light breeze and the wind has picked up as well. So fanning them in a very natural manner, so the players are actually in a more comfortable climatic condition.
It is Dinesh from Erode who's gone in for a ride. Let us see if Virudhunagar can add some momentum this time and gain some points up there scoreboard. The audience is so excited here to watch the match in the presence of the dignitaries on stage. And we have Madasami from Virudhunagar going in. Can he score some?
He's a plucky and quick player, Naveen, so I won't be surprised if he does pick up those points. But then right from the game began, this is probably his first or second raid only. So he should be given a lot more opportunities is what I feel.
And here we have our Arun Kumar, who's proved his points in last half. It is tough to pin him down, but when the teams work against him, they can get control of him. He touched it.
Out of bounds. Out.
Safe, and how Arun Kumar is making this pretty much his signature move, getting out of tough situations. That block didn't work. He used his hands to good effect. Almost went dubki under the defender's foot and crawled his way and got that point. Couple of points for them.
I think Arun Kumar plays very conveniently that he lowers his approach, the center of gravity, that nobody could push him aside, but yet now Erode wins another play down.
1 point, Erode.
Harivardhan picks off that ankle. You can watch how he's playing as a double thigh hold. My apologies, not even the ankle. He dove for that thigh hold.
Now that looks like an injury in the Erode side. It is Naveen Kumar. He has been the brutal muscle for his team all this while. Let us see how this match goes. Luckily, that doesn't seem very fatal, right? This is just, he'll be all right in a spray or two.
We hope so, but it's the knee that is involved. It's not the ankle. So when it's the knee, it's always a dicey situation. We don't know whether it could be an ACL or a ligament or just a simple sprain. Let's hope he'll be all right. He's wincing, but I think he should be fine. They're taping him up.
This extra time should have given Virudhunagar to get back in their ideologies and strategies and moves. There we see Subramanian talking to his teammates. The crowd is all cheered up. The players are too. So injuries will not last when they look at what's wait for them at the end of the victory now.
A lot of energy in the air, a lot of happiness, a lot of excitement and anticipation. And many of these people have been here all morning watching the entire Gramotsavam spectacle here with so many different activities and 3 different sports. Morning we witnessed the women's final for the throw ball, after which we had 3 of the Kabaddi semi-finals, and now we're having the men's final for Kabaddi. We witnessed one women's final where Erode actually had a very, very emphatic victory over their opponents Dindukal. And now their male counterparts are now having a slight edge over Virudhunagar in the distaff final.
And that was definitely a performance on the mat. It was just dancing around, but it sure made the opponents a little bit wary. Now we have Subramanian in. Did he touch? Yes, he did. He did.
Hold on. 3.
It's a minimum of 3, I guess.
Here we can see how that double ankle hold is happening, tie hold, but beautifully crossed. That was 1, 2, 3, or was it 4 people? We'll have to see. You can see Minister Anurag Thakur, Central Minister, excited about it. No, it was 3 because once after the touch happened, the 4th player bounced on him. So that was a superb raid over there. A super raid is what it is.
The scores are now almost just 4 points away from each other. This should not let Erode feel relaxed now. We have Dinesh going in for another dancing raid.
This is a perfect opportunity for Virudhunagar to really get back into the fray and turn things around in their favor. There are only 3 people on the mat. A super tackle situation can be enforced over here by Erode, but Virudhunagar also have an opportunity to cull down at the number of players on the mat for Erode. Will he take advantage of that, or will he fall into the trap?
Subramanian is not giving up now. He's keenly watching other players, and they're all not taking any risks now.
Erode.
Now Erode goes in for a do-or-die raid. And this Rajkumar from Erode. Not Rajkumar, sorry. It is Dinesh.
1 point. Erode, wait.
He scored a point
1
now.
point. Erode. Jersey number 12 out.
Here you can see how that happened. The bonus was in effect over there, but then while reaching for the bonus, he reached out for an ankle hold and that touch happened. So that's 1 point for him. So Erode are up by 1, and this time it's a double tie hold, solidly held pretty high up, almost near the waist. So there was no way the Erode player could have escaped that kind of a tie hold.
Erode is not letting them close the gap. I was saying just 4 points away from each other. Now it's 6 points away from each other. That thigh hold was a bit too harsh, maybe. The medics have run in.
Might have knocked some knees over there as well in the process of tackling, but he should be fine. Depleted Erode team on the mat or not remains to be seen after this raid, because they are pretty much level. Arun Kumar goes up against 5 men on the mat. No bonus, so it's going to be touch points, but he's not going to attempt a touch point.
And Arun Kumar is the kind of person who knows how to read the mat. He knows when to go low, when to rush in, when to kick. So he definitely knows to be calm right now.
Okay.
Yeah, Bhupati from Virudhunagar walking in.
Bhupati is trying to see if he can get those touch points. Attempts a scorpion kick, claims he has got one. And yes, good sportsmanship by the Erode player in the right corner. He claims, yes, I was touched, raises his hand. And
1 point.
Virudhunagar have picked up 1 point.
Number 2 outs.
They're closing in 1 point at a time, but every time they score a point, Erode scores 2 points, Nets, and not letting them close in at all. Let's see what happens now.
Dinesh attempting to take a bonus point, validated the raid by crossing the balk line, and now reaches for the bonus. Did he cross it? I doubt it, because he seemed to have touched the line instead of crossing it clear. They're trying to entice him to come deeper and deeper inside, but while not conceding the bonus as well. The chains are ready on either sides, and it's an empty raid.
That is a good defense from Virudhunagar. They just asked him, invited him to come in, but he was also not very clever to go in. Let's see what now Subramanian has to do. He waits for it and he comes back.
Tense moments on the mat for both teams. Both look a little stressed. Nobody is willing to take any risks. Very, very conservative kabaddi over here, and this is a silly mistake that could have been avoided, because there was no way or enough distance between him, between the opponent and the mat midline. So you can see Arun was very much aware of what was happening. Peripheral vision was pretty keen over there.
He's one of the key players who we could just identify with the way he plays the game. He sure has things to move. And another player here, Bhupati, he has not given much of a rise, but every time he comes, he's just swift around the mat. Now, it's Arun Kumar again.
Even number of players for both teams on either sides of the mat. Arun Kumar has shown a good presence of mind on the mat. He's not someone who makes too many mistakes, but he's not someone who takes too many risks either. He knows when to turn the aggression on and pick up those points, and most of those points have not been easy pickings because he has always made sure that he has shown some kind of intelligence in picking up those points.
And here it is Rajkumar again, walking into the Erod's mat. He has to win a point by touch. The team is very aggressive, but not letting that happen. Will that happen now? No, it was a textbook grapple. One holds his ankle, another holds his body.
That chain was way too strong actually, more than the chain, the partnership, the duo. One goes for the waist, one goes for the ankle and gets his support of the other two as well. Brilliantly executed over there.
Hello.
Erode with 21 and Virudhunagar with 14. Let's see if Virudhunagar can add few more points to that and reduce the steep difference between the two teams in this scorecard. Dinesh is reading them.
Executes a quick kick there, Naveen. Did he get it?
He claims to have got it, but there's no sign or no whistles from the referees yet. We have Subramanian again here. Subramanian, when he's on a roll, when he has the momentum, he's the best at. He constantly looks for toes to touch, but right now, he's not risking it.
That kick was no good. He really didn't pick up points, although he thought he did for a brief instant. Or that action of Thai 5 has become a habit for him.
Arun Kumar is trying to go in as possible, but will that be a problem for them? Yes.
Out of bounds.
Well executed dash by Erode, by Virudhunagar in fact. Arun is dashed. He did not expect that. No way could he dubki and make his way to the midline. Well done. Its timing was everything in that particular point.
That was good. Virudhunagar scores one and then it gives away a point. One scores, it gives away a point. That is a beautiful Thai hold.
Very well executed. Pretty high up as well, so there's no way that he could have escaped that, and the entire body weight of the defender was on him. Using the time up right now.
The Virudhunagar team riding in. Let us see if they can make some magic work. He claims to have touched one, maybe perhaps a bonus point.
Bonus. Virudhunagar.
Virudhunagar with 16 points, the Erode leading with 22 points.
Reaches for a running hand touch.
Ridership 1 point. Hero. Jersey number 11 out. Right.
And here you can see Virudhunagar. A bonus point is... There is an opportunity for a bonus, but will he take it? Desperation moves there, but he seems to have taken a touch point. Subramaniam picks up that touch point and goes.
1 point Virudhunagar, jersey number 03
Was there a bonus? No, there was no bonus, just 1 point. And Virudhunagar are still within striking distance.
Right.
6 points only.
The person here is Dinesh. He knows what to do on the mats. He swiftly runs in the mat. That's what led him to trouble now.
Rider out.
That was a bit of an overconfident move over there because he could have moved, but instead he decided to go and taunt the corner there, the right corner. Right corner was pretty sure of his timing and caught hold of that ankle. That cost them pretty heavily. It was important that the player should have conserved his being on the mat rather than getting out and going to the bench.
If one could have a graph and see that Virudhunagar is slowly climbing up the graphs in their performance and also in their mat presence, let's see if that leads to any development in the scorecard. Yeah, Subramanian riding in.
The lead has been chipped away from 6 to 5 point difference right now.
And Subramanian should hope for magic to work this time. Because every time we talk about a magic, there is something happening. It's maybe some kind of a commentator's thing happening there, maybe.
Commentators' luck. I've heard of commentators curse Naveen, but luck, I'm not quite sure.
Get that the other way.
The thing is, they need multiple rate points if they need to get back into the sport, into this game. Virudhunagar really needs that. And Erode have to be sure not to take those risks, but at least keep the points ticking, you know, keep adding to that score, at least if it's by ones.
If I could read between the lines, I could see Arun Kumar could also make a very good wrestler. He walks like one, he has big muscles like one. Reminds me of Salman Khan. And also all the Kabaddi players are also into wrestling sometimes.
Yes, Kabaddi and wrestling, they're very, very closely linked, and a lot of top Kabaddi players also began as wrestlers and also use wrestling training to help them on the mat. But here you can see a classic double tie hold there, inflicted by number 7 Dinesh Kumar. You can see how he leaps, and that double tie hold with the support he got from his teammate made sure that there was no gaps for him to squeeze through and pick up those points.
But there was some excess force used in this to stop him. Maybe that's what medics are attending to.
We've seen a lot of these kind of injuries ever since the game began, and that could easily give you an inkling as to how aggressive the sport is.
The dignitaries on stage enjoying the match as much as everyone are. We are all greeting the audience here. We also have the cinema actor Sandhanam greeting the audience. We're coming back to the mats.
Both of them last
here.
5 minutes.
We have only 5 minutes left. And Arun Kumar, the person who kind of looks like a wrestler that we're talking about, walks in. Virudhunagar is very cautious not to lose any further points.
Arun Kumar is now playing very conservatively because he knows the value of staying alive and being on the mat and just turning it up when required just to stay alive. So Erode, that's what they're doing right now. 6 points up over Virudhunagar, and they will try to see, even if it's 1 point, they should make sure they win this.
Rajkumar from Virudhunagar walks in for a ride. But looking at his view, I think he might try to do something. But Erode will not let that happen. He claims to have touched one, but did he?
Didn't happen so far. Erode have been pretty adept at staying out of that touch. Quick attempt with the toe touch, and that resulted in a single ankle hold. Riveted to the ground and made sure that the point was taken. Brilliant work there by Erode. You can see how exact that ankle hold was.
You can see how the loft was exactly with the way that step that he did saved his team a point. Now Virudhunagar goes back to another 7-point difference. Now the crowd is cheering for the Virudhunagar team, hoping for them, rooting for them to climb up the scoreboard. Now the Sadhguru throwing tennis balls to the crowd to look who catches one. The crowds are so excited to have him here to witness the game. And he has to put the ball back. Meanwhile, all these are happening. In 15th edition of Isha's Gramotsavam, all these players are in a strategic timeout. The crowd is having a moment here. And all these players here are not regular players. And that was caught by Tanraj Pillai, former Indian hockey player. I wonder what is happening with the team right now, with the sports minister witnessing the Grand Gala event. Perhaps this extended timeout is giving Team Virudhunagar some moments to breathe and think back on the strategies. If that happens, I'll be very happy to see them steep the score.
Nearly time to begin again, and I think there is a 7-point deficit that defines and separates both these teams. Erode have had the upper hand so far, and there are just 3 people on the mat for Virudhunagar. So let's see if Erode will be able to push them for an all-out, because that is something that can give them a bigger and better advantage going towards the end of this game.
Third ride, do or die ride, Erode.
And we have Dinesh going in for a do or die ride. He definitely has to score a point now. And there's also a super tackle situation with just 3 players there. That just happened.
That super ankle hold, almost Ravinder Pahel-like ankle hold from that left corner. You can see hawk-like grip, literally preying on the opponent in the corner.
Now the 7-point difference has come to 5, but every time this happens, Erode scores another 2 points. Let's see if that same continues, the same trend happens now.
If you're wondering what exactly happened to give them 2 points, it was 1 for the tackle and 1 was for the super tackle. So they picked up that extra point.
Last 3 minutes of play.
Super tackle happens when there are 3 or 2 defenders on the mat and the tackle is successful.
There's a bonus point awarded to Virudhunagar. We can now clearly see what's happening here. Virudhunagar is slowly closing in the difference between the 2 teams here, the scores of 2 teams.
Looking to make a comeback. Virudhunagar looks rejuvenated right after the break. The break has done them a bit of good right now, and almost escapes it. This is why Arun Kumar is such a key player. Picked up 2 points in the process.
2 points.
It's not easy to
Erode.
stop him because he's so powerful. He can bully
Jersey
his
number
way. Oh,
12
what a
and
kick
two
right on
out.
the shoulder. And that dash is not enough. One person cannot stop this guy from crossing across the midline. The angle was not even right.
True. And he had his presence on the mat. Well, he fall, he didn't touch the midline.
1 point. Virudhunagar. Jersey number 9 out.
While Virudhunagar, as I
Last
told you,
2
every
minutes
time
of play.
Virudhunagar
Both
scores
team
one, they
last
score
2
two.
minutes.
It was actually a smart move because Chinnadurai conceded only one and told his people, his teammates, not to come and assist him because sacrificing 1 point is better than having 3 or 4 points being given and made into a super raid.
Let's see if this becomes a super tackle situation and gives Virudhunagar an advantage. But that will only happen if Arun Kumar lets that happen. As we've seen him all these time, he will never let his energy go away when there's no need
Time
for
out.
it.
Erode.
And Erode have called for a timeout, much needed at this point in time because they seem to be gifting points away. There's a leak actually in the offense and defense of Erode. So they will hopefully try to stop that and see if they can put a stop to Virudhunagar from climbing.
Virudhunagar with just 3 in their team sends him Bhupati for a ride. He tries a scorpion kick, hoping to touch someone. Bhupati climbs to touch one, and he gained a point.
1 point. Virudhunagar. Jersey number 2 out. Time out. Virudhunagar.
A quick timeout again, close to the end of the game, and Erode are looking well ahead. If there was more time on the clock, then we could say that this could be caught and a match could be made out of this, but it seems like Virudhunagar are running out of time to make that comeback.
Erode clearly seems to lead this match, but we need more than a miracle to see Virudhunagar trailing behind to close in the gap. There's only a few minutes left maybe. You just have to keep our fingers crossed if you're rooting for a team. Anything can happen. The only not even few minutes, just 1 minute left.
A 4-point difference must be caught up in a minute. Is it possible? It is possible. But we are going to have to see some amazing kabaddi here, great presence of mind, and only then it is possible.
Last minute of play. Both team last minute.
With only 1 minute and the last minute left, Arun Kumar walks in for yet another ride. And he touches one. And he pushes him off.
1 point.
One person is not enough to stop Arun Kumar. That's what these guys still haven't understood even after playing this long and watching him play those previous matches as well.
Right shape, 1 point. Virudhunagar, jersey number 3.
Erode clearly has a 5-point advantage over Virudhunagar. With only not even a minute left, you can clearly start the celebrations. Perhaps Virudhunagar can.
1 point. Erode.
And there you see, that is the end of the final between Erode and Virudhunagar. Even though the score reads only a 4-point difference, Erode have played very well. Virudhunagar must be ruining those missed chances because Erode now are the champions of this edition of the 15th Isha Gramotsavam, and they are the proud owners of the title this year, besides being happy winners of a 5 lakh kitty. And Virudhunagar are going to go back as runners and a 3 lakh kitty so far. What an amazing platform for these young men. A lot of them have shown some exemplary spirit and talent and a lot of aggression. And here we are watching the highlights of the game thus concluded.
We see with the dignitaries walking in the mat and the captains choosing the toss, and when the things were started to go, we see both the teams have a ding-dong kind of a match with each scoring a point. And then somewhere down the line, it was on Erode's side, it started scoring more and more. And the entire first half of the match, it was on Erode's favor. And then I believe it was somewhere down in the advantage of and keeps going. Arun Kumar should be the key player that we should definitely note again in these highlights. And E-Road has emerged as a happy winners. There are some notable players. Now let's talk to the winning captain of the E-Roads, Dinesh Kumar. Let's ask him and let's congratulate him. We asked him, how does he feel in the difference of all the other matches or
local match எல்லாம் விளையாண்டு இருந்தோம். இப்போ இது கொஞ்சம் பெரிய மேட்ச், எல்லா பசங்க ரீச் ஆகிற மாதிரி ஒரு மேட்ச் இது. நிறைய டிஃபரெண்ட் இருக்கு, கொஞ்சம் எல்லா இடத்துக்கும் ஒரு ஸ்டேஜ் உயர மாதிரி இருக்கு. இது ரொம்ப எங்களுக்கு ஈரோடு மாவட்டத்துக்கு கொஞ்சம் பெருமை மாதிரி இருக்கு. அப்படியே ஒரு ஸ்டேஜ் மேல்படி ஏற மாதிரி இருக்கு.
Thank you so much, Dinesh.
Thank you all.
இந்த ஈஷா கிராமோத்சவம் எதுக்காக இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு விழான்றது எதுக்காகன்னா, நம்ம தேசத்துல, இந்த பாரத தேசத்துல, இந்த கலாச்சாரத்துல வாழ்க்கையே ஒரு விழாவை வச்சு
The MC's mic, please. MC's mic. Switch on the MC's mic.
Check.
நமஸ்காரம். ஹலோ ஹலோ, ஒரு நிமிஷம். ஏன்னா டிவியில் கிரிக்கெட் பார்க்குறப்போ ஓ என்ன அப்படி கேட்ச் விட்டுட்டா முட்டாள் என்னெல்லாம் சொன்னீங்களே, இப்போ பாருங்க ஒரு பால் பிடிக்கிறதுல எவ்வளோ இருக்குது. இல்லையா? டிவியில் கிரிக்கெட் பார்க்குறப்போ என்ன சொன்னீங்க? கேட்ச் விட்டான், அப்படி பண்ணிடணும் இப்படி பண்ணிடணும் சொன்னீங்க. பாருங்க ஒரு சின்ன பால் பிடிக்கிறது எவ்வளோ இருக்குது.
அஞ்சே நிமிஷம் அடுத்த ஆடுகளை ரெடி பாருங்க.
வேண்டாண்ணா, அவங்க அப்படியே பண்ண சொல்றாங்க. அவங்க சொல்ற மாதிரி செய்யுங்க, ஒரே வார்த்தை.
Good evening, everyone. We have another spectacle of a match today. Luckily, we have the weather calming down and it's a cool, breezy evening here at the foothills of Isha Yoga Center at the 15th edition of Isha Gramotsavam. And here we are witnessing the men's volleyball match. And I am Naveen and I have Aparna with me. Hi, Aparna.
Hi Naveen, an exciting final up ahead. We have two teams, both from Tamil Nadu, one from Salem and one from Sivagasi. Salem is being represented by Uttama Solapuram Volleyball Club and Sivagasi has their FVC club that's going to be participating in this final. And it is going to be quite electrifying because so far both these teams have shown a lot of pluck, courage and skills coming into these finals. So we've had a lot of participants in this Gramotsav itself. And volleyball has seen
we now call on
5
Shri
states
Anurag
participating.
Union Minister of Youth Affairs and Sports of India and Minister of
We call upon Honorable Minister of Youth Affairs and Information and Broadcasting of Bharat, Shri Anurag Thakur, to come and do the first serve for the final of the volleyball match of Gramotsavam 2023.
கிராமோத்சவம் திருவிழா நடக்கிறதுக்கு மக்கள் முன்னாடி வந்திருக்காங்க. இதுல ரொம்ப முக்கியமா இந்த பாட்டி நீங்க பார்த்தே ஆகணும். இந்த பாட்டி இந்த ரோபோ டீம்ல இருந்தாங்க. இப்ப கடந்த 3 வருஷமா வரல. 3 வருஷத்துக்கு முன்னாடி இருக்கீங்க. அந்த தேவராயபுரத்துல டீம்ல
Okay. Okay, no problem. Okay, then let's practice 2 minutes. Okay. வாங்க போதும் தம்பி, டைம் இல்லையா? லைட் அடிக்காது போயிட்டு வேண்டாம், வேற ஒரு லைட்.
இந்த இறுதிப் போட்டியில ஜெயிக்கக்கூடிய அணிக்கு 5 லட்சம் ரூபாய் பரிசு. 5 லட்சம் ரூபாய் இந்த போட்டியில ஜெயிக்கக்கூடிய அணிக்கு. கடந்த 2 மாதம் 3 மாதங்கள் நடந்து கொண்டிருந்த இந்த விளையாட்டுப் போட்டி இன்று இறுதி கட்டத்திலே இப்பொழுது நம் கண்முன்னே ஒரு இறுதிப் போட்டி பரபரப்பான போட்டியாக அமையிருக்கிறது. இந்த உத்தமசோதனம் மற்றும் சீக்கிராஜபுரம் இந்த 2 குழுவை இணைய போட்டி கொஞ்சம்
இதுதாங்க கிராமோத்சவம். அந்த ஊர்ல இருக்கிற எல்லாரையும் திரட்டி கொண்டு வரதான் அவங்களுடைய முறை.
நீங்க சிவகாசியை பத்தி சொன்னீங்க, நான் சேலத்தை பத்தி சொல்றேன் பாருங்க. இந்த பிரேயர்ஸ்ல இருக்கிறவங்க பவர் ரூம்ல இருந்து 2 பேர் பவர் ரூம் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கவங்க 2 பேரு, ஃபிஷர்மேன் ஒருத்தர், திரும்ப பவர் ரூம்ல இருந்து 3 பேரு, பயோ மெடிக்கல் பண்ணி பிஇ முடிச்சுட்டு பயோ மெடிக்கல் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காரு, ஃபிஷர்மேன்ல 2 பேரு, பிஹெச்டி முடிச்ச ஒருத்தர் ஃபைனல்.
ஓகே சார். பால் மேட்ச் பால். வெங்கடேஷ் போய் எப்படி నాకు సెటిల్మెంట్ చేసుకోవాలా? మర్చిపోతా నాకు சரியா సెటిల్మెంట్ చేసుకోవాలి. கல்பனா கல்பனா டைம் ஓட்டா Seven eight. 6-8.
At the end of the first set, Uttama have actually done very well, even though it was a very closely contested game. They played for 15 points. Uttama is the one wearing the white jerseys and actually served right now. And this is a team comprising of people that have come together just with the love of the sport and not very much of experience having played competitive volleyball. But the aim of wanting to win is what put this team together. And they are going up against FVC, which is Sittarajapuram, who have a history and a heritage of volleyball in their blood itself. So commentating with me is Naveen.
And here we witnessed the two great teams playing against each other. As you said, the heritage and the tradition of volleyball on the side, and other side is just a team who wants to win this match, and they picked up volleyball as an habit. Every day they practice, and every weekend they meet and practice. And here we are, the Uttama Solapuram winning the first set, and now they're leading this set with 2 points. And we'll be seeing some great serves and points in the last set.
And that's a bit of a celebration over there because they couldn't keep the ball in play. And Sittarajapuram managed to get it out of bounds. So Uttama have a 3-1 lead right now. And this is a team that has poured their heart and soul over the past year, trying to get where they are at this point in time. So it'll be a sweet victory if they can pull it off. Already they lead by 1 set and setting it up for a spike. Oh yes, beautifully done. Dropped in zone 3 over there. There's no way he could have pancaked it or picked it up at all.
Like we say, Uttama Solapuram is showing the dominion over this game right from the first set. And even now we can see they can find a spot where they can definitely scoop that ball in. That was out.
Pretty good camaraderie from Uttama so far. And you can see the crowd really enjoying this volleyball match, carrying out placards and cheering their teams on. 5-2 is the lead in favor of Uttama Solapuram, 1 set up. And this is the second set.
I believe this game and these players have an advantage of playing under latched weather. And we can see another point goes to Sitarajapuram.
They attempted a block over there, but unfortunately a point was conceded. Sitarajapuram to serve. Friends Volleyball Club from Sitarajapuram, they are based in Sivakasi.
That's Mr. Amala Gracewin.
Whoa, that one was pretty close. I mean, there was no way he could have salvaged that. That point was conceded to Sitarajapuram because he tried to block it. It landed right back into his hand, resulting in a double touch. You can see he goes for a block. Couldn't dig it back out or have anyone else there.
Sitarajapuram was kind of losing it in the beginning, but right now they are steeply climbing the points. Uttama Solapuram with the set lead. They also win this point. 6-4 for Sitarajapuram.
A lovely smash, but well taken. Saved there, keeping it in play right now. Good defensive efforts there, good block there. But this time the ball is out of bounds and it is Uttama Solapuram who are going to enjoy the benefits of that ball going out.
They lead the chart with 7-4 for this set. And we can see the same streak continue in the game.
Tried to place, it was actually very beautiful, but then he was ready there, and this time when that block happened, there was no one there ready to pick it up and set it back up and keep it in play. Beautiful block near the net.
Uttama Solapuram has got their defense moves and their serves both going good. The same happened.
Second consecutive point, pretty much in the same fashion. You can see how it was. They tried to block it over there, but it was too low and there was no way they could have retrieved it. Uttama Solapuram enjoying a marginal lead at this point in time with just 1 point, although they are up 1 set. The crowd getting fully into the music and the festivities here.
They have some fancy placards also. If you could read them, that's more entertaining as the game is. On the other end, the coaches have a word or few to say to the players, getting them in groove after the timeout. Sitarajapuram with the serve.
That was a good move, trying to get it past the blockers over there in the front row, but beautifully dumped there. It was pretty much a drop. Well done. More of a dink than anything else. You can see how crafty that was, finding the right space at the unexpected time, dinking it.
Yeah, they got caught it by surprise. They weren't expecting that to come.
Still keeping it in play. And that's another attempt at placing it, but the ball is still in play.
That's another great block. It is Uttama Solapuram who is taking this course high. No, it goes for
Sitarajapuram actually gave a beautiful block over there. And the height advantage that Sitarajapuram employs and enjoys near the net is quite enviable. So, well done again.
A while ago, Uttama Solapuram was leading, and now it is one more point for Uttama Solapuram.
So So this time it is Uttamasolapuram who are going to get the serve. Ball went out of bounds off the hands of Siddharajapuram.
With the points so close to each other, it is so tough to determine right now this set belongs to whom. With the crowds cheering, the game is in a high form now.
3 out, 1 in. 3 out, 1 in.
A substitution for Uttamasolapuram, and out goes number 3 Yuvaraj, and in comes Vadivel. Vadivel taking the serve, serving in the first zone. And this time it goes off the hands of Uttamasolapuram, so the ball is going to be FEC's to serve. And they picked up another point, a 2-point difference, and they have a slender lead right now.
Well, at the beginning of this set, the scores were very different. Uttamasolapuram was taking a lead, but right now, Siddharajapuram has shown their true form. And now, another score has gone to Siddharajapuram.
10-9. Uttamasolapuram to serve. And beautifully blocked. Well done there by the blocker. Aggressive. Manikandan there blocking.
Now the scores are even again. We see some great blocks from both the teams right from the start of the game.
Lovely place, beautifully done. Waiting and seeing where the open area is, and zone 3 was exploited for that purpose only.
The Salem team is showing their dominance again. Just when we thought the other team is gaining more points, they're slowly having their dominion again. They're on timeout, and the coaches are having some busy discussions, letting the players know. The crowds are cheering for the team. They're cheering up, up. There are more crowds seated on the other side of the arena.
Beautifully dinked. What a placing. Well done. That was something that they didn't expect. They thought the rally would go on for a couple of shots before anything would be attempted. But that was a quick point there for Uttamasolapuram. Once again getting the lead, and lead by 2. Very, very poor service there, because right into the net. This is a moment that they have to, capitalize and exploit to their max, because the momentum was in their favor. Having picked up that first set, this could have been that point could have taken them closer to the second set.
While they're having their discussions between them, I believe it's too late inside the game to have the discussion now. And we have Ayal Sami from Siddharajapuram doing the serve. Uttamasolapuram got it on their advantage again. The audience are having a great time enjoying the ball.
That's the spirit, Naveen. The lady wanted to have a piece of that ball there. Pulled it right out of the man's hand and threw it right back into play. So Uttamasolapuram with the serve. Setting up for a spike. Ball is out of bounds.
Out of bounds, and Siddharajapuram finally has some breathing space while they would leave behind by 1 point. It's too early to say who could win this set, but certain shots like this would determine. Yes.
The set is being played for 15 points instead of the usual 21 points, and a difference of 2 points is essential for the team to pick off the set. So beautifully done. This is a match point. They're just 1 point away from taking the championship. And this is brilliant because Uttamasolappuram came with an agenda and they are just one serve close to picking it up.
Yeah, another timeout before the match point happens. Uttamasolappuram just have to remind them. So if you were their team, what would be pep talk you'd be giving them? Just one ball, this can change your life. What would you say?
Just hold your nerve and play this one ball. Forget that it's a match point. Just concentrate and visualize on getting it right. That's all that is required. No added pressure over there.
True, very true. Sometimes excitement is also a kind of pressure. The most drama will happen when the match point is on prime time.
Very well blocked over there. There was a tussle near the net, but well taken. Ball is out of bounds and Siddharajapuram have picked up that point. So now, again, it is going to go to the wire for this set. And that match point has for the moment been staved off for another occasion. You can see the replay here. Ball went out of bounds here. He couldn't keep it in play.
Now there's another strategy. Timeout. They're discussing their plans now.
Hey coach, 2 timeouts over.
And they've exhausted both their timeouts. This is a moment that they need to hold their nerves and keep their calm and execute as they planned. Well done!
Yes!
Beautifully done, and that is it, folks. Uttamasolappuram have realized their dream and achieved what they came out to achieve. 1 year's practice and the eyes on the title. It's theirs to enjoy and not a moment to grieve. It is FVC's to have lost and rue the missed chances. Uttamasolappuram are truly deserving champions.
The story is about them. They've been waiting for years to get this trophy, a winner's trophy from Sadhguru, and that has come true today. And it's a beautiful game, and not to forget that the other team is also given a great performance. But basically, I thought in the first game, we saw some drawbacks that led Sivagasi team, Siddharajapuram, lose some points then.
There was a few moments where they could have taken it away from Uttamasolappuram, but it was creditable of them and credible game they played. They deserve to be here because they had practiced for this very, very hard, and they showed why they deserve to be here as well. So Uttamasolappuram have really done well so far. You can see the highlights over here, beautifully spiked, and they used those no man's land in the court to their advantage, exploiting all those dead zones. In fact, most of the points that they got came from exploiting those dead zones.
Exactly, these are the kind of shots that also gained in their advantage. But Siddharajapuram did not have any control after the ball was going elsewhere. And there are some great blocks from the Sivagasi's Siddharajapuram team. We saw the great blocks from both the teams. Here's another example how that worked.
And you can see how they have managed to keep the ball in play, and what a phenomenal outing this has been. So excitement ahead for Uttamasolappuram, a lot of celebration.
While the celebration that they've all waited for is yet to happen, the time for the winning team to get the trophy. It is an exciting year of the Gramotsavam 15th edition. And here we have Sadhguru walking with the other chief guests of the event.
Hello. 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 Hello.
The state of Tamil Nadu takes pride in being one of the cultural hubs of the country. The land is the birthplace for many age-old traditions and has a rich cultural heritage passed down for generations. One art form that is almost becoming lost to the people of Tamil Nadu is the ancient dance form of Kumiyattam. Kumiyattam has its roots in Hindu mythology, and every variant of the dance form is believed to narrate some particular tale of the gods. The Valli Kumiyattam tells the story of the Tamil deity Valli from her birthright to her marriage with Lord Murugan. According to mythological belief, Valli was born as a child in the womb by the divine sight of a sage. Found by the Kuras, Lord Murugan married Valli Amma in the form of Vriddha while they were guarding the grain according to clan custom. The place where this happened is Kathirkamam, a shrine located in the south of Sri Lanka. So far, around 50,000 ladies have been trained for reviving this folk art in the Kongu belt. Today, 1,200 dancers from Erode, Tirupur, Coimbatore will offer Valli Kumiyattam.
நம்பிக்கை கொண்டு நமக்கோர் விநாயகரே
தத்தோம் தாதோம் தை தத்தோம் தை. குருவே வணக்கம்.
செய்தர் மந்தியுதித்த விநாயகரே எங்கள் மௌக்கனாருடன் மகனே
செய்யார் தன்னானே நானே நானே நன்னா தனம் தானே நானே நானே நன்னா
நல்ல கணபதி நாயகனே எங்கள் நற்கனாருடன் மகனே
செய்யார் தன்னானே நானே நானே நன்னா தனம் தானே நானே நானே நன்னா
நல்ல கணபதி பிள்ளையாரே நாரி நில்லது சரஸ்வதியே
செய்யார் தன்னானே நானே நானே நன்னா தனம் தானே நானே நானே நன்னா
கந்தாரே காகவே முன்பீரே
செய்யார் தன்னானே நானே நானே நன்னா தனம் தானே நானே நானே நன்னா
வேலாரே காகவே முன்பிறந்த எதன் விக்னி விநாயக முன்னடைவாய்
செய்யார் தன்னானே நானே நானே நன்னா தனம் தானே நானே நானே நன்னா
அந்தையாராடுது வார்குமி எண்ணம் போலே அயலசையோத மகளில் வன்சாலங்கை
செய்யார் தன்னானே நானே நானே நன்னா தனம் தானே நானே நானே நன்னா
அந்தையார் தன்னானே நானே நானே நன்னம் தானே நானே
தன்னானே நானே 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 நன்னா ஓ தன்னானே நானே நானே நன்னா தன்னானே நானே 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 நன்னா தன்னானே நானே நானே நன்னா தன்னானே நானே 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 நன்னா ஓ தன்னானே நானே நானே நன்னா தன்னானே நானே நன்னா ஓ தானன நானா நானன நானா நானே நானே நன்னா
ராவலுடன் பூமி தன்னையே நாம் எல்லோரும் அன்புடனே தவறாமல் பொழுதி செய்தே
தன்னானே நானே நன்னா ஓ தானன நானா நானன நானா நானே நானே நன்னா தன்னானே நானே நன்னா ஓ தானன நானா நானன நானா நானே நானே நன்னா
செந்தனையை கையில் எடுத்து எல்லோரும் செந்தூர்வாடி வேலவனை தினம் துதித்து
தன்னானே நானே நன்னா ஓ தானன நானா நானன நானா நானே நானே நன்னா
வசுந்தனையை கையில் எடுத்து எல்லோரும் மலனின் மலை வேலவனை தினம் துதித்து
தன்னானே நானே நன்னா ஓ தானன நானா நானன நானா நானே நானே நன்னா தன்னானே நானே நன்னா ஓ தானன நானா நானன நானா நானே நானே நன்னா தன்னானே நானே நன்னா ஓ தானன நானா நானன நானா நானே நானே நன்னா தத்தினம் தைதை தாதோம் தைதை தாம் செய்ய தன்னே நன்னே நானே நன்னா நானே நன்னா நானே நன்னே நானே நன்னா தத்தினம் தைதை தாதோம் தைதை தாம் செய்ய தன்னே நன்னே நானே நன்னா நானே நன்னா
அப்படி சொல்லு
நானே நன்னே நானே நன்னா
இச்சையுள்ள ரெண்டு மணிப்புறவோ
தத்தினம் தைதை
மணிப்புறவோ
தாதோம் தைதை
இருபுறமும் செந்தனையில் விழுகுதம்மா
தாம் செய்ய தன்னே நன்னே நானே நன்னா நானே நன்னா
அப்படி சொல்லு
நானே நன்னே நானே நன்னா
கொத்தி கொத்தி லந்தாய தினையருக்கு
தத்தினம் தைதை
தினையருக்கு
தாதோம் தைதை
கோலவர்ண பச்சிகள் வந்திடுமே
தாம் செய்ய தன்னே நன்னே நானே நன்னா நானே நன்னா
அப்படி சொல்லு
நானே நன்னே நானே நன்னா
தூரத்திலே நம்மா கொடு கட்டு
தத்தினம் தைதை
கொடு கட்டு
தாதோம் தைதை
கண்ணந்தா பச்சிகள் வந்திடுமே
தாம் செய்ய தன்னே நன்னே நானே நன்னா நானே நன்னா
அப்படி சொல்லு
நானே நன்னே நானே நன்னா தத்தினம் தைதை தாதோம் தைதை தாம் செய்ய தன்னே நன்னே நானே நன்னா நானே நன்னா நானே நன்னே நானே நன்னா நன்னம் தானே நன்னே நானா தன்னம் தானே நானே நன்னே நானா தன்னம் தானே நானே நன்னம் தானே நானே நன்னே நானா நன்னே நானா தைதர் சுற்றச்சாலம் பையாவோரே கோலமா அதன் சுற்றளவும் பத்தாயிரம் மூலமா சொட்டே வந்தே குறைப்பவர்க்கு நெத்தம் நெத்தம் தந்தாரும் ஐயா ஒரு கையா தைதர் தன்னன் நன்னம் தானே நன்னே நானா தன்னம் தானே நானே நன்னே நானா தன்னம் தானே நானே நன்னன நானே நானே நன்னன நானா தன்னே நானா தைதர் வானூரை எண்ணுக்கின்றதோர் கம்பம்மே அந்த கம்பத்துக்கும் மேலான ஒரு கும்பம்மே கும்பத்துக்கும் மேலான தங்க கால சும்மாவே பாருமே என்ன சோறுமே தைதர் தன்னன் நன்னம் தானே நன்னே நானா தன்னம் தானே நானே நன்னே நானா தன்னம் தானே நானே நன்னன நானே நானே நன்னன நானா தன்னே நானா பழனி பட்டான கலை வீரே அங்கே பார்த்ததில்லை எங்கு ஜெகஜோதே பாலர் குமரர் வந்து பணிந்து விளையாடும் வீரே ஜெகஜோதே நன்னம் தானே நன்னே நானா தன்னம் தானே நானே நன்னே நானா தன்னம் தானே நானே நன்னன நானே நானே நன்னன நானா நன்னே நானா நன்னம் தானே நன்னே நானா தன்னம் தானே நானே நன்னே நானா தன்னம் தானே நானே நன்னன நானே நானே நன்னன நானா தன்னே நானா
தகதிகதோம் திகிதிகதோம் தாதா தையன் தையத்தோம் தை
காரண பொருளே போற்றி
காரண பொருளே போற்றி
கடாச்சம் தந்தருள்வாய் போற்றி
கடாச்சம் தந்தருள்வாய் போற்றி
பாரினில் சிறக்கும் தெய்வம்
பாரினில் சிறக்கும் தெய்வம்
பழனியின் கிரியோன் போற்றி
பழனியின் கிரியோன் போற்றி
ஆடினோருக்கும் வாழி
ஆடினோருக்கும் வாழி
பாடினோருக்கும் வாழி
பாடினோருக்கும் வாழி
பார்த்தோருக்கும் வாழி
பார்த்தோருக்கும் வாழி
கேட்டோருக்கும் வாழி
கேட்டோருக்கும் வாழி
அருள்மிகு வாழதண்டவாணிக்கு
அரோகரா
அப்படியே லைன்
Welcome the audience.
India to come to the dais. We now invite former captain Indian national hockey team Shri Dhanraj Pillai for giving away the prizes for Paralympics volleyball teams and men's volleyball team. Shri Dhanraj Pillai. Runner-up Paralympic volleyball team is Kumari Kings from Kanyakumari. A big round of applause for Kumari Kings from Kanyakumari. The winners of Paralympics volleyball team, Coimbatore Para Volleyball Association. A huge round of applause for Coimbatore Para Volleyball Association. Shri Dhanraj Pillai to offer the winning prize to Coimbatore Para Volleyball Association team. Coming up next is the men's volleyball team. You all watched the match just now. How was it? Runner-up team of men's volleyball, FEC Siturajapuram. A big round of applause for FEC Siturajapuram team. the winner team for men's volleyball, Uttama Solapuram Volleyball Club. A huge round of applause for Uttama Solapuram Volleyball Club. We request Shri Dhanraj Pillai. We request Shri Dhanraj Pillai to come onto the dais and address the gathering. Former captain Indian national hockey team Shri Dhanraj Pillai to come to the dais and address the gathering.
Respected Sadhguru, Honorable Minister for Sports, Anurag Thakur ji, எல்லாருக்குமே வணக்கம். என்னோட தமிழ் அவ்வளோ நல்லா இல்லை, மகாராஷ்டிராவில் பிறந்திருக்கேன். பட் சத்குருவோட பாசம், அஃபெக்ஷன் 1995லேருந்து நான் இங்கே வந்துட்டு இருக்கேன். அட்லாண்டா ஒலிம்பிக் ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ்க்கு முன்னால் இந்தியன் ஹாக்கி டீம் இங்கே வந்திருந்தது. ஒரு 25 days we stayed here and we learned a lot of things from Sadhguru, which helped us in 1996 Atlanta Olympics. And almost 28 years I am associated with Isha and Sadhguru. Whenever I am here, I feel like I am in Sadhguru's feet, because Sadhguru's blessings always there for me and for my family. Thank you so much for inviting me with our beloved sports minister. Sir, thank you so much. आपने जो कुछ भी स्पोर्ट्स के लिए किया, टोक्यो ओलंपिक के बाद अभी हमारी टीम एशियन गेम्स में गई है और दिन पे दिन हमारे एथलीट्स ऊपर ही जा रहे हैं. सो थैंक यू सो मच एंड आई विश all the Asian Games contingent who are going to play Asian Games come with a high spirit and bring more and more medals for the nation. Jai Hind, Jai India.
Thank you so much, Shri Dhanraj Pillai. It has been an absolute pleasure and inspiration to have you amongst us for Isha Gramotsavam. We now invite actor and film producer Tirusandhanam for giving away the prizes for women's throwball and women's kabaddi team. Tirusandhanam. I can't see anything. Okay, you speak. The runner-up for women's throwball, Black Panthers Maragodu team from Kodagu district, Karnataka. A big round of applause for Maragodu team from Kodagu district, Karnataka. the winning team of women's throwball, PG Pudur team from Coimbatore. A big round of applause for PG Pudur team from Coimbatore. Coming up, women's kabaddi team, runner-up team, Dindigal. Women's kabaddi Dindigal team, runner-up for women's kabaddi. The winners of women's kabaddi, Erode team. A big round of applause for the Erode team from women's kabaddi. We now request Thiru Santanam to address the gathering. Thiru Santanam to address the gathering.
எல்லாருக்கும் வணக்கம். ரொம்ப சந்தோஷமா இருக்கு. 15 வருஷம் இந்த கிராம உற்சவம் இதில் கலந்துக்கிட்டது. ஸோ சத்குரு அவர்களுக்கு முதல்ல என்னுடைய நமஸ்காரம் அண்ட் பணிவான வணக்கம். அப்புறம் ஹானரபிள் மினிஸ்டர், ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ் மினிஸ்டர் அவருக்கும் என்னுடைய மனமார்ந்த வாழ்த்துக்கள். ஸோ ரொம்ப சந்தோஷமாக இருக்குது. நான் படிப்பு சரியாக படிக்க மாட்டேன், நான் கொஞ்சம் படிப்பில் மக்கு தான். அப்போது எங்கள் ஸ்கூலில் வந்து இந்த கம்பைன் ஸ்டடி மாதிரி ஒன்று பிளான் பண்ணாங்க. ஒரு நல்லா படிக்கிற ஒரு பையன் ஒரு பொண்ணு அந்த மாதிரி கம்பைன் ஸ்டடியில் படிக்க வச்சேன், எப்படியாவது படிக்க வைக்கணும்னு எங்கள் ஸ்கூல் டீச்சர் ட்ரை பண்ணாங்க. என் கூட ஃபஸ்ட் ரேங்க் எடுக்கிற ஒரு பொண்ணை கம்பைன் ஸ்டடி படிக்க வச்சாங்க. எக்ஸாம் முடியும் போது தெரிஞ்ச அந்த பொண்ணு என் கூட சேர்ந்து ஃபெயில் ஆகிட்டா. ஸோ நல்லா படிக்கிற பொண்ணையை நான் மக்காக்கிட்டேன். பட் ஆனால் அதுக்கு எனக்கு வந்து இந்த பேச்சு போட்டி, கொஞ்சம் நாடகம் இதெல்லாம் இன்ட்ரெஸ்டிங் உண்டு. அதை என்னுடைய மிஸ் ஒருத்தவங்க கண்டுபிடிச்சி அவங்க தான் என்னை வந்து இந்த மாதிரி சினிமாவுக்கு வரத்துக்கு ஒரு தூண்டுகோலாக இருந்தாங்க. ஸோ அதுபோல் இன்றைக்கி படிக்கிறவங்க படிக்காதவங்க இந்த மாதிரி கொஞ்சம் சுமாராக படிக்கிறவங்க இருந்தாலும் அவங்களுக்குள்ள ஒரு எக்ஸ்ட்ரா கரிக்குலர் ஆக்டிவிட்டீஸ் இருக்கும். டான்ஸு, ஸ்போர்ட்ஸு இந்த மாதிரி இருக்கும். அதை இன்றைக்கி கண்டுபிடிச்சி சத்குரு வந்து அதுவும் கிராமப்புறத்தில் இருக்க இளைஞர்கள் அப்புறம் பெண்கள் எல்லாரையும் ஊக்குவிக்கும் வகையில் 15 வருஷமாக நடத்திட்டு இருக்காங்க. ஸோ உங்களுக்குள்ள இருந்து நிறைய பேர் நாளைக்கு சச்சின் தெண்டுல்கர், தோனி, ஸோ இந்த மாதிரி ஸ்போர்ட்ஸில் எல்லோரும் வரக்கூடிய இது, அதே மாதிரி கலைத்துறையில் ஒரு ரஜினிகாந்தா ஒரு தீபிகா படுகோனா வரக்கூடிய டான்ஸ், இந்த மாதிரிலாம் நடக்கிறதுக்கு வாய்ப்புகள் இருக்குது. ஸோ இது எல்லா பெருமையும் புகழும் வந்து சத்குரு தான் போய் சேரும். அதுவும் இல்லாமல் இன்றைக்கி இளைஞர்கள் வந்துட்டு போதைப் பொருள், அப்புறம் ட்ரிங்க்ஸ் அப்படிலாம் சொல்லி நிறைய பேர் நிறைய விஷயங்கள் இப்போ நம்ம நியூஸில் பார்க்குறோம். ஸோ அவங்களுக்கெல்லாம் ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய ஒரு எனர்ஜி இந்த ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ் தான். அதை கரெக்டாக கையில் எடுத்து சத்குரு நமக்கு கொடுத்துருக்காங்க. அவர் இருக்கும்போது நாமெல்லாம் பிறந்து இந்த பிறவியில் இருக்கோன்றதே மிகப்பெரிய பாக்கியம். அதுவும் இப்படி ஒரு குரு கிடைக்கிறதுக்கு நாமெல்லாம் என்ன புண்ணியம் செஞ்சோன்னு தெரியல. ஸோ அதனால் நான் அந்த சிவனாக இங்கே உட்காந்துருக்க என்னுடைய குருவுக்கு நன்றி தெரிவித்து விடைபெறுகிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
We now invite Sri Anurag Thakur for giving away the prizes for men's kabaddi teams. The runner-up team, Virudhanagar. Virudhanagar men's kabaddi team. The winner of men's kabaddi team, Erode men's kabaddi team. A big round of applause for Erode's men's kabaddi team. We now request Sri Anurag Thakur to address the gathering. We request Sri Anurag Thakur to address the gathering.
Vanakkam. Namaste. Most respected Shri Sadhguru Ji, former hockey captain Shri Dhanraj Pillai Ji, great actor and a good human being, K. Santana ji, members of the Isha Foundation, players, coaches, and the followers of Sadhguru. I could see this side we have more followers of Sadhguru. Do we have Sadhguru followers here this side as well? Do you like Gramotsavam? Do you think it should happen every year? This is the 15th Gramotsavam. So clap 15 times for the Gramotsavam and the Isha Foundation. Sadhguru, it's an honor and pleasure to be here amongst this big audience at the Isha Gramotsavam 2023. Let me say this is a wonderful initiative taken by Shri Sadhguru, which celebrates rural sports and culture like none other. We have seen some very close games of kabaddi and volleyball, and post that, we have seen 1,200 dancers participating in one cultural event at one place. So how to promote the soft power of sports culture? One can learn from Sadhguru. Sadhguru has a zest for life. The world knows him as one of the coolest and most spirited gurus. Let me see that spirit in you. Do you think Sadhguru is the coolest guru? Do you think he's the most spirited guru? Now listen carefully. This is because he loves sports and brings the best out of everybody. And be it sports field or social gathering, he can create the environment like this. In a way, Gramotsavam is an apt reflection of Sadhguru's playful approach to life. It has been very heartening to see Sadhguru and Isha outreach actively and participate in Khelo India and Fit India movements as well. These programs are the brainchild of our visionary Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji and have become so popular across the nation. अगर हर गुरु सदगुरु की तरह हो जाए, खेलों की तरह इतना बड़ा विशाल कार्यक्रम करे, तो देश से नशे की मुक्ति हो जाए. And Fit India initiative is towards that direction. Khelo India initiative is that direction. And both the programs have become synonymous with sports and fitness in the country. And it is very beneficial that someone like Sadhguru also actively promotes them. I was told that Gramotsavam was started way back in 2004 and aimed at bringing health, prosperity and well-being to the rural masses. And I could see the sports person who was sitting here, some of them work as laborers, some work as in the fields as agriculturists, some works as weavers, some as fishermen. But when they come to the field, you could see the competitive spirit in them. I'm glad to know that the event has become an effective tool for social transformation that helps the villagers move away from addictions, break caste barriers within the community, empowers women, and revives the resilient rural spirit. Such events are very crucial, and I'm glad that Isha Foundation organizes them at the rural level. If you look at the majority of the companies, they always look at the urban, where they can get a lot of advertisement, a value for money. But these kind of events rekindle the rural spirit and involve the entire community in sports, yoga, and rural festivals. These events also lead to better social relationships, improve the physical fitness, discipline, and focus amongst other things. I'm so glad that Isha Gramotsav not only consists of sporting events, but also has folk music and dance festival, food festivals, and indigenous games. Let me say here, Sadhguruji, Government of India is also promoting the traditional sports in our Khelo India Youth Games, Khelo India University Games, and also in the national games. We have included 5 traditional games like Yogasana, Kalarapattu, Thangta, Gatka, and these kind of games, and Malkham as well. And these are becoming so popular. And in the coming years, you will see the games like Kabaddi won't be limited to the national or the Asian Games. They will also one day will become part of the Olympic Games. If other games like judo, karate, and such other games can become Olympic Games, what can stop Kalarapattu, Malkham, Kabaddi, and such games to become a part of the Olympic Games for the future? And if India is so willing to host the 2036 Olympic Games, if that can happen in India, do you think India should bid for the 2036 Olympic Games? Are you ready? Is India ready? भारत में करने चाहिए Olympic Games. We are working in that direction. And Dhanraj, let me assure you, it won't get us bad name like the Commonwealth. It will be as hit as G20, which happened recently. We want to host more and more tournaments and promote games. Sadhguruji, Prime Minister Modi also started when he was the Chief Minister in Gujarat, Khel Mahakumbh, where thousands and thousands of players started participating in the villages, at the district headquarters, block level, in various games, and it created the environment for sports. I was so pleased to know that it is not about the nearby villages, but the Isha Gramotsav was spread across 5 states. More than 25,000 villages participated. More than 60,000 players have participated. So let us put our hands together for all the players. With Gramotsav, Isha Foundation has rejuvenated the spirit of rural India, empowering communities, traditions, and local culture. And let me tell you one thing. In 2018, Honorable President of India has conferred the Rashtriya Khel Protsahan Puraskar to none other than Sadhguru's Isha Foundation. What a beautiful environment, isn't it? अच्छा लग रहा है? ठंडी हवा भी चल रही है. So what are you gonna do when you go back home? Do you gonna pick one sport? Would you like to play one sport? Any sport you like to play? You could see the way Sadhguru was throwing the ball in every nook and corner of that field. I could see how people are trying to grab the ball. But whenever you have to catch, you need soft hands to catch the ball. So जो थोड़े तेजी से पकड़ता है तो बॉल दूसरे के हाथ में चले जाती है. So I think Sadhguru was training you. I won't take more time. We want to listen to Sadhguru, but before I leave, I would like to emphasize on a couple of things what we have taken as an initiative at the Government of India level. We have started a couple of programs where Target Olympic Podium Scheme TOPS is helping the players, where the boarding, lodging, training, all expenses are taken care by the Government of India, and the elite athletes. And elite athletes above that get 6 lakh rupees out-of-pocket allowance per year. So no expenses on them, they get 6 lakh rupees additional. And the development athlete get 3 lakh rupees, and rest of the expenses are taken care by the Government of India. Apart than these Khelo India accredited academies, 3,000 players are selected and they play in them. For them, Government of India spends 6,20,000 rupees on each athlete. Now what we are trying to do is, we have already opened 23 National Center of Excellence, 69 side training centers, and we are going to open 1,000 Khelo India centers. 1,000 Khelo India centers. How many years it should take? How many years it should take? We're going to complete in this year and dedicate 1,000 Khelo India centers to our Bharat. On the National Women's Day, we have started the Asmita Khelo India Women's League in more than 10 sports, which will have more competitions and tournaments across age groups. In this year, the Das Ka Dam initiative in March, empowering women through sports, close to 15,000 women participated that day. So let me say here, when I met Sadhguru, he took me to one old woman who also came to the stage, Amma. I could see Sadhguru hugging her and telling me that she participated a few years back. She's standing there in a white sari. She was 70 years plus at that time. She came with her daughter-in-law and grandchildren and participated in the event. So that is the spirit of Bharat. That is the spirit of Gramotsavam. That is the spirit of Isha. And let us keep our spirits high. And if you want this kind of Gramotsavam to happen next year, then let us put our hands together for all the players and the Isha Foundation volunteers. Now, today was the opening ceremony of Asian Games in China. But the India Sports Minister is standing here in front of you. And asking you, would you like to cheer for India? Then cheer with me and let us see, let us win the record medals in this edition of Asian Games. India, India! You know, Sadhguru, if you hear carefully, they are saying Bharat, Bharat. So that's the spirit of Bharat. And we're gonna win the highest medals this time. Thank you for listening to me. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, Shri Anurag Thakur, for that most invigorating address. We now invite Shri Dhanraj Pillai and Thirusantanam to come to the dais. We would like to request Sadhguru to offer a token of our gratitude to Shri Dhanraj Pillai, Thirusantanam, and Shri Anurag Thakur. We thank our esteemed guests for being part of Isha Gramotsavam.
விளையாடல அதுக்காக அவருக்கு அவார்டு கொடுக்கணும்.
For those of you, can you hear me? Hello? For those of you who do not know this, our Honorable Minister Anurag Thakurji was in the India under-19 cricket team at one time. So, as far as I know, I don't know if I don't remember, I mean, if my memory is right. As far as I know, probably this is the first sports minister that I'm seeing who is actually a sportsman.
We now invite our beloved Sadhguru to address the gathering.
Veliyatam, ஒன்னும் உயிரே இல்லை. Veliyatam, கொண்டாட்டம், முன்னேற்றம். பத்தல. விளையாட்டம், கொண்டாட்டம், முன்னேற்றம். யாருக்கு? Oh, they want me to speak in English, I'm sorry. One who does not know how to be playful will not know how to live. One who is not playful with every aspect of life, that person will carry life as a terrible burden upon themselves. If you want to carry this life light, doesn't matter what is the nature of your activity. If you want to carry your life light, you need to be playful. Playfulness is the basis of celebration. Unfortunately, most people think celebration means they must eat more, drink more, get sick the next day. Only if you're playful, there is celebration in your life. Otherwise, just decorations, food, drink doesn't make celebration, it just makes you sick. Celebration is possible only when you're playful. So it's fantastic to see that across 25,000 villages, over 60,000 participants or players, and all of them, hundreds and thousands of spectators in those villages, all at some point, not knowing what they're doing, they jumped, screamed, yelled, laughed, cried. This is what is needed to make life happen. Especially in the rural parts of our beloved Bharat. Unfortunately, because of over 250 years of very tyrannical oppression that we have faced, in the last 8 to 10 generations, a large segment of our population has lived worse than cattle in terms of what they have, because everything that they had was taken away. Their industry was taken away, their craft was taken away, their competence was taken away. They were forced to do subsistence farming. You must understand, India was not an agricultural country. It was a manufacturing country, it was a trading country. We were accounting for over 33% of the world's exports, over 24% of the world's economy just 300 years ago. But because industry was systematically destroyed, trade was destroyed, because of that, subsistence farming became the only way to survive. And we started writing in our books that we are an agricultural nation. We are not an agricultural nation. Yes, of course we did agriculture, but we were an industrial and trading nation. So because of this, it has been an uphill task for our rural populations to rise, but we are at a time where, well, it's being described as Amrit Kal. I hope Amrit reaches everybody in the country. I drink Amrit, you drink Amrit, that's not important. Everybody must drink Amrit. Only then we are a successful nation. So, today being here at this Gramotsavam, the spirit of the youth oh, that's a youthful cry. Because being in agriculture, there are many issues. One thing is, because we've been farming for a few thousand years and generation after generation, land has been divided within the family, and today average land holding has become just 2.25 acres of land per family, which is the average. It is extremely difficult for anybody to prosper with just 2.25 acres of land and investing on that land. So for every 2 acres plus, we are putting a borewell, we have an electric connection, we have barbed wire fences, and in the end, the produce doesn't have the power of scale. So, in many ways, the rural societies in the country have been exploited because they just don't have the power of scale. So because of this, agriculture has always been a back-breaking activity, but they did not mind breaking their backs because there was a joy of being with nature, working with the soil, being alive to life around them. But unfortunately, in the last few decades, agriculture has become a heartbreaking activity. One reason, there are many reasons, all of it we cannot fix, but one basic reason is, we must understand in this culture, in this civilization, agriculture was not just done as business, it was an engagement with life, it was an engagement with the planet. We call the soil that we walk upon as mother, Thaiman, we said in Tamil Nadu. We did not step on our land without bowing down to it. I saw today some of our boys, before they step into the volleyball court there, you must keep that, always you must keep that. that you bow down to everything that matters in your life. You bow down to everything that matters in your life. Every human being, it doesn't matter whether it's a man, woman, child, animal, tree, rock, we bow down because all of these things make our life. This is the culture, this is the civilization which bows down to everything that we see, because everything matters. This is… today is being taught as ecological sciences all over the world, that we bow down to everything, we valued everything equally, it doesn't matter small or big. This is the basic ecological sense. But this heartbreaking activity has become the way it's become because all the culture has slowly been removed, that only people who dance are on the screen, either in the movie or on the television. People have forgotten to sing, people have forgotten to dance, people have forgotten to celebrate, they're only watching it in the cinema. So it is time we bring back, because at one time, if you want to plow the land, there was a song and dance for that. If there is planting, there was a song and dance for that. Weeding, there was a song and dance for that. Harvesting, of course, was full of song and dance. Bringing this back is very important for rural communities, because if you don't bring liveliness into their activity, if you try to do agriculture, especially small farmers' agriculture, like a business, your heart will break for sure. Back, of course, will break, but heart also will break. It's very important that we bring back this music and dance. These wonderful people, I didn't get the name of the village, all the girls dancing with their dindigal weaving skirts that they were wearing. It's fantastic that 1,200 girls are dancing at a time, pretty synchronized. And the little one, where is that little one? She was dancing, and I'm noticing that girl, that little one, knows every step. Every step she knows, she's not looking at anybody, she knows what to do. This is good. It's important at a very young age, music, dance, celebration should become way of life. Celebration is not something that you do once in a way. Well, our minister was saying I was throwing ball at people, because people watch… their idea of sport is watching a cricket game on the television, then commenting how Virat Kohli does not know how to bat, he should have done this, he should have done that. They're all experts sitting at home, overeating, and they know how to hit the ball. They know how to coach Virat Kohli, right? But you throw a tennis ball, they can't catch it, all over the place. So just to catch a ball, what it takes? It takes something, it takes a certain level of focus and involvement. This is the best thing about the game. You can go to your school without involvement. You can go to your job without involvement. You can even get married without involvement. You know, but you can't play a game without involvement. That is the most important thing about playing a game. Without involvement, it'll not happen. You must understand, without absolute involvement, your life will not happen. You will pass through life without living life. So, being a game for life, being a sport for life is most important. All of you, our minister was saying you must play some game. I don't know what your conditions are, you live in an apartment building or somewhere. Well, you can at least throw a ball at each other. No, Sadhguru, we don't have a ball. Throw an onion. Oh no, Sadhguru, onion is too expensive. Okay, throw potato. Something, make it playful. Husband and wife who are having lot of issues, throw something at each other, not in anger, not in anger. Playfully, throw something at each other, catch and throw, you will see many things will change about you and your relationships and your situations. It's important that you bring playfulness. It's important that you bring playfulness. Only your what our Santanam is here, I'm not commenting about them. Uh, only your cinema star should not dance. You must dance, at least in your home. Not as a display. Not as a display, not as a performance, just for the joy of it. Because dance for the body is like laughter for a conversation. That's how it is. So, we are at a juncture where Bharat is on the way. We are at a juncture where Bharat is on the way to become a Bhavya Bharat. To make this civilization, when we had the highest level of mathematics, when we had the highest level of astronomy, we had the highest understanding of chemistry, we had the highest access to astronomical aspects of life, when the rest of the world did not know 1, 2, 3. So, a civilization like this has taken a beating. Over 800, 900 years of invasions, occupations, we have taken a beating. But now we are rising to become a Bhavya Bharat. It is very important. Do not think this is Prime Minister's job, Minister's job. Yes, they are doing what they can. It is the duty of every citizen, everybody who has any love for their own life must make this happen. Making yourself into a wonderful human being is the first step, because without wonderful human beings, there is no wonderful nation. Without great human beings, there is no great nation. Without an inspired human being, there is no inspired nation. It is time that every one of us stand up, because this is a possibility that has come to us after nearly over 500, 600 years. The possibility has come. It's my wish that this must happen in this generation. They are throwing things at me. So they dropped the ball. So… So, it's very important. You must understand, being playful is not just about play. Being playful is about facilitating life in the most exuberant way possible. If you lose your exuberance, if you lose your playfulness, depression is a natural process. And at a time like this, when the World Health Organization is predicting there is going to be a mental health pandemic, at a time like this, play becomes very, very important. If you bring that playfulness into your life, I promise you, you will never be mentally ill, for sure. You will never be depressed. You will never be frustrated with anything. So play is not just in the field of playing a game, bringing that playfulness into every aspect of your life. First of all, who the hell are you? You are just a pop-up on this planet. You pop up and you pop out. We are all here for a brief amount of time. Let's not take ourselves so seriously that we cannot even play. Let's make it happen, create a playful Bharat. What do you say? There are people with certain competence who are playing high level of sport for competitive purposes to bring greatness to the country, medals, gold, silver, bronze, all that stuff. I'm not asking you to do anything like that. I'm just asking you to be playful. At least drop the potato. hello, if you can't do anything else. But this is important because a nation which doesn't have people who are playful, energetic and exuberant cannot go far. Let's make this happen because this is once in a generation. No nation ever, I want you to remember this, no nation ever in the history of humanity has moved 1 billion people from one level of living to another. We are just on the cusp of that. We must make this happen. Well, of course, you will be thinking, no, there are some nations who have done it. Yes, they have. But I would like to say, no nation has ever moved 1 billion people from one level of living to another in a democratic way, without using force. To make this happen, either we should use a gun, threaten you with your life, but if you are an exuberant, playful person, we will not need that because we have no such means. We are a democratic nation. Gun and sword are not our way. Our way is to make it happen by bringing everybody into a playful, energetic enthusiasm for life. If you're enthusiastic and exuberant about life, where Bharat will go, nobody need to make a prediction. We know where it's going, to the best possible place. So I would like to thank all the participants, 60,000 of them, they're in different places. Particularly, I would like to mention one player who participated in this throw ball competition. Her name is Bharatamma. What a name! She's she's from Telangana. She's 75. She's 75 years of age, and she participated in the throw ball matches. Well, the team didn't make it here. I wish we had brought her here. I would like to congratulate her for her spirit. Bharatam garu, meer ekkadunnaru sari. Neeku na vandanamulu. Meeru ee భారతదేశాన్ని మహిళలకందరికీ ఒక స్ఫూర్తి. మీకు నేను ఒక కానుక ఇవ్వాలని నాకు ఆశ ఉంది. I will… all these shouting people ఈ తెలంగాణ నుంచి వచ్చారో వాళ్ళతో నేను పంపిస్తాను మీకు. So… and all the hundreds and thousands, lakhs of spectators who participated and made this into a huge movement across these 5 states. Namaskaram to all of them. And all the officials, the referees and the other officials for all these games, they have done such a spectacular work on this that the whole event for these 3 months has gone without a single incident, without any kind of clashes happening in the villages. That shows how impartial and how competent they are in the work that they're doing. We bow down to all of you for your contribution. And we congratulate our sports minister who is here today with us. As he said, Asian Games opening, but he's here. And of course, our beloved Dhanraj Pillai. I don't know how many of you follow hockey because these days all of you are only seeing cricket. We grew up with hockey. I played hockey quite a bit right up to my university level. And Dhanraj was not just another player. During his best time, he was a bit of a magic. And Santanam is here, and everybody says he's very funny. I've not seen his movies, but thank you for being here. And all of you, wonderful, let's make it happen.
விடாமலே அலை 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 என மனம் தினம் அது ஓடுதே சுகம் தனையது தேடுது உயிரின் உறவு உணர்ந்திடாமலே ஏலேலோ அலேசா ஏலேலோ ஏலேலோ அலேசா ஏலேலோ போல ஆசை திமிங்கலம் போல அதுவும் பேச திமிங்கலம் தான் பிடிச்சு நானே வந்த பின்னும் நெத்திலி வாசம் இன்னும் பேச நெத்திலி மீன போல ஆசை திமிங்கலம் போல அதுவும் பேச திமிங்கலம் தான் பிடிச்சு நானே வந்த பின்னும் நெத்திலி வாசம் இன்னும் பேச தந்தானானே
இன பேத